Welcome everybody to Operation Ace, the premier, original, first ever competition in Star Wars Operation Ace. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen another one. I'm Wave Punk. I'm joined here by Hunted, who's going to be joining me on the casting duties for the first rotation here. Hunted, how you feeling? Are you excited for some Star Wars Squadrons?
Oh my goodness, man. I've been waiting for this game, for this event for months and months. It's finally here. It feels like a dream, Wave, and we're just about ready to get started. I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I've been waiting for this game my whole dang life. Like, it's about time. I'm not gonna lie, I have said since the beginning of esports, people have asked me like, what game would you want to cast? And like, Halo's always in the conversation. It's one of those things that kind of got me into esports at the very beginning. But man, dogfighting as a style of competition is something that just doesn't exist really anywhere in esports. That blows my mind. So I'm really hoping that Star Wars Squadron can become that, because that really is something that is so exciting to me. I love this style of gameplay.
Oh, absolutely. And it's the big reason why, I think we're all here. We all love this gameplay. As you take a look at the overview of what we got going on today.
Yeah, for sure. Here is the competition format we're going to be playing over the next 5 hours. 5 hours of competition for 5 teams that have 5 content creators on them. Some nice 5 synergy there. They're going to be playing in public fleet battles. The fleet battles you guys play in at home. Make sure you're queuing up if you want to have a chance to possibly play against some of these guys. And they're going to be trying to work together to earn a series of commendations. You see these commendations on the right side of your screen. The player that gets the most eliminations across those 5 hours will be the Baron. The player that gets the most capital ship damage will be the Wrecker. Most assists goes to the Wingman. And the player that dies the fewest times will be the Survivalist. There's definitely no chance I would ever earn Survivalist. But the thing they are trying to earn at the top, the team that will win today, will be our Ace Squadron. That will be awarded to the team with the most total wins. So all these guys queuing up for 5 hours, trying to get as many wins as they can to become that Ace Squadron. And what are they earning by becoming, what are they winning by becoming that Ace Squadron? Let's show you the prize pool presented to us and provided by Razer. Thank you so much for sponsoring the event. They each will earn a Razer prize pack if you're on that Ace Squadron lineup. That Razer prize pack has a Huntsman mini keyboard, a Death Adder version 2 mouse, a Wolverine Ultimate controller, a Black Shark version 2 headset, and $20 in Razer Gold. Thank you so much to Razer Gold for sponsoring the event. All the other players that earn a commendation will get themselves a Razer Kraken Stormtrooper Edition headset. You see it decked out there with the Stormtrooper logo, the Star Wars across the top, and hey, the Empire logo on the inside of the ear cup. Pretty stylish. I wish I had one, but I'm just a lowly player here, or just lowly caster. They're not going to give me anything for this. Anyways, let's go to the team rosters. These are the teams that are going to be playing today. We've got Shio Squadron, Bomb Squadron, Senate Squadron, Stash Squadron, and Twin Sun Squadron, made up of content creators across multiple platforms. A lot of YouTubers playing in our event here today, Hunted. Which lineup do you have your eye on?
Yeah, well, so I've had the opportunity to get into most of the streams, and I've always enjoyed watching the Twin Suns Eckhart's team there. They're always very colorful, very fun to watch, enjoyable gameplay, but really, they all work so well as a group. I'm just very excited to see them, pub stomp their way through some of these lobbies, and I have a feeling, Wave, that we're going to see some really good matchups as well. So I can't really pick a team, but if you forced me into one, I think Twin Suns is kind of where I'm leaning towards.
I mean, I like their logo. They got a cool logo there. I think my money be on Shio Squadron. I'm excited to watch that gang go at it. A bunch of wonderful content creators on all these teams. Chat, let us know who you are enjoying. I see a lot of love for Twin Suns in the chat. Some Bomb Squad fans. I'm just interested to see who is our team favorite, or our chat favorite. Let us know what the fan favorite is. That's all up to you guys. So we're playing a pub stomp format here, Hunt. The teams aren't going head to head against each other, which means anything could happen. We've all been playing fleet battles and been like, cool, I'm excited to play this game, and then you run into that one ranked warrior and you're like, okay, let's just stay away from that guy the whole match. Oh my goodness, he's good. What do you feel like is going to be the key to victory for our teams today?
Yeah, so if for anybody who hasn't seen Squadrons or hasn't played it, the fleet battles kind of get broken down into multiple phases, right? You start the game out, it's kind of a dogfight for control. Whoever wins that gets to go on attack. And I think the early meta that we're going to see that really works for these teams is fast ship changes, trying to be proactive in swapping your ships. There are 4 different types of ships, and we'll get into that more as we look at the gameplay, but the team who has the best synergy, I think, when it comes to ship swapping, making sure that they're countering opposing ships and things like that, I think I'll have the most success in these early times here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and the ship you need to be in is going to change depending on what mode you're in, and that mode can change pretty rapidly. So ship swap's definitely going to be a key to victory here. Chat, if you are looking forward to more events like this and you want to support what we're doing here, be sure to follow SW Operation Ace over on Twitter. Wonderful people that run that Twitter handle and have helped put on this event today. We appreciate you dropping the follow. And we are moments away from getting into gameplay. I know you guys are excited to get into that as well. We got a bunch of Bomb Squad fans in the chat. It's actually pretty split as far as the fan vote. What KC Dodgeru letting me know. It's Shio. Appreciate you catching that before I called them Shio for the rest of the 5 hours of this. That would have been embarrassing. We got Bomb Squadron. We got Twin Sun Squadron. Bunch of fans for everybody there. But the timer's started. See it down below. We're going. These guys are queuing. We'll be getting in and watching their gameplay here in just a moment. And yeah, I can't wait to get this event started. Look at this. I think we're already on board with one of our squads here. Sabinaris, Skigmaster, and then Battlefront updates down there. Mr. Elliott, Dangercado, sitting around. This is one of the most interesting little like pre-lobby experiences in any video game. Just to talk about the experience of playing Squadrons. Being able to emote at your teammates right before you jump into battle is pretty fun.
Oh yeah, especially when you get the one guy that just sits there and waves at you the whole time. You know that you got to protect him, right? He's the wholesome content to your team. So no, it's definitely these little lobbies are certainly fun. It's just an interesting way, I think, that you kind of get used to your team. It almost reminds me of Destiny a little bit in the emoting and things before battles, and I always kind of like that about Destiny PvP. But it looks like we're going to be, I'm assuming we're going to be hopping on board here with this team, the Senate Squadron, to start the day. So I'm really looking forward to see how they match up in their first game.
Yeah, well, and one thing, someone in who was it? Someone in chat just said, the Thai Gamer just said he can't wait for Bomb Squadron and Twin Sun Squadron to face off. And obviously, that's what we're hoping for, is that we get to like, private lobbies, have these teams go 5v5 against each other, just run a bracket. How cool would that be? Here's the thing, though. They, as far as we know, they could queue into each other right now. So then they're queuing as 5 stacks. That's an easy thing for the servers to do if they're anywhere within range of each other. So there's a chance, chat, we actually get 2 of these teams in a lobby facing off against each other, which is huge. Reminder, the thing that matters at the end of the day is how many wins you have. The team with the most wins will be the team that wins the whole event. So going head to head is is a key defining moment of the tournament, because it does mean one team is taking a win away from another team. With 5 hours to play in a format that is decently long, these fleet battles aren't short games. Every loss you take is a huge hit to that team. They really need to be winning every single one. Player left, abandoned. What?
No.
Who left? Well, it does probably mean that it's on the other team, which means this will be an easy win, right, for Senate? Hopefully.
Sure.
So they're starting off with 4 interceptors and a bomber, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. I mean, yeah, it is 4 interceptors. Not really what I expected, but I mean, again, the Interceptor is probably my favorite ship. The Interceptor and the A-Wing, or the Interceptors on either side, really, are probably my favorite ship in the early game. They're so fast. They're so maneuverable. It makes it super straightforward, as not sure quite what's going on.
So
did we lag out here? Maybe.
No, it looks like maybe they're going to try and restart. This is part of the pub stomp, because it was one of their players who got disconnected from the lobby. It looks like that's unfortunate. So they're gonna have the other team just takes a win. Poor guys there. Sucks when the lobby busts on you there. Happens sometimes, especially with new games. But it is a pub stomp format, so they are allowed to drop out, play other games if they want to like restart lobbies at points, which is an interesting tactic. I wonder if any of our teams will actually employ the idea of like it's very clear you're going to lose a game, not playing the game out. But the thing here, Hunt, that we haven't talked about that much is actually the format of how fleet battles works. There isn't really until your capital ship is destroyed, you've got a chance to win it.
Oh, I mean, I've had fleet battle games just in the first couple of weeks here where our team has been decimated in the beginning. You lose both the support cruisers and you get the big capital shit down to about half health, and we've ended up winning those games in comeback fashion. So there's always a chance, as long as you play a little bit safer in those kind of moments. But yeah, I mean, maybe they'll back out. I'm hoping that we see them try to to battle these games out, but you know, it's a strategy, certainly.
Yeah, well, the thing is once you get kind of past the halfway point of a game, as long as you're still in it, even if at the end it seems like you're going to lose, there's not really an advantage to bailing because you've invested so much time into this game. If there's a chance you get a win, I think that's more important than having an extra 5 minutes to queue. So we'll see how these teams choose to play strategy. Some might choose to bail a bunch, some might choose to play every game to the end. We got 5 teams, maybe 5 different play styles, but yeah, talking about the overall system of how fleet battles works, there's probably a few people watching who have been like super hot on the campaign. They're still just grinding out the story mode, loving being immersed, but haven't actually dipped into multiplayer yet. How does fleet battles work?
Right. So fleet battles, again, you start the game. We kind of saw it there briefly. We'll get into a game here in a second, but you start the game out like I said, in kind of a dogfight fashion. Nobody has control. You meet in the middle, and it is almost like you're playing a dogfight game for the first, you know, couple of minutes until a team takes kills. You can see that little top bar there on your screen as we're into a game now. That top bar shows control. Obviously, the enemy team, the red side right here, has a little bit more control right now, and you lose control if you continue to lose ships. You lose more if player ships go down rather than AI ships. And now that the rebels have taken control, it's going to fall back to this defend phase here for our heroes right now. So you've got to defend those 2 cruisers. You can see their little bars, or the little circles A and B underneath there. It looks like Eckhart's is going to come up to one of them. So he's got to defend that cruiser there. If those go down, then it's your exposed capital ship that the enemy team gets to attack, and if that falls, then the game is over. So whoever loses that big ship in the back first is the team who unfortunately does lose. But, you know, take heart. If you do fall into this defend phase, you just need to frag out, really, and you'll get back to a middle stage, and you'll get to attack as well.
Fragging out or taking out their frigate. You can see that red dot on the left side of your screen. It's now not visible behind the wall of the TIE fighter, but a blockade runner is advancing to attack the frigates. You blow that up, that will instantly swing things the other way. You can see it there at the red dot on the side. He's mostly, currently Eckhart here in an interceptor, he's going to be focusing on what his ship does best, and that's blow up enemy players.
Yeah, I mean, he's already gotten a couple kills here in this life. He's going to get another one. That's going to help out. And really, there haven't been too many attacks on the cruisers. I'm kind of surprised. It looks like the enemy team perhaps just getting ready to push as a unit, but they're dying constantly right now. It looks like this support ship might go down, but he does get taken out. That's some good team play there from the rebel side. Got to take out those interceptors as fast as you can because they too do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're the frigate's still going. It looks like unassailed, as we can see on the side of our screen. You can see next to the captain's picture, the pilot's picture, what ship they are flying. We have 3 interceptors, 1 support class ship, and a bomber. Talk to me about how the support class ships work, because it doesn't seem like the most intuitive thing. Yeah. I see waste of space redock here.
Well, so they're very versatile, the support ships, right? You can get shields that you can send out to allies and to your cruisers, things like that. There goes the support ship. Well, not the support ship. Oh my God, I'm blanking on what it's called.
Enemy corvette.
The corvette. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, the corvette taken out there. That you can see that caused a large swing in morale at the top. The squadron. And I'm trying to clear enemies out of their side. And they've almost got the line back to midfield, which will midfield lol. They'll be able to advance on the offense here shortly, hopefully.
Well, again, I mean, you look at the lineup here, and they are sticking with this 3 interceptor, 1 support, 1 bomber. We are in the cockpit of that bomber right now. So these bombers can put in a lot of work, even when you're not attacking. They have a ton of health. It could be really annoying to take down if you can catch an A-wing or even some of these X-wings like they're doing right here. It can be quite difficult to take down a bomber, especially if it gets on your tail. Hard to shake them sometimes if they're built the right way. They are quite slow ships in maneuverability, but their guns do a lot of damage.
Yeah, no, the bomber's definitely the tank class here. Although it looks like, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, he's not running the super armor ability. The thing that's interesting about the Empire's lineup is none of them have shields, so it's all about armor, and they're definitely a little bit weaker than the Rebel counterparts. But Bomber, the one that by default its loadout has an exception to that, where he can for a moment turn on kind of super armor, which kind of functions like shields. It doesn't look though. It doesn't appear to me that his loadout. He's running torpedoes, bombs, and flak.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right in that that the Empire don't really have shields. The only real exception to that is that support ship you can see on the screen there with a little bit of a shield there. And that's another reason why those support ships can be quite good on the Empire, is they can give out shields. They can hand out shields. They can repair damage as well, depending on the loadout. So it's nice to have a support ship, especially in these types of battles where you're communicating with one another, and have that support ship, support and do what it's supposed to do, keep you alive for a little bit longer. As there we go, finally, Wave, we are going to get on attack here. That are going to be fully in the white, and now it's up to Eckhart's squad to try to destroy these frigates so they can attack that big capital ship.
You see him dumb firing missiles there, trying to get as much damage done as he possibly can. Drops all of his bombs, put as much pressure on as he can. This is what the bomber's made to do: assault the big ones. Falls back, allows his equipment to resupply. Just trying to dodge being shot. He had a missile on his tail, evades that, but still being attacked from behind. Picks up some health, probably dropped by support class ship. I'll turn back around, see if he can make another run. There's still definitely this enemy on his tail.
Yeah, he's going to need some support here, but he's already done a ton of damage to that frigate. He's even going to look for a couple more kills to try to open up a bit more space. And this is why I like these bombers as well. They can be deceivingly dangerous to an X-Wing, to an A-Wing, if you're not careful.
Something to pay attention to, chat. It's like the ways you watch this game. The Nebulon B, dead center of your screen at the bottom there. That is the ship he's targeting. That is the destroyer class ship, I believe. If someone check and correct me again, it's the capital ship in the back. I actually am blanking on what you call the class of ships that are in front of.
This one's a frigate. I know that.
That's the frigates in the front and then the capital ship in the back. You can see right now he's trying to chew through its shields. That's the health bar on the right side. The shields are getting generated very quickly. Oh, no, that's the distance. Excuse me. The health is in the middle there. It's the 43, now 42. Oh dear! Don't crash! Oh dear! Oh, there he's gone.
He was alive for so long. He must really want that no deaths or that accolade for the fewest deaths today, because Eckhart has put in a lot of work and hasn't really died. And you look now, Wave. Actually, we can't see what wasted space. I think that's still a. Yeah, it's still an interceptor there, so they're not changing it up. I thought, honestly, we'd see a bit of change, but maybe they like this 3 interceptor, 1 support, 1 bomber setup.
It is difficult to, like... I found one thing that's difficult about changing ships is getting used to the different turn radiuses and like power management. You can get kind of in a zone with one ship, and with this being a very early event, mostly with content creators, it's going to be, I feel like the comfort zone is going to be important, but they need to fall back now as their Corvette, the ship that gets to the large NPC ship that gets deployed to attack the frigates, has been destroyed. So that swings the morale very quickly back the other direction. The team they're playing against is definitely a formidable foe. The pub stomping has not been easy so far. I see some people in chat asking for the scoreboard. Again, the way that this tournament works is it's 5 hours of pub stomp, so if somebody is on the scoreboard, we'll let you know, but right now all the teams are just playing in their first matchup. And we can't give you updates on kill leaderboard, assist leaderboard, etc. until the end of games. That's when those scores will get tabulated. So we will give you a update on the score as soon as that is possible.
And it is all pretty important. Again, if you are just joining us, I think the command ! commendations and even ! format in chat we'll give you kind of a brief rundown of what we're going for here. And again, the big thing that these players are trying to win is that ace squadron, right? You're just trying to win games any way that you can. So you want to help out where possible. As it looks like, oh, he's just a bit out of range. That's frustrating. Got to take him down. Will do so. Actually, was he getting shot by his ally there? That's what it looked like to me for a moment.
It could happen, you know. I mean, it's one of those. If you're pressing the wrong targeting button, you can end up accidentally targeting an ally. And if you just don't pay enough attention, you won't realize what's going on. But here we got an interceptor. He's targeting M-Beater on the other team, and he'll switch to the Y-wing, going for removal of the enemy bombers. I think this is an important target acquisition that we saw Eckhart doing there. He was targeted onto an A-wing. He could get into like a duel with another interceptor on the other team, but definitely more value to go and take out the enemy Y-wing.
One of the big things is right now our heroes here are unfortunately defending the Star Destroyer. It looks like they're just about ready to turn this around. They need to make sure that nobody goes down here. They need to find a couple more kills. Might even be able to take out some of these AI opponents. So it does look like what Corey's doing on your screen right here, trying to find a couple of AI ships to take out. But there we go. So now we are going to transition. Star Destroyer lives, but it has been, you mentioned, it's been a tough game so far, as this attack I think is going to have to be pretty deadly. They've got to take down at the very least these frigates. The frigates have to go down here if they want a chance, but already that bar starting to shift around. You've got to be careful on attack. You can't just throw yourself at it, or you're going to find yourself playing defense again soon enough.
We got wasted space here, targeting a subsystem. He's currently targeting specifically a laser turret on that frigate. This is why we can't actually see the full health bar of the ship and how much damage it has received. Currently, morale dead center. Make it very difficult for the enemy to advance and attack the capital ship. So right now, a bit of an advantage as it's pushed now into the Empire's favor. Now back to even. Man, this swings so much. And the moment that morale is back on the enemy side, these frigates start doing a lot more damage. We see wasted space finding out. He's down to 32 health right now. He's got to bail.
Yeah, it's important to take out those laser turrets if possible. They do a sneaky amount of damage, especially if you're in a lighter ship like wasted space is. But this is kind of the key to playing a good interceptor. You've got to be maneuverable. You've got to be fast. You can't just sit around, as unfortunately they're going to have to go back and play defense here real quick. But this is where the interceptors really shine. When you're on the defensive side, especially if you unfortunately fall, the respawn time's really quick. But these ships thrive in close quarters, kind of hit and run tactics. I think that's the term they use in game is hit and run. I like to call it boom and zoom, just from other dogfighters and things like that. But this is where this three interceptor composition kind of shines, although it does look like they switched off of that here wave.
Also, we've got we have three interceptors, a bomber, a support. Yeah, Corey just switched back, as again they are on the defense. Interceptor is genuinely a well-rounded ship, and every ship has a loadout ability. Like there's a lot of customization you can put into the ship. I'm trying to say that everyone has the ability to have different slots you can load out different items into. You can kind of swap guns across different ships, swap different items across different ships. You can unlock items by grinding in-game currency. Chat, let me know if you found what awesome builds you found. I honestly I keep on messing around with builds, and then I usually actually end up just going back to the default. Yeah. But that's because I'm not actually the best. Here's a Corvette town onto the capital ship.
Well, when it comes to loadouts, I think it's a lot of it comes down to personal preference, right? Until something's found that's really broken in this game, I think it comes down to a lot of personal preference. I mean, you can go on the Squadrons subreddit, and there are some pretty good builds. I think some people have found like almost infinite boost generating builds, which can be a bit crazy. And you know, boosting and drifting is not something we've really talked about, but it's a way to really make yourself extra maneuverable. And if you can abuse it, I mean, some of the best players in the game are very, very good. As you can see a little bit of a drift right there, actually using that drift to reposition yourself quickly to surprise enemy opponents really makes a difference on the battlefield.
It's one of the only ways you can be moving in a different direction than you're shooting as well, which can create some tactical advantages here. So far, we've been seeing Eckhart making his life a little bit difficult on himself, as he's got his power entirely over into his engines, which makes him extremely fast and difficult to hit, but also makes his guns hit like paperweights. So we'll see if we'll see if I haven't actually seen him adjust that power level at all. He puts it right into the engines as he spawns and then just leaves it there. But also manipulating your throttle, important in dogfighting. Right now he's leaving it at the top. But it was one of the advantages of the interceptor. You actually kind of he's just ignoring that in general. Just choosing to stay at full speed, and if you can't catch me, you can't hit me.
Yeah, maneuverability definitely seems to be the name of the game so far, though I think a lot of players underestimate the ability to do extra damage that you get when you flip it over to the lasers. This bomber, this Y-wing should go down. There it goes.
See, he could have made that so much easier on himself by just switching over his power to lasers for a moment. That is kind of like the next level of play. The first level of play is just being able to aim at them and shoot at them a little bit. See, now he's going to try and go into the attack of the enemy ship, going for the suicide run, just get as close as possible, and knows he's going to die. Probably going to try and spawn back in a bomber. Here comes Corey. We have had 2 players now switch over to bomber class.
Yeah, I mean, gotta do damage, and you can see this is something we haven't talked about yet either. These big capital ships. I mean, we talked a little bit about the lasers on the frigates. These capital ships actually have subsystems. They have targeting systems, shield generators, power systems as well. And if you destroy those, it makes the ship that much weaker. Obviously, if you take down the shield generator, right, it's going to stop regenerating its shields over and over again. If you take down the targeting system, you know, the lasers stop doing as much damage to you. And they're important to take out if you can't just, you know, in one run take out the ship. And a lot of teams, a lot of good, you know, quality teams are going to focus those out first.
Right now, I'm going to go back on defense again. This is going back and forth. One thing I wish this Spectre overlay showed us was the health of the 2 capital ships. We can only really see when the players die and choose to go into the menu. And actually, I don't even know if on the spectator we can see that in any way. But yeah, if you asked chat about loadouts, a bunch of people actually talking about the stealth loadout. I have not played with stealth at all. You're saying is the key is to stealth and then boost. I have to go try that at home. As a nice, definitely sounds like a great disengage tool. Does the stealth cause like missiles and stuff to lose lock on you, chat? I've never played with it.
That's a pretty good question. There are some countermeasures that force opponents to lose lock, and they can't lock for a brief time, but it takes a long time for it to recharge. I know that the interceptors have something like that. I can't remember if the X-wings and the TIE fighters do, but
chat confirming that missiles do lose lock when you enter stealth, which is pretty cool. That is definitely very strong. I don't know why you would run chaff over invisibility at that point. It's like you take yourself out of being seen and you lose lock. Sounds good to me. It must be a long cooldown. As we're seeing him try to take out the Corvette here at 60 health. See the health of the Corvette and is just, geez, he did not know the station was there. Sometimes you just get so locked on to your radar there on the left, you just lose track of where you are in real space.
Well, I mean, honestly, the mechanics of this game, running into stuff is not nearly as deadly as
as you think
it would be, right? I mean, the bomber's a big ship. I don't know if I honestly haven't tested it. I don't know if anybody's really tested it, but I wonder if ramming does decent damage. You just turn that bomber into a battering ram wave, and maybe you can take it out of the sky.
Be funny to go for the kamikaze runs. Jumping on with Charlie for the first time here, running the support class. Have you played much of the support class, Hunton?
Yeah, I was actually going to say I wanted to see what he was running. As you can tell, he's been putting in a lot of work. I've really enjoyed watching him, keep players alive longer than they really should. And the support ship is a very selfless role. I mean, those ion cannons can do a ton if you, as you can see him repairing up a teammate there. But those ion cannons, if anybody isn't aware, there are ion blasters. I'm not sure if that's what he's using. It's hard to tell.
He hasn't actually pulled the trigger yet. I don't think it shows up anywhere on the screen.
Unfortunately, but if he is repping ion as he's trying to calculate his next move.
He was looking somewhere else. Yeah, he had the calculator out on the side.
The ion cannons can disable ships for quite a long period of time, and you can't do anything, obviously, when your ship is disabled. If you're working with a couple of good interceptors like Eckhart's have here, as it doesn't look like he is going to run those ion, but it's an option for the support ship, and it really allows you to control the space a little bit more than you might otherwise think as a support player.
Chat, raise your hands if you saw the ion cannons in the loadout menus and was like, 1600 DPS, of course I'm going to run this, and then found out why you were so wrong later on. Definitely didn't happen to me. Definitely not.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why he's picking the lasers here. I mean, it does, you know, support ships are still scary ships in their own right if you come up on them wrong, as he was trying to get the repair off there. And I think, unfortunately, Wave, it's kind of hard to tell sides here. We were joking about a player shooting a teammate, but I think everybody just has red dots over them, unfortunately, for either team in the spectator mode.
No, he there did also have, you could tell what he was focused on by the locks in the middle. And yeah, it does kind of make them almost look like enemies. But I think he has Charlie was doing a good job making sure he had his targeting system set up to where he was going to only be targeting his allies. That is definitely his job. Right now, back on defense a bit, you can see the health of their capital ship there next to where it says Assault MC-75. It says it's the health of the enemy ship. Yeah, they currently are halfway through the hold, but the shields are back up. Right now they're having to play defense.
And that's another thing, too. We talked about taking out those shield generators, but you can also straight up avoid the shields if you get close enough to the capital ships. So it can be a strategy. It's a little risky, I think. I think oftentimes you want to take down those shields to give your ships a little bit more protection. But it's an option if you're having trouble, you know, you don't have any ion missiles or anything like that to help out with those shields. It can be an option, as now they're going to have to play defense. And this is a really close game, actually, Wave. They've got to win this, I think. If they can win this, then one solid push might just win them the game. But that said, if they get taken out, it could be game over right here.
Yeah, it could, but their power center underneath the Star Destroyer has already been destroyed, which puts these vulnerable points all over their ship. And once the shields get chewed through, those points become just easy targets. And their ship already below a third health. They've got to find a way to get. They've got to get into the bombers, probably blow up this Corvette. Do not let this Corvette take out the shields. Shields are dropping rapidly.
We'll see. They've got it down to the 25 health now. Just blasting away as much as they can. Should be able to take it down before it does any real damage. Yeah, it's gonna fall. There it goes. So good kill there. It gets them a little bit back in the morale category. But now, again, you can see those 3 interceptors coming out. Captain Shack's gonna stick to this bomber. Trusty bomber for Captain Shack throughout the game. Obviously, Charlie not deviating from that support. And I wonder if Charlie is kind of like the main support player. It seems like he is for this team. Do you think he's got multiple loadouts, or does he just stick to that one?
He might have multiple loadouts depending on what his team needs, but I mean, if I was I feel like support is probably the class where you're going to see the fewest loadouts. Like, you might have a loadout with ions and a loadout with lasers, but as far as what your team needs on support, you're going to develop a play style, a strategy around I drop what you need here and there. I'm targeting you, you know, when you're on the return, I'm going to hang out in R half. As we see them back up on offense.
Oh. Again, I mean, they're almost on offense here.
So close, so close.
Kill the AI ships. I don't actually know. Do the AI ships continue to spawn into? I believe so. I think it depends on the map. Honestly, I think they spawn here all the time on the map, on this map. But so that's another thing too we haven't talked about. AI ships can be taken down for morale boost, but they don't give nearly as much as player ships. But obviously, you could use that to kind of put yourself over the hump a little bit into it. As The other thing we need to pay close attention to, Wave, that I kind of forgot about until right now, the timer at the top. Only about 6:20 left to go. And I think their ship is actually a little bit lower health, so they're going to take the L if something doesn't change.
If it hits time, it does go to capital ship health. You see him targeting the targeting systems. Now adjusting to enemy ship. A-wing, though. Beater has been a thorn in their side this entire time, as we are half an hour into our tournament. The time remaining, they got 5 hours to rack up as many wins as possible. If you're just now joining us, they're playing public lobbies, fleet battles, just trying to get as many wins as possible and earn a Razor prize pack. Now this is our first game. They've been, our team right here, Eckhart's Ladder's team, definitely struggling right now to get fully back on offense. They've gotten so close a few times, and then the enemies have managed to get a few frags, save it off. Oh, we're so close. Find an AI ship, anything.
Oh, those are
there they go. Go on the attack. Here we go. They've got a chance.
Yes, they do have a chance. 5 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait. Actually, I think they might...
Was it already?
Are they in the lead? Perhaps.
It might be. This is pretty weak.
Well, let's see.
So close.
They got to take this down. I think this attack has to do it right here. You can see Captain Shack in that bomber trying to find the weak points and to do a little bit of damage.
System. It didn't locate it, and now it's swinging back the other way quickly here. Oh, so quickly the bar swings the other way as multiple players drop. Wasted Space and Captain Shack both taken out. Charlie, Eckhart, and Corey have to stay alive, and Corey's nearly dead. Corey's so low. Oh. And I think that's actually going to do it here. Did they win?
Did they? I didn't see the... I guess so, obviously.
It said that it's an Imperial victory. Look at that. Hey, they pull it off. Okay.
All right.
It sounded for a second like they said they lost, and then like defeat as expected. But no, Imperial victory. Well done, Eckhart's team. Twin Sun Squadron going to take down that first victory. What was a very, very close game. I guess the rest of the team was able to get it done while the guy we were watching was flying away. Hey, points on the board. Reminder, points don't come very quickly here for these teams. You only get a point for a win, so that's one win there for Twin Sun.
Yeah, win for Twin Suns, and we'll be updating you all on the standings a little bit later on as the stats and stuff continue to roll in. You know, obviously tracking 5 players per team takes a little while, and we should thank everybody on the back end, Wave, for all that they have put in to this. I mean, it is quite the production, and you know they're putting in all that hard work. It's going to be a long day. We're like half an hour into the first 5 hours, into the 5 hours, and oh man, it's already been exciting. I can't believe they took that game out.
It has been some fun action, and yeah, it is. This is entirely a project of love. The people that help put on this event are just people that love the game. We have been excited for this for a while. The moment this game got announced, that Twitter handle you just saw on the screen at SW Operation Ace got made. This tournament started to come into being in a Discord in a galaxy far, far away. You're back on board with, this is Team Senate, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, this is Senate Squadron on board with Skig.
We're on defense for now. The cruisers really haven't taken too much of a beating. Not sure if they've had a chance on offense, but it looks like they've got a relatively similar setup. I don't see a support ship unless okay, there is one at the top. So they're running one support, 2 bombers, 2 interceptors. And we haven't seen anyone really bust out the TIE fighter or the X-wing so far here. I wonder why.
Yeah, we haven't seen just the standard TIE fighter. Yeah. I mean, I can understand like specialization to some degree, and many of the people I have not in my experience found. I think the biggest advantage to like the TIE fighter over an interceptor is just slightly better hull, slightly better HP. You're kind of trading damage for HP, but Chad, if you have an understanding that if there's part of you that's been like, hey, you know what? Here's why I run TIE fighter over interceptor. Here's why I run X-wing over A-wing. Let me know your thoughts in the chat. And now one of their frigates gets taken down. You got to defend the other one. Oh, are they both taken down? Am I misreading the top bar there? It says defense Star Destroyer, and there's only one health bar.
Yeah, no, both of them went down. That was very quick. Unless we were given, you know, a little bit of misinformation when we got in. Of course, we don't know, you know, obviously with the game being brand new, we don't know if there's any kind of spectator bugs, anything like that could be, you know, that need to be sorted out. But yeah, they're on the Star Destroyer now. This looks like a tough game for this squad. Oh, that's a little helpful.
Hey, yeah, here's what I was hoping for. So you can see both the frigates taken down, and you can see that battle line as the morale has pushed into the Star Destroyer, so that puts the rebels on attack and puts our Imperial friends on defense. They have yet to take out either of the enemy frigates, but we got time. This is the very beginning of the game. You can also see the health of the subsystems on the capital ships. Right now the Star Destroyer shield's taken a bit low, but hasn't actually sustained any permanent damage just yet.
Need a couple more kills here, close to turning this on its head. Skegmaster, who we're on board with right now, trying to take out this Y-Wing if possible. Didn't quite get him. He's down to low health. That should do it. And there we go. Now,
I'm embarrassed chat had to point this out to me. They are playing a man down here. I believe this was the squad we started on at the very beginning, and one of their players abandoned the match. It's possible that they've just had one of their squadron go down. They're playing flying the missing man formation here for the rest of the day. Hopefully the Senate is able to take a few victories. Right now they are up on offense. See if they can take down some of these frigates.
Well, looks like they're going to stick here with Skegmaster. He's just trying to find some kills on these X-Wings. Oh, he's going to get taken down. That's been unfortunate. Elliot. Oh, I mean, he got pretty decent damage for what it's worth, but you know, trading your life for a little bit of damage, I don't know if it's worthwhile necessarily with how fast that bar moves.
And with also how slow the respawn timer is. I was hoping he had found a corner that you could sit where the turrets couldn't quite get at you. I was like, oh, that's gonna be quite the strat, quite the meta game. Doesn't look like it, and now they're still on assault here, but it's slowly swinging the other way. Need to maybe find a few frags on some enemy ships to keep that morale on your side, allow you to have more time on assault. A few people in chat chiming in on the X-Wing, A-Wing, TIE Fighter debate. A few people agreeing with the feeling I have of like, it's just too iconic. You gotta fly an X-Wing. Why would you not fly an X-Wing? But also, yeah, so people are talking about like turning, HP. I agree. I think the TIE Fighters are a better, the mixture of the middle. You go on to offense. Once you swing from from defense to offense, you don't have to go back to your capital ship, get out of the interceptor and get into a bomber. You just stay in the TIE Fighter. TIE Fighter is good for literally any side of the battle. Is that one-size-fits-all ship. And here we get the perspective from the Star Destroyer.
That's really cool. I like that. I think everybody was respawning. That's why we were watching it from the Star Destroyer perspective, but that was pretty cool.
He's just sitting there being like, "Sup, bro? I got a bunch of lasers."
Hey, man, maybe that's in the next update. You can control the Star Destroyer. You know, you have one less plane out there.
Oh, like Battlefield or something, where it's like there's like one guy up on top, like doing command. That would actually be so cool. You could have squads of 6, but one controls the capital ships and frigates. That would be fun.
Hey, EA, where you at? Although they have said this game not supposed to be supported too much with stuff like that, and that's actually kind of an interesting topic. As
can we for production? I'm getting multiple reports from chat that Bombastic and Twin Suns are in a match against each other.
Really?
There's any way we can jump into that? That would be exciting. As much as I'm enjoying watching the Senate play a man down here and hold on valiantly, a matchup of two teams against each other sounds amazing.
Yeah, we'll see if we do go ahead jump into that.
Yeah, well, for now, we'll stay right here watching these guys try to defend their capital ships taken out early. That being a man down is rough.
I mean, it really is. I mean, obviously you're playing 4v5, right? And it's never fun. But if you play your cards right, it doesn't automatically mean a loss in a game like this, especially if you've got skilled pilots who can kind of outfly the enemy team. It's much more difficult, obviously. But, you know, I like that they're going to stick around, battle it out, see if they can't if they can't make this into a game. But these frigates have to go down. I think they have to go down right now. You can't really sack too much here. This looks like Elliot. Yeah, he's going with the battering ram strategy again. It does damage, but I don't know if it's worth it. Oh,
it might not be. All right, here's a swap. All right, looks like we are over to the featured match. Jumping on board with the team we just watched get a win. Twin Suns taking on Bombastic right now. Bombastic, they're pushing on the morale. Technically right now on defense, but looks like it might just be moments away from the swap here. Good damage onto the first of our frigates. The second one still at full health. Watch Ecker get taken out there. Over to Charlie. Charlie running support again. This time for the Rebels.
Yep.
First time we're going to get to see some. First time we're going to see some rebellion ships here hunted.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I personally kind of like the Republic ships. I always seem to do a little bit better in the Republic ships over the Empire. Honestly, I think the shield really helps. The fact that you can overload that shield gives you such a good advantage. Although, don't get me wrong, those Republic ships do chew through shields if they get a lock on you. It does look like they're still on defense now. They've been heavily outgunned early on in this game. And that first cruiser, about half health, but that first frigate about half health. But if you lose that right now, it's tough to come back, especially with how this bar has been. It doesn't look like they've been able to frag out too much.
Well, they did Twin Suns nearly took out the first frigate on their initial assault. A nice kill there from the support player, going to help out. He's going to now turn around and try and help Captain Shack, who's getting beat up from the back. Captain Shack, switch your shields to the back! Oh, he was only for F1. You're targeting him. Now the leader for the Baron Award, Baron, most capital ship damage. Oh, there's a pop quiz real fast on the awards. Baron is the player with the most eliminations. So right now, Eckert's Ladder up on top with 27 frags. Well done. Meanwhile, in second place, Alex Damon there.
It shouldn't really be a surprise. He was alive for about 98% of that game that we watched him play. And honestly, I really do think, you could watch Charlie and what he did for Eckhart's just to keep him alive in that game. A support player is so crucial, I think, in a game like this. If you have a good one who can stick with you, knows how to fly to keep himself alive. He can keep the rest of the team alive for so long. And I really like that Charlie's kind of taken that job, right? He seems to be enjoying it, and he seems quite good at it to start this day out.
He's been doing a good job and getting a bit of damage in as well when he possibly can. Now they've swung it back the other way. It's time to go on the attack as he clips a rock. Man, I've done that so many times. You think you've got it cleared. Don't realize how wide your ship is. But his team completely full health, full shields looks like right now. Charlie doing his job. I'm excited to get onto... You know what? I really want to watch Eckert or Wasted Space. Maybe Eckert, just because he's like our kill leader. I want to see a full-on dogfight between two of our competitors today.
Oh yeah.
As this is a treat getting the two teams in the same lobby.
Oh, and I just realized this now. Also, Corey finally in an X-wing. We finally see one.
Other people in chat were saying that they felt that the turning was better in X-wings. Turning definitely, it's the thing with turning. The real thing with turning is controlling that throttle and keeping it in the sweet zone in the middle. If you're able to use your throttle properly, you'll get some real keen turns and all be on the tail of your enemies. We switch over. Woof woof. Coming in, trying to take out with our Y-wing friends here, but no! Eliminated from the field. Now over to Trist, chasing down Corey. His team's on defense here. You're going to choose to target the Corvette instead. Has to play defense, has to play the objective. He's going straight for frags. Another one of their capital ships destroyed, and now it's down to the Star Destroyer. Team Bombastic now put fully on the back foot. Only 93 damage, or 93 health still left on that Corvette. He's going for the full Rams, down to 87. The Rammin doing some damage, but he needs some teammates' help.
Yeah, back into the interceptor player now. Woof Woof see what he can do. Has to get a couple of frags. I think you got to take out. Yeah, I was going to say Corey has to be one of the main targets here. He's kind of been running through the enemy bomber teams trying to take out those Corvettes, or I should say just the Corvette. It does look like it is taking some pretty good damage now. Bombastic. He's got, what is he? He's in that bomber here, so yeah, that Corvette absolutely gets shredded. It was at like 60 health there not too long ago. But
it's a big
Star Destroyer is still exposed.
Yep, Star Destroyer is still exposed, but that's a big swing in morale, and now they got to find some players to knock out. Let's see who Bombastic finds. He's going to find Captain Shack on the Y-Wing. I'll switch over to Wolf, who's chasing down Eckert's ladder. Actually, he looks like he's trying to bail right now. Eckert's ladder was on his tail. Got him. Back over to Bombastic, who's now chasing down Captain Shack once more. He returns back towards defense. Hey, Bombastic, the leader of the team. Of course, he's got to drive a bomber, right?
It's got
Bombastic.
to be. Yeah, has to.
Yeah. Got a waste of space on his tail, maybe. He's trying to dodge. Don't ram too many things. You're so close to dead.
I still haven't gotten used to that in this game yet. Like, I come from so many games that you touch something and you just instantly
you're just
explode.
Gone, yeah.
I can't. It stresses me out watching these players ram into everything. But I mean, it's part of the mechanics. Honestly, if you can get a little bit of a speed boost just by, you know, bumping off of something and turning a little bit quickly, as I think Wolf's going to get chased down here. Actually, does get away. Doesn't have a lot of health, though. I think he's repairing. I can't tell. Oh, no, he's just going to go in for the repair. Okay. That makes sense. I don't think he was running that that repair on the interceptor there, but doing a pretty good job of keeping everything away from the Star Destroyer. They just haven't really found the kills. Good.
We've just been watching an absolute funeral procession. Team Bombastic. Every single time we cut to someone, Spectator Curse takes him out. As of now, can only for F1 finally take out Captain Shack. We've seen Captain Shack targeted multiple times. Now going in, fire from the Star Destroyer also helping out. Takes him just head on, flies on past, and now the turnaround on him to get on his backside. But he's flying straight in the kamikaze run to do his damage, get out, respawn on the other side. Right now, they're having trouble getting through the Star Destroyer shields, like shield generators. They teach you in the tutorial. Shield generators definitely first subsystem you want to target. Now, onto an X-Wing's tail. Pepper him from behind. At range, looks like maybe he got some good damage onto him. Gets taken out from behind.
So, Wave, question: how do you feel about like a ticket system for these attacks? Like a live system. You get 20 lives. If you run out on offense, then immediately you have to defend.
Something like that would be interesting. I mean, I think it would also be a little bit easier to really wrap your head around when you need to stay alive and when you need to be going on the offense. The morale system is cool. The morale system is good. And now up on Assault here, they're going to be going for the subsystems. The bomber taken out. Here's the overview of the map. You can see all of the frigates taken out. We got a Corvette pushing in from the Imperial side. That will be the primary target for the Rebellion. Their shield's starting to take some hits. You can see them swarming around the MC-75.
I don't know who 4 is. It's hard to tell from that screen. Looking at the numbers, who 4 in the white was there, but he was. I think he got a kill and some pretty good damage onto that capital ship. I think eventually ends up respawning, as it does look like everybody up now from Eckhart's team, and they've got to play a little bit of defense here. Going to try to shut down this Raider. That's kind of like, it's the Empire's Corvette, if anybody wasn't aware. So the Raider on the other side trying to do some damage, take out those shields, and this has been a pretty back and forth game. I'm liking how close these teams are here. It hasn't been a blowout on either side.
Yeah, for sure. No, and you could see the small spritz of lightning and electrical energy on the underside here of the MC-75. You see it right there on the side. That is the power system taken out on that ship, creating so many weak points. most valuable subsystems to give, especially to give your interceptor players something to shoot at, to help them feel like, okay, I'm helping here.
Oh, okay.
Doing capital ship damage isn't my primary thing, but you help them by creating targets for them. Now, got Captain Shack playing some defense, and now going to be going on the assault and get across this absolute maze of lava asteroids.
Isn't that bomber can do a lot of damage if he goes unnoticed. I think it's going to get lit up on the radars here. Definitely as these AI players cross his path, but we'll see what route he takes. He's kind of trying to, yeah, he's going to get caught there. I mean, it's part of the intricacy of this game as well. I mean, there are a lot of routes you could take to get to the same spot. Obviously, a lot of asteroids and stuff in the way, and if you don't get spotted by an enemy player, you're not going to show up until you're pretty close. I mean, this is going to be a pretty good run. He's got fully charged shields. You can see that white overloaded shield on the right side. He's going to get inside of the shields. I think that's the targeting system there.
Yep.
Ends up taking that out, or at least
got it. Wow. First run.
Ton of damage, and this is the power of that bomber. He does get taken down, but that wave, in my opinion, is a good enough trade.
That was yeah, a Y-wing for a targeting system, you'll take that any day. And that really opens up this ship. Be able to get inside it, not have to destroy every single turret. The turrets still, gotta respect them, they do a crap ton of damage. And yeah, you said it before, very, very even fight right now between two of our squads, and now going for the shielding system, just full-on kamikaze every time.
Oh my god, I flinch every time. I have to get used to this wave. I have to get used to it. It'll happen. It'll happen. But one thing, again, if you are new to Squadrons or you haven't played a whole lot yet, that especially for the Republic side, who we are watching right now, you can see the shields in the bottom right corner of the screen. You've got that ship has the green shields. If that turns white, that means that he's overloading those shields, which does a lot. I mean, it does decay over time if you're no longer putting power towards the shields, which he's doing right now. So you can see it turning white. He's loading up the shields, ready for this attack. He might switch over to the lasers here in a second. No, he's going to keep it on those shields because he's taking a ton of damage. Just trying to do something here. Does he get out? Oh, he only has 12 health. Nice repair from, I believe that was Charlie, going to give him a little bit of help here. And again, that is the key to such a good support player. I mean, now, can Captain Shack turn this into some more damage? He's in that bomber, just trying to defend, turn this into damage on this raider right here.
Look for it. Putting the pressure on him. Chewing through the shields right now. And chat calling for Captain Shack definitely going for the wrecker. I'd agree. If we can show the objective damage leaderboard, I think you guys will find it humorous. Captain Shack definitely has been a chap of one idea. Put as much damage onto objectives as possible.
Well, I mean, that was kind of that was the speculation. There you go. There's the wrecker.
Oh,
well.
I don't know that chart isn't. So it's bugged out because his number's too big. I'm pretty sure. He has 100. For the number I'm seeing, he's got 114,000 objective damage. Second place has 53,000. That's Greedo over on Shio's squad. So yeah, Captain Shack definitely. He's in the lead by double right now.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that was kind of the speculation before the game came out. I know a lot of people talked about what comps are you going to run? And a lot of, there was a lot of like, are you going to have dedicated objective killers? Are you going to try to switch out and have everybody play kind of like, more versatile? As God, look at how much damage this ship can take, and he's still in here doing work. And then, oh, that laser beam too does so much to the hull. Finally gets taken down, but my goodness. A ton of punishment on that capital ship.
Corey is the only player alive for his team right now, and he might be going down soon. This just should easily swing things back to the direction, unless there's a Corvette alive. He's trying to bail right now, full speed ahead, and goes for the boost.
Oh, you're almost there.
He's out of. He was out of everything. Man, and where is the? Is there a frigate alive? How is it? the Empire still got this much morale after losing all their players. Oh no, excuse me. That was not the. That was the Rebels losing all their players.
Yeah, they're almost. I mean, if they lose one more, they're pretty much done on the offense here. It looks like.
They'll spawn back in. So far, there they go. Fall over to the fence. Yeah, it was just one more frag was all it was going to take. Man, a back and forth affair.
And we're getting into the final moments, too. Only 11 minutes left. Both teams kind of already taking punishment. Man, this is actually really, really close. This is exactly what I think you and I both wanted to see. Both of these teams in a legit 5-on-5 throwdown match. And it's important, too. I mean, these are not short games, Wade. There's 5 hours, but each game takes a good 20, 30 minutes. And if you can pull one over on your opponent that you're competing against, that's awesome.
I'm telling you, mark my words. This is going to be a defining moment in the tournament. This could be what sets Twin Suns apart from Bombastic. Now around the edge, chasing them. X-wing and an A-wing on your tail. That's bad news. The Raiders coming in from the side. Got to defend your capital ship right now at less than a third health, and the shields dropping quickly as well. I'd like to get behind this Raider, pump as much damage into it as possible. He's got tough shields to get through first. You can see he's got all of his energy, all of his power into his weapons right now. Doesn't need to do any fancy flying. Doesn't even need to keep his shields up necessarily. Just get this Raider off the map. There we go. Starting to chew through it so quickly. Once the shields go down, quick work. Already at half health.
By Raider. Yeah, that's an important kill. But look at the health of the MC-75. Oh, we're getting...
Oh, it's dropping so quickly.
Oh, my goodness. Wait. Is it... Okay, it did go down. I thought maybe it just disappeared for a moment, but that is it. It's a win for the bomb side. Unreal how close that game was. And I had a feeling that it would come down to one really good push from one of these teams. And I mean, that the starter story had about half health when they started on that attack there, Wave, and they were able to make it work. Had to, I think, win it in that push, or they were going to lose on the other side.
Oh, Bombastic squad emerges victorious. What a performance from them. My goodness. That was a battle back and forth. And now we're going to go jump over with Shio's squad. Currently needing to fall back and defend. At the very beginning of a game, though, things should be pretty even.
You know what?
All of our frigates still up.
I think this is actually another matchup here, Wave. I think it's against Stash Squad, yeah.
Oh, this is so cool. I'm so glad this is happening. I'm so glad that they're actually ending up in lobbies against each other. This makes this so much more exciting. So we've got Shio's squad for the Imperials, and we've got Sash's squad for the New Republic. Fighting here at the docks.
So we haven't watched this team yet, right? No, this is the first time we've been on board with either of these two teams, actually.
Yes.
So this is a 3 bomber, 2 interceptor setup to defend. This is on defense.
3 bombers and 2 interceptors. I mean, I've seen a few really strong bomber builds that seem just as good at PvPing, especially if you can get them in one run. If you don't get into a death roll, you don't get into a dogfight with them, the bombers can absolutely annihilate people. Just got to make sure you're landing all your shots on that first run. Right now on defense, just trying to take out the enemy ships, swing the morale the other direction. The shields on the cruisers holding right now. You can call them frigates.
Well, I think it's frigates on one side, cruisers on the other.
Yeah,
is it not?
It's cruisers for the Imperials. But not going to evade all of the missiles.
Oh, here's a cool... Oh, sweet. So we can see... oh, cool. All right, this is a cool screen. So, yeah, Spooky Jedi in that bomber. We can take a look at what his loadout is. Oh, no, we're going to mute him instead. Okay. Yeah, so you can see that beam cannon. We saw a lot of it in that last game. And there's another one, Greedo with that beam cannon as well. I have noticed that beam cannon shreds through armor of... obviously, you have to use it against capital ships. Yeah, all 3 of them running that beam cannon. There's a little bit of an ion Good to see the ion bomb come out. Those will take out shields quite easily. And this is really what I was interested too in, are these interceptor builds. And I mean, these are pretty straightforward, you know, just pretty standard ion builds. I mean, not ion builds, interceptor builds.
Yeah, a few of them I think are just running the defaults. Same thing here with Stash. And you can see there the New Republic running a support class ship, as we've seen pretty standardly here. Shield Squad opting for the 3 bombers, 2 interceptors we were talking about just a second ago. The lack of the support class, the thing that's most notable about that lineup.
Yep, and again, I think some of these teams are going to regret it. I feel like a support player does so much work, as my goodness, can't sit still in this game, absolutely gets taken out. And you know, as the game progresses, Wade, we've talked about it already, I'm still not sold on sacrificing your life for just about anything. I think you have to do a whole heck of a lot of damage to either enemy players, to an important target like a frigate or a capital ship, for it to really be worth throwing your life away for nothing, because that bar moves fast. And you said, I mean, what is it, 15-second respawn every time, doesn't matter where you're at, so it's a long time to be off the battlefield, and I just don't think enough players get enough done with it when they throw away their lives.
Well, the assault frigates holding up just fine with their shields, and the momentum starting to swing back in Republic's favor. Spooky sneaking over the top. Got Stash money in his sights. Goes in and fires all, but gets lit up on the other side. He's gonna fall back and defend. He's too far in enemy territory and gets annihilated.
I wish we would have seen who would have taken him down. I don't know if there's a way we can get the kill feed or the kill list in the corner anymore. I think we had it for a little while, but unfortunately, I mean, it does look good for Stash Squadron. They're obviously playing as a unit here, and they've already got some pretty decent damage on these cruisers. I know that we saw them in a pretty heavy interceptor build. I wonder if they changed over to more bombers to try to attack.
You see Monkey Face, yeah, pulling out the support, like you said there. So, yeah, possibly a multi-class or a multi-role player. Something we haven't seen from the other squads. The support player generally just playing support. Right now, Shio trying to get back on offense. Getting hounded from behind. He's got to find a support. He's got to find a heal up of his own.
That's the problem being a support player. You can heal everyone but yourself. But does get some good work in before he gets taken down. That cruiser will, or I'm sorry, oh my god, I can't remember what that thing is called. Corvette. Starts with a C. Goes to cruiser. It's taken down rather quickly.
Corvette for the Republic, the Raider for the Imperial side. And one thing we have been seeing these players do is avoid full-on dogfights, just hounding in on one ship and chasing them down. They're staying very objective focused, taking out enemy ships when they can, but they'll kind of do runs on the enemy ships, do runs on the other players. As he attacks this X-Wing here, you'll watch him go for it and actually just get the kill right away, so that makes that easy, especially when they fly into a wall for you. Turn back around. Is he going to stay on his tail? This is just an X-Wing. This is just an AI ship with a few points. But yeah, you can see, like, as that engagement stops being relevant or stops being immediately in front of him and advantageous, he doesn't continue to chase that. Chooses instead to go for the objectives. Flows in here. They've got the shields down on the sea frigate. We'll try to get in, do as much damage as they can, drop some bombs. Fail.
That laser beam should call it a laser ship with how much use this laser's been getting from these bomber players. Wow, look at how fast that bar changed. I think everybody, yeah, only Spooky Jedi lasts alive. He's trying to get out with his life. Gotta go, can't get there. Oh. And now we get the cool Star Destroyer view again. And yeah, so now this is a time that the Rebels should be focusing those AI ships. Hopefully they are. Here we go. We are going to jump on the side of the Rebels, the Stash Squad here. I I like how they all have Stash in their name. That's really pleasing to look at.
If you go check out their streams and their POVs on their own channels, I believe they're all dressed up for the occasion as well. Stash came to play today. He's got his Millennium Falcon Lucky Charm. They destroyed that Raider before it even got close. Now on to the Star Destroyer. Ooh. Oh, he's going to be hunting down Stash Money. Give him some hugs of life. Here you go, buddy.
Yeah, so support ship on both sides now. I don't know if they switched off after that respawn, but it does seem like one support seems to be the meta. I wonder what it would be like to have like a double support and the supports just keep each other alive, and they just dish out a ton of healing to a couple bombers and maybe an interceptor on attack. I wonder if that would work out, because I look at how much work they put in. The cooldown is really low for how much repair it gets. I mean, granted, you have limited supply, right? It's got one left after that, but it's just going to do circles, try to keep those bombers, the interceptors alive as long as possible, and then when it's obvious that the fight is lost or they got enough damage, he's just going to fly back, might even fly into the capital ship for a bit of a resupply, and then it's back to playing. And I wonder how a double support setup would work.
And we saw some people in the chat actually saying that they feel like a double support really could be the way to go. And is that you have one up actually doing the supporting work while the other one's going back resupplying, constantly changing them out. And I do think right now that is the weakest part of any team, especially with the ways we've seen these teams playing, is just how often they're dying. Dying is such a long respawn timer, and it allows the other team just to farm damage, farm morale off of the AI. Definitely, like being dead is the ultimate CC. So I want to see a nice little rift turn there. We go try and find Stash Squash, but no, Squash taken out. He's now going to look for money. He is out. He does need to resupply at some point. He's currently out of repair kits.
Maybe he's just looking to do some damage before getting taken out. Just looking for a trade or two, or now looking to run away from this fight. But yeah, we'll eventually get the repair. Don't want to give over any unnecessary frags or unnecessary, momentum to the enemy team. As Brown's in a bit of a fight. Does he have the boost to get there?
Chasing down Greedo, but getting hit from behind now.
Oh no!
He's switching shield directions. No, he's gonna get caught in the corner. Oh no! Wait, is he doing this on purpose? He is dead on. He's dead on the throttle, but he's kind of trapped here. He's gonna beat himself up just trying to get out. So much damage, and now gonna sneak up behind the support. It was a nice hiding maneuver, but is it gonna cost him? Shields to the back. He can possibly live. Going for him. Takes down. This is Monkey Face gonna be taken down.
No way.
Quickly down to 40 health. He's lost track of him though. In front of him, 1 HP, don't hit the rock! No!
Oh, no! I thought it would work. Oh, I was so ready. I think he did that on purpose. I think that was a sneak maneuver. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the big brain. Hit the zero throttle, hide there. No one looks for you when you're not moving. And there's a Monkey will finally get taken down. Stash Money gonna help him out.
And he was trying to end Monkey's career before it even started. Almost got him. He had 1 HP. Man, that's okay. But now it's down to the capital ship wave again, and the shields are already almost depleted, about 10% left or so on those shields. As they're trying to take down this Raider. It has decent health, looks like still. Yeah, it's going to fall relatively quickly. The bomber's going to focus it, but the shield's gone for the MC-75, and now it's armor damage.
Spooky Jedi got absolutely lit up. Now onto Monkey Face on the other side. The A-Wing doing what it's made for. Take out enemy ships. Another one goes down. 2 quick kills. They destroyed the Raider, which swings things back to the way. Time to attack. And does he stay in here? I'm actually surprised to not see Stash Money try to immediately turn around. Maybe get healed up. And the ship is just redeploy with a brand new fresh A-Wing. They've just got him just sitting there in the hangar. It's awesome. Just like pop out of one and just pop in the other one. Just bail as soon as possible. Pit crew's incredible there. Oh, yeah. Spooky Jedi getting absolutely lit up. Gonna turn on him, try and find Monkey Face now. On the Metal Magic.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to focus down that Corvette. We saw it spawn in on the screen, but yeah, these interceptors gonna do a good amount of work, or these A-Wings, I should say, gonna do a good amount of work at this stage. Oh no, please don't crash.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no! Oh,
He's repairing
it's just
through it all.
disaster. He's repairing through it all, and it's just, take the throttle off! Take the throttle all the way off! All the way! No!
Dude, he
Hey,
has
he's alive.
more health now than he did when that started.
Dude, that astromech droid is doing overtime. Give that guy a bonus.
Oh my.
Try and light up the support ship here, and then gets killed immediately on it. That is unfortunate. F's in chat.
Man. God, this game, something about that, man, just really, it's
hilarious.
It speaks to me as a commentator. I don't know. But I mean, now we're kind of in a bit of a, I wouldn't say a lull, but we're a bit even now. That Star Destroyer really hasn't taken a ton of damage. Looks like it has chewed through the shield, so both sides through the shields, a little bit of hull damage. And actually right now, if Stash Daddy continues to find these kills like he has been, could keep his team on the attack. You can see him not wanting to get too close to that capital ship, just trying to wait for his teammates to respawn and look for these AI ships to try to push that bar back a little bit more in their favor. I'm sure we'll see an organized push here in just a minute.
He's only at 13 HP. You know, you want to get in there and respawn. I am interested in how many of these players are playing in VR versus just on the normal monitor. I have found the game significantly more enjoyable, and I think actually also it's almost a tactical advantage on the Republic side to be flying in VR. The open canopy of the A-Wing and of all the ships, honestly, they're all so much more open than the TIE Fighter lineup.
It's like you're not even in a ship in the A-Wing. It's crazy how open it is. Oh, is he going to be able to take this down? He's through the shields. No, not enough damage. Gonna have to turn off. Stash Squatch almost finding that power supply, but does get taken out. And yeah, now the attack falls to pieces a little bit here. Might even find a pick off on the support player. They will. And this push wave, we've seen a couple of teams really hound the capital ships when they get the numbers advantage. This could be a final one.
That was a nice frag. We're gonna see if they can get another one here. Fills the throttle, gets the turnaround on him, gets behind him. Let him have it. Dead on arrival. They're slowly pushing this bar back. Probably assume them being up on offense now that there is a Raider. The Raider now probably that was a large bar swing. I feel like that might have been the Raider. Nope, there it is. Still alive. Stash money. Chasing down Spooky Jedi. Getting on his tail. Take out these bombers before they can do more damage. Your shields are gone. You gotta get back on offense quickly. Nice frag.
I would, if we don't mind, if we could switch over to the Empire's point of view, see what they're running right now. They're very close to a victory, but this Raider is going to go down. It looks like, yeah, that thing getting absolutely lit up right now. Will that be enough to push the bar all the way forward? No, not quite. That's a good kill, though. That will do it as soon as we switch over.
There we go. But they were so close. They were so close.
They were really close. And now they're getting absolutely roasted at I don't know, what do you want to call it? Wait, mid? I mean, it's kind of what it is, but they're getting destroyed there. And now the attack's going to start up again, though the shield's pretty much back to full strength.
Oh, as the True's getting chased, you see the lasers hounding in from every direction. Doing an okay job now trying to go in on the Corvette. Two Y-Wings following it in, and then just gets lit up. The big ship cannon's just too much for the little interceptor.
Oh, the power.
Oh, the power.
That's going to open up a lot of holes on the ship. But the morale bar slowly slipping away. That's probably another kill, I believe. To get them a little bit closer. Now just got to try to do as much damage as they can to these bombers just sitting on the hull, and it's a dangerous tactic to sit there. Obviously, you do more damage, but you're such an easy target.
How does Stash Buddy get away? He was just sitting there like a beached whale. And Metal Magic comes in, lights him up, and somehow it doesn't manage to finish the kill. Now Stash getting chased. Brown going to be taken down. But in the Star Destroyer, nearly done. They just need to find one or few more frags, and they could probably win this game. This is such a decisive moment. If they get back on offense here, that MC-75 is lit right now. You've got to find these frags. Do not let them chew through the rest of this. Here's a good target. Daddy in front of you, but it's an A-Wing. This is going to be one of the hardest ships to hunt down and finish off, but that will be the difference maker. They're going to try and pinch him here. 2-1. Oh, he clips the side of the ship. He's nearly dead. Heals up on the side. Keep himself alive. He was down to 6 HP.
They got him.
Good job. They got him. Prepare to attack. Here they come. And this is going to be everything on the side of Stash. They'll live through this one. Look at the health bar on their ship. It is so dead.
So low. Yeah, these bombers got to be putting in a lot of work, as it looks like they're trying to take out the ship still. Just throwing everything they can at the Empire ship, but I think that's going to do it. Yeah, they're going to walk away with the win. Wow.
That was Shio's squad. Well done. Finish that one off. And what was a very fun, close battle there. But man, back and forth. God, I love that these teams are ending up in the same lobbies, Hunted.
Oh, absolutely. Look at the frags too. Heavily in favor of the Rebels there. 18 kills for Stash Money, 17 for Daddy, but the frags don't always necessarily lead you to victory. I mean, 18 for Spooky Jedi. We definitely saw him putting in work around that midfield, but goodness me. We've seen 2 matches between our 2 teams, and neither one of them have been disappointed. They've come down to the very, very end. It's awesome.
Yeah, this has been quite the battle. I've really enjoyed watching these guys play. And chat, let us know what's been your favorite moment so far. It's genuinely been like, I wish there was a way we could go back and watch that A-Wing's perspective. That was the deciding moment. And choosing to fly up above the ship, you go up into this open space. Everything's able to aim up at you. But like, it is such a game of it's crazy when you're playing a fighting game where everything moves for you, right? The ship is constantly moving forward, and that just presses your decisions. And sometimes you end up in places like above the enemy capital ship where every turret and every other ship is aimed up at you. And maybe you don't even realize you are the deciding moment. If you go down, your team goes down. Maybe staying underneath the ship, staying around the edge, getting off to some asteroids, staying alive, just long enough for your teammates to get back up and try to push up and get that final kill. Might have been the difference maker. But hey, these guys playing a game that came out like 2 weeks ago, this has been a blast.
Oh, it absolutely has been. And we've got how much time left? 3 hours, 43 minutes left of even more exciting Squadrons action. But Wave, I mean, again, I don't know if we have the standings quite ready yet. I think we'll do that on the other side of the break, but
I think we will. Yeah, we'll see how that one goes. I think we're going to take a quick break here, chat, but thank you so much to Razer for helping sponsor this event, keeping this up and running and giving our players something to play for. Looks like Stash versus Bombastic got into a lobby, so we'll be going to that one next.
Star Wars Operation Ace is brought to you by Razor Gold. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Star Wars Squadron Operation H. I am Hunted, and joining me for the next hour or so is my good friend Scriven. Welcome to the broadcast. A pleasure to have you on here with us. Don't know how much you've been able to watch, but we have seen some epic matches already, and we've got another one upcoming.
Yeah, I caught towards the end when we start to get some head-to-head matchups, right, which is really cool. The fact that the matchmaking is working out in our favor, that's awesome. And obviously a lot of different comps, some speedy games, some longer games, some clear players that are starting to, spread to the top, as it were. And I'm really excited to actually get to watch and fully break down a full game finally.
Well, hey, if you take a look at that clock at the bottom, we still have 3.5 hours or so left to go of Squadrons action. But we are going to take a quick look at the leaderboard for the Baron Award. That is the player with the most kills at the end of the day. Right now, it is Alex at the top with 53. We just watched him and Stash Squadron in a pretty good battle. I think we're even going to jump on board with them in just a minute. Eckhart not too far behind with 45, and really that whole leaderboard relatively close. A lot is going to change, but already 53 eliminations on the day. We've only been playing for about an hour and a half or so. That number, I have a feeling, is going to get pretty high by the end of it here.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, that's like maybe 3 or 4 games we could say, like at a push. So a pretty consistent kind of 15 kills each game, maybe just under in a couple. So that's really, really good, actually. I'm kind of impressed by that. I was thinking more where Eckhart is at, like the 40 frags is a pretty decent level, right? So the fact that we've got a pilot all the way up towards the top there with 53 is pretty impressive.
Well, hey, if you are enjoying this and you'd like to follow along with us, get information on upcoming events and things like that, make sure you follow the Twitter handle right down below down there. It is at SW Operation Ace, I should say, SW Operation Ace on Twitter. Make sure you follow that and get updates for more upcoming events as we are getting into this one. It seems right now, yeah, we've got Stash and Bombastic already doing battle here.
Okay, so I think they've been in for a little while. Hopefully we'll get a bit more. Yeah, so there we are, the Star Destroyer and everything, right? So they have been in. I believe they were on while we were at the break and getting swapped over with the commentary and whatnot. So it does look pretty good here, I would say, for the Rebels. That Star Destroyer, 3/4 of the way destroyed already. Pretty decent level so far.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can take a look at the Rebel side here. They've got, let's see, 2 bombers, 2 interceptors, and that support ship. It looks like Rendar has kind of taken the role of the support player. Saw him in that ship for quite a while in the last game. But right now, Daddy going to pick up a kill. I think he's looking for the next one. My goodness. Players are falling left and right around him. Gonna try to finish off this one. Only 17 health left on that bomber there. Does manage to take him out. And this is pretty dangerous right now. We don't know exactly what the situation looks like on the Rebel side. With how many ships have just gone down, they're looking to target this power supply. Ends up getting about half the damage done on that power system there. And this is a good-looking game right now for Stash Squad.
Yeah, it really is. Obviously, we'll get a bit more of an idea when it swaps over, but unless that MC75 is, pretty much one hit, I think the Rebels are going to be in the lead in this game. So kind of exciting jumping straight into one that's already going. I really want to see like some changes in the comps. I think we're starting to get like a bit static on some of these squadrons, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think as Wave was mentioning earlier, comfort is going to be really important today, right? For these guys, they're not quite at a massively professional level, as it were. But I think changing things up ever so slightly, as we've seen people say in the chat, and you guys were talking about, bringing in more supports could be interesting. Maybe trying an entire team that's stacked with bombers just to land that final push could be cool to watch. But no one quite yet is trying to bend the meta, as it were.
That we are on board now. Well, we're still on the
yeah.
rebel side, but the frigates are even still alive. Though they did take one down, the shield is going on the second. And right now, Bombastic company really in a bit of a pickle here. Stash Squadron seems to have taken this game by the horns, as it were, though they are on defense right now. We'll see if Browns can put in some work here with this Y-Wing. Gonna try to avoid a little bit of laser fire from behind. The takeout, wow, he got absolutely obliterated. Not sure what he got hit by right there, but it completely took him out of the play. Daddy now going to rotate around just... I'm sorry, this is Rendar healing up Daddy there. And again, the support player. We've watched a good amount of support play so far, and each team seems to have one that spills into this role. And I don't know, it's something that we've talked about a lot. I'm not going to keep, banging that drum, but I really can't wait to see how the support play kind of develops in this game.
Yeah, I think it is where you're going to get most of your versatility, right? Especially because most people seem to just run one of them, so it's kind of a form of how the strongest version of a support ship develops, right? Because you could have a bomber that maybe, I don't know, is more defensively built with better lasers, as it were, and then one that's more offensively built with better auxiliaries and things like that, or auxiliaries designed for capital ships, I should say. Whereas with this support, you've got the one, that laser looks so cool.
It's not often you see a laser onto an enemy player's ship. Typically, they're not going to be sitting still for that long, but I guess if you can disable them for long enough, it should do the job. But right now, they are still on the assault phase. That Star Destroyer, half health, does have full shields. Rendar still rolling out that support to his teammates. They really haven't switched up the comp. They're going to stick to this 2-bomber, 2-interceptor run, and it's obviously been working out for them here throughout this game. But it does look like they're kind of getting stuck at the mid right now, not really pushing through. Maybe just waiting to regroup a little bit for one final assault, though the shield is just about half health now.
It's really good here as well, watching. We've been on Rendar for a long time, and you guys have mentioned it. We're talking about drums and beating them, right? But dying is very, very bad, and he's really not been under threat an awful lot, which, again, I think on a supportive ship is really important to stay elusive and hidden, and even while you are being fired at, as he is at the moment. And one thing that I am noticing, I'm going to throw this in, I think it is micro-drifting what he's doing. And he's doing it really, really well. That it looks like every time he gets into a fight, he's very quickly out of there and can't really be locked on for very long. So I think we're seeing a lot of individual skill on the Stash Squadron for sure, and then that happens. Oh goodness, I take it all back.
I think he got inside of the ship. He just went sideways into it. You can go full speed at that respawn point right there, and you'll be just fine. Just for anybody who doesn't know.
If you come from underneath, there's like this little thing that looks a bit like a diving board. The other day, I just crashed straight into it and blew up.
Really?
Yeah. So I think you do need to be careful what kind of angle you're coming in from.
Oh no! Now I'm gonna be like self-conscious, flying in there at full speed, just trying to get away from enemy players, but. I mean, right now, that was a pretty good defense, all things considered. They're back now attacking the MC-75, and I'm actually kind of surprised. I really thought when we saw the side swap, I thought this was going to be a Rebels victory for sure, but right now they're on the back foot. Their players are respawning. You're on board here with Stash Squatch. He will try to do as much damage to this Raider as possible. Looks like still a lot of health. Shields is down, and that's going to start to drop. But yeah, this is a closer game than I think both of us were expecting now.
Yeah, for sure. They've really turned the heat up. To be honest with you, it's looking good for the Imps. We'll see maybe some changes coming in. Squatch has just dropped back in. No, it was just a simple resupply. He's trying to stay alive here. He is being melted, and pretty solid lock onto him, but he seems, with the shields, with the repair bot, to have broken away for now. But honestly, you know, keeping him away, keeping them in that defensive position is going to be pretty good for the Imperials here. It doesn't look like we're going to see that shift coming in just a second, though, if things work out here for the Rebels. Yeah, so one more ship going down, and they're able to get back on the attack. This is where now it becomes very troublesome indeed for Bombastic, I think. Is they've got this player who's kind of straggling, not really doing damage there because it is on the attacking mode. And of course that Star Destroyer is not very healthy at all. Of course, the joy of this for the Imperials now on defense is the fact that the shields regenerate, so they do have a bit of leeway in that sense.
That they do, though. It is worth remembering as well that shields can be bypassed just by flying straight in. You can see here comes Stash Money looking for that that point right there for some extra damage. Ends up running into it, does get taken out in the process. I don't think he even got the damage he was really looking for, so that's an unfortunate death now as things are going to start to swing into the Imperial side. Brown's trying to take out that shield generator. It's going down slowly. Is he going to get it before he gets picked off? It does look like he will. Nobody's even in the vicinity of taking him down. Now he'll get shut down, but able to take that out pretty much single-handedly. That's going to hurt this Imperial side, though they've done a great job so far of staving off yet another offensive.
I think what we're starting to see a little bit as well from the Stash side of things is they're dropping some of their coordination. It doesn't quite look as clean as perhaps when we came in, maybe getting desperate for the victory, right? It's a name to be taken, bit of a rivalry, of course, and general points for the competition. So it looks to me that they just kind of charge in there, trying desperately to end the game, lose a few too many members, and the shift comes incredibly fast. That was actually a very, very quick attacking phase, to be honest, which is not a good thing for your attackers, right? And now we're back onto the Imperials, and I mean, there is certainly potential here. It's not like the MC-75 is much healthier, maybe what, like a third more HP than the Destroyer. So it's going to be interesting here to see if the Imperials can actually pull this back.
Well, this attack's going to have to be pretty important, I think, if they want to bring it back. It always seems like these attacks either do very, very well in that they do a ton of damage, or it kind of flounders out a little bit too early. You start to stagger in, especially, and then, you know, when there's only one or two players on the attacking side of the field, then this Raider or the Corvette on the other side seems to get focus fired pretty quickly. Things start to fall apart, and I think that's going to be one of the big things that we're going to see develop as the game continues to get older and these teams play together a little bit longer, is well-coordinated offensive attacks to do large amounts of damage quickly, right? I mean, it sounds straightforward, right? You think, oh, well, that's easy. There's no, you know, anybody should be able to do that. You should be able to solo queue and do that, but it is quite difficult to go from defense to offense. You know, you're typically repairing a little bit, or you might not be in the ship you want to be in, so you've got to swap like these players are right here. And then to coordinate and not just kind of trickle in it's important, and it's difficult to coordinate that in such a large space like this.
I think they have to do it on this attack, you know, Hunted. I honestly think if the Imperials can get another attack there, damage since we've joined has been much more consistent. So they really have to get it done on this attacking phase to the Rebels. And hopefully from the last time they have somewhat learned their lesson that charging in, forcing the issue is maybe not the way to do it. going to be an important frag coming in if it can be secured by money, but he actually gets melted after just following that bomber for so long. He's the one that ends up going down. Again, another problematic start for the Stash Squadron here.
Oh, well, actually, I think that's it. Did they just do it?
Okay. They just snuck in. It looks like they did. They did indeed. Okay.
That was very, very quick, very fast end. And, I mean, like you said, I think it had to happen on that attack. They're able to get it done. Stash will take the victory over Bombastic here. And
the first time I've seen all that.
Wow, 24 kills over to Stash Daddy, 21 for money. My goodness. The
then as well, look
damage.
at Rendar here, right? 3 deaths.
Yeah.
Which is far and away the lowest. Also 9 and 7, on where everybody else on the Bombastic side has got above 10. So that's also something to consider, I think.
Rendar didn't have a kill in that game. Do you find that surprising? He's the support player. But we see these support players look for frags at the very least, or at least help. But, I mean, he had not even a single kill.
I suppose. I honestly, I feel like not dying and focusing solely on the role, like being that supportive element, seemed to help them out a lot more there. They really did get that early damage. I think maybe some late decisions worked against them, like we were saying, forcing the issue a bit too much. But when we joined, they were miles ahead, it felt like. So at least initially, he was doing his job really, really well.
You are absolutely right. As we're jumping on board here with Eckhart's ladder, they are assaulting a Star Destroyer, looking for another win. I don't believe this is against another team that we are watching today. I think this is just a random lobby here, so looks pretty good for them. I don't see any X's above the Rebel side, so I don't think they've even lost a frigate so far here, Scriv. And yeah, as you can see, both of them are still up. This is a very good game right now for Eckhart's team.
Yeah, I have a feeling, game started 25 minutes? So I think they've very quickly gotten down to the Star Destroyer here. Might even still be in the first phase for them, so this could be a little difficult. These closer games that we've seen have definitely been, team versus team, I think, is the thing. Whether it's one that we're following, or they're playing up against another 4 or 5 stack on the opposition side of things. But we might see this a bit today, where we talk about pub stomping. This is kind of classically what it is, right? You move in with that squad up against 5 guys who have not really teamed up at all and just completely solo queuing. So we might see a little bit of a mess from the opposition, but we'll see. They are starting to pull it back once again. Now that we've joined, they are picking up a few frags, trying to, at the very least, even out that morale bar and make sure that it's not completely one-sided.
Eckhart, as we noticed at the top of the segment, was second place in that Baron hunt. Again, the Baron commendation, player with the most amount of kills at the end of the day. And if you do want to see the other commendations and the format, go ahead, use !commendations and !format in chat, as it looks like, oh yeah, Eckhart gonna get a little trap there, shut down now finally, as we are on board here with Wasted Space in that A wing, as that has been the go-to ship really for most teams, but specifically for Eckhart's team. They from the top of the show here, Scriv, that we have seen them really try to utilize as much as they can out of these interceptors.
Yeah, for sure. I honestly think you were mentioning it earlier as well, right? Like, maneuverability is so important. If you can just get into a good position, I feel like behind someone and you're tracking them and you're following them cleanly, you'll eventually take them down. Maybe you don't have as much damage. Maybe you are focusing on the speed side of things. Although personally, I can find it a bit awkward on the interceptor. If you come up against a bomber or a support, you end up being like faster than them, and it's a bit of a weird kind of fight. But yeah, they're really, really important, I think, to just track people down, particularly on the defensive side, although we see players just stay on them because, again, you don't want to be throwing deaths into the mix and whatnot. And the interceptors, I guess, are quite far out, chasing people down. I think we are going to get a switch up here into a different game, though. The Stash Squadron and the Bombastic boys, the Bomb Squadron, are going to be playing up against each other once again. So a rematch here. We get to catch most of it, as well as you see the game has pretty much just started.
You know, and again, I absolutely love that this continues to happen, but the caster part of me, the competitor part of me, really, you know, I yearn for the days when we can actually set up these matches, have a legitimate tournament, and really have these teams battle out. Don't get me wrong, I have had a blast so far today, and I think, you know, from what I've read in chat, I think everybody else has really enjoyed the event as well, and we've gotten some good turnout here. But I can't wait until, you know, I'm optimistic. I think that eventually we'll see private servers. We can have legitimate tournaments to see, you know, to find some of the best players in the world at Squadrons. But for what it's worth right now, the fact that we continue to get these games is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's the best that we could have hoped for today, that's for sure. And hopefully it continues for, what, about the 3 hours that's left here. Just under, maybe, at this point. All the same. Chasing here onto the X-Wing. It does seem taking some fire as Daddy, so he's going to get out of there. Opting to stay on his target, but not quite dedicate his death to it once again. You know, making sure to stay alive, not taking too many risks. I think if you have people under pressure and you've got them away from the objectives or just keeping them off the rest of your team, that's definitely the way to play it. He's really patrolling around this central area of the map right now as well.
It definitely seems to be swapping targets, not being too chasey. I think that's a pretty important part of the game, as you see that time remaining in the top. Still got over 3 hours left of Squadrons gameplay to go. But no, you're absolutely right. I think that's probably the best way to play an interceptor. I mean, you play it like you're playing intercepting ships. You know, your role is to make sure that nobody gets through the, you know, you kind of draw a line in the on the battlefield, if you will, and you don't let ships get by. I think you have to be smart with your focus fire or your targeting. You know, obviously, I think if you're an interceptor, you kind of want to take out enemy fighters first and let X-Wings or even, you know, bombers, support ships take down the bigger stuff. You know, assuming that those targets still exist. But I really do like how Stash Daddy has played in the games that we've watched him. I mean, he stays alive, and that's one of the biggest things in these intercepting ships is you can be fast and nimble, but if you can't keep yourself alive, you can't, you know, fall away from the fight like he's doing right here to hide and re-gear, then you're not really doing your job, in my opinion, as an interceptor.
Yeah, I definitely, especially again in these team environments, following and tracking someone is very risky, and sticking into a fight, losing focus of everything else around you. Like you can immediately see here, he was chasing someone, he takes 50 points of damage, and then he's out of there, right? And making sure, again, to just be that distraction more than anything. So, because it's great to get kills, but at the same time, you really don't want to be leaving your teammates weaker. You're trying to create space, I think, is what we're both getting at here, rather than finding those frags. Can be really good. Obviously, he's all the way up there, and when the opportunity strikes, he's just gotten 2 kills in a row, right? So he's definitely taking them, but he's not forcing it. He's just creating space, keeping people distracted, and it does seem he's really familiar with this area as well. A lot of great movement coming in from Daddy just all around, to drop people, to cut people off. Really looking good here. Another frag going to come in for him, I'm sure, on this Y-Wing. Does indeed. So really solid stuff, and that protects the Raider for the Imperial side as well.
I mean, I know that we're supposed to be, you know, casting these games, but just the player in me is, I'm taking mental notes.
Yeah,
now.
for sure.
Different things to do. I mean, this is awesome to watch. Again, Stash Daddy has put in a ton of work. He's gonna get behind Trispone right here yet again. There is that one taken out. Ooh, he might have a bit of a challenge. We'll see if he can get out of this one alive. But honestly, you fall here, it doesn't feel great. But put in a ton of work on the defensive side, and now might even try to go for these AI ships. That was crucial. As you can see, now they are on the attack, and I think Stash Daddy lived for that entire defensive in this interceptor ship, which is, again, a notoriously lightweight ship. Doesn't take a lot of punishment, and you have to fly smart. And my goodness, I think we need to move on from this subject of how he's playing, because we're going to continue to talk about it for the rest of the broadcast. But I do want to say a big thank you to our sponsor in Razor, and they supplying the prize pool, sponsoring the event, everything like that. Big shout out to them. Did you see the headsets that the commendations are giving away? Those look so cool.
Yeah, I need to figure out where to get one of those, to be honest, because they do look really, really cool just all across the board, right down to the decals in the middle. I think it was Wave that pointed them out. Wanted confirmation when we were doing the rehearsal. Yeah, they're really cool. They're really cool. I think I would definitely pick some of those up if they're readily available, or if they're just available for this event is another question.
We need to convince our production team to have a best commentator commendation. Get one of the headsets.
Rivalry hit. What, like we have like a dogfight one-on-one? I think that would be
yeah,
a fair way of doing
well,
it.
we know that Wave is not going to win, so let's already count Wave out.
Not even here. Not even here. He can't even defend himself.
He's in chat. There he is. He's in chat. Oh man, we'll set that up one day. I promise. We'll get that going. But anyway, we've got the rebel side on attack right now. I'm sorry, the rebel side on defense right now, and not a lot of damage being done. But we're on board here with Stash Money. He's trying to clear the way, I think, for some of these bombers to get good runs, as they're going to stick to this 2 interceptor, 2 bomber tactic, and we'll see now as we switch over into the rebels how they deal with it.
Yeah, for me it looks like Stasha super comfortable on this map, right? And it really is showing at the moment there. Patience paying off in a lot of ways. Stay's gone down pretty quickly here, so just the team, we need to be careful. It does seem maybe the Interceptor's doing some work as the morale bar pretty much evened up. So looking pretty good. It seems we're in a lull. This map, I've noticed as well, can be slower from time to time. It's much sneakier. You were talking about all those routes. There's a lot of different ways to get around, and you can just hide behind walls, wait for someone to go past you, and then sneak past them or start following them, whatever kind of remit you're coming through with. Bombing run coming in, maybe? I'm not sure. There's an interceptor in the area, so we need to be careful here, although he's trying to get away and taking a bit of damage, but the speed just too much to deal with at this point, going for that resupply.
I'm gonna jump on board to Wolf, still in that Y-wing here. Take some punishment. I think he got a frag there, but he does go down, and this is gonna leave the MC-75 exposed. You can see that bomber really trying to light up the shields here. The shields almost going down, and then we're going to start to see some pretty good hull damage as 2 players respawning from this rebel side. Bombastic doing what he can to just try to buy some time, but it looks like he's going to get taken out as well. And my goodness, I don't know for sure. We obviously don't have a leaderboard that we can pull up, but if when this game ends, assuming that it ends in the next 5-10 minutes or so, I have a feeling that Stash Squadron going to be all over the kill totals, because it really has felt like Bombastic just haven't been able to frag out, and they're in a pretty tough position right now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's kind of interesting. They were sat very passive there, in close proximity to the MC-75. Wow, okay, so Eckhart's taken over. Interesting. The impact of frags always overlooked. Like we've been saying in this game, Alex Damon being daddy, right, has played really, really well, just in terms of being a nuisance on that defensive side of things. But yeah, I feel Bombastic maybe playing just a bit too safe. They're now starting to push forwards a bit more, but it seems like they were getting the frags in, they were getting the eliminations, but a lot of damage being done. The power actually going down here on the MC-75. Someone's managed to get in with a super strong bombing run for the Imperial side of things. The shift should be coming back in. I would imagine this Reaper going to go down in just a second. Rendar, of course, we would think playing on that Reaper, on that supportive ship. He is somehow still alive. Does eventually go down. There you go. And now the assault will come in for the Rebels.
He did get one last repair out before he gets taken down, and I have a feeling, again, as support players continue to get better and as they get more and more important, I have a feeling they're going to start getting targeted a little bit more by these interceptors, as Trispone going to get taken down in response. And again, it doesn't feel like the killing power is quite there right now for Bombastic. They were so close to turning this around, but I still don't think that they're getting the kills they need. I mean, they haven't taken down any cruisers. Their capital ship is already, I think, half health or less right now. They're going to get a little bit of damage here, and this is great, but I think you need more than a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and most of this damage that comes in, someone goes down for it, right? So it's like they get, what, maybe a quarter of damage per person, and they've just lost 2 or 3 in a row there, actually, with getting very little damage onto focusing the one cruiser on the left-hand side. So, yeah, it seems like the game plan of charging in, doing damage, dying, and repeating is not as effective, unfortunately. If both sides were doing that, then maybe, but because it's just the one side and we see Stash playing things super safe, it can be a bit difficult, I think, to repeat. And what, maybe like a 2-3 minute attack phase there? It's just not really long enough, unfortunately, for Bombastic. Now they're back on the defense, which last time, for me, they did swing it, but they took an awful lot of damage. They've obviously lost their power subsystem here. Shield generator's still up, so that's good, but I don't know. I feel as well the MC-75, one of the things is that layout of it, you can just bypass the shields relatively easily because of that big stem at the bottom, I suppose. And things like this, another difference as well, right? Like, will turn around eventually, but Bone is deep into enemy territory right now and needs to be careful not to get picked off.
You look at back, looking to support this MC-75. It's taking hull damage at the moment. Looks like the player's not really caring too much about the shields. He's going to swap out. Wonder if he's going to switch to maybe an X-Wing, something like that. Try to get a little bit more. No, he's just going to reload and back into the fight. So now, only for F1. We are on board with him. Also in that interceptor. He is going to go get a little bit of repair. And that's one of the nice things about playing defense as well. And, you know, one of the questions I wanted to ask also is, do you think that one of these two sides has a bit of an advantage on the defending side? And, you know, this might be controversial, but honestly, I think it's easier for the Empire to defend just because going, you know, swapping your ship or getting full repair pretty easily kind of favors the Empire because they don't have to worry about shields and it's all hull.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of conversation about that like the bomber on the Empire side is quite tanky, especially if you are taking full upgrades, as it were. I feel like it's still maybe a little bit too early to say, and there's perhaps an argument on that Rebel side that because you have more management, it's a bit harder indeed to manage, right? And then on the Empire side, there's the whole shunting mechanic and everything that some people, I would imagine, you know, newer to the game and whatnot, still getting their heads around that. I personally, on controller, I think I'm gonna have to change the setup on it. Maybe shouldn't have admitted that I play on controller, but here we are. All the same, there's kind of nuances and mechanics and things like that some people, particularly if you're a fan of Star Wars, this is kind of where I come from, fan of Star Wars, the game looked really cool, I'm going to jump in. But if you have played a lot of these games before, they might be mechanics that are familiar to yourself, or maybe you really dove into every little nook and cranny of the game, right? So I think it's still a little too early to say, but I feel I don't know, man. I think we're seeing a lot more success from Empire sides, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. And again, the game is young. You mentioned it. I still think, you know, obviously still in the infancy. You never know what kind of builds will come out tomorrow, what will be utilized by some of the best players in the game. And, you know, you mentioned that you play on controller, and we talked about that, and a little bit about the Star Wars aspect as well. I know that just the talent booth here for this tournament, pretty unique backgrounds. I mean, I know that you said you know you have that Star Wars background. Me personally, I'm more interested in the dogfighting combat just because I've played these games since I was, you know, able to play video games. So the fact that it's Star Wars is nice, but I'm here more for the combat, and I wonder how that affects the player base as a whole. Do you think it's more Star Wars fans than, you know, dogfighting fans, or vice versa, or do you think it's pretty even?
Well, as a fan, I feel like it's maybe going to be a bit more Star Wars based, at least initially, right? Until they straighten everything out, maybe balance-wise and things like that to pull people from dogfighting games. But from that perspective of being a fan of Star Wars, like it looks, it feels, and it sounds great. I mean, I'm really happy we got to catch that. It's always an interesting strategy. A lot of people been going for the battering ram, kamikaze kind of. Especially when they know they're on stream, I think, right? To just get a few funnies, get a few laughs from the chat.
Oh man, I think it was clipped. I think it was even tweeted out by the Operation Ace Twitter. But that little move that we saw earlier, I love that sneaky kind of play. I'd love to see it a little bit more, especially trying to utilize the fact that you really don't take damage by running into things in this game. For good, for better or for worse, you know, it's a tactic. You can kind of juke opposing ships if you are capable enough to slam yourself into a corner at a certain angle, make somebody pass you by, and then you kind of get that positional advantage behind them. That's one of the things in this game. The ships are so maneuverable that it feels very difficult to shake someone off your tail unless you have friendly support, or, you know, you just really have to try to outmaneuver them if they're going to focus you down.
Yeah, I think so, right? Like, I've certainly noticed, again, that solo queue perspective can be a bit harder in that sense, because even if you are targeting a ship that's on your tail, I think there's a hotkey for that and everything, right? Sometimes people are not reluctant, but they're doing their own thing, you know? They're in their own chase, I suppose, and you just have to deal with it on your own. And again, it all kind of depends. We see like different strategies, whether you try and shake them, whether you try and slow things down. I've heard that a lot of people like to try and drift and just actually turn into your opponent, right? Like a major 180, so that they kind of have to do the same thing. That can be interesting as well. So there's a few different ways to break out of a dogfight.
This has to be. I'm sorry to cut you off, but this has to be an Empire win, right? There's
yeah,
no way
I think
they lose this.
so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, right? We're talking over the action because it just seemed like Bombastic were not quite on the same level as the Stash Squadron. Whether it's the map, whether it's just that initial advantage, whether it's the cool skins that they have. I mean, they look awfully good. I'm loving this as well, right? Like everybody using the same victory.
That's amazing.
Victory pose is really cool.
And yeah, see, you look at the kill totals again. I'm telling you, it really did look like the top team there, the Bombastic team, really just didn't quite have the same kind of fragging power that the Stash Squad did, and really it you know, Stash Money going to try to increase, or I'm sorry, Stash Daddy trying to increase his lead. Stash Money right behind him with Eckhart's there in that Baron run. We'll take a look at that a little bit later on again, but it was very apparent to me that the dogfighting was going in the way of the Stash Squad, and it turns into a victory. But it is running a little late. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. We're going to keep the gameplay going for you here, but we do need to give you and I a little bit of a break here, Scrib, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Operation Ace is brought to you by Razor Gold. Thank you so much, Razor, for supporting little community events like this and making this possible here. We are ready to get into some more gameplay, as this has been an exciting day of everything. Let's get into the commercial. Razor Death Adder version 2 coming to stores near you very, very soon. Right now, Razor Gun's going on in Las Vegas. They're revealing a bunch more new Razor items over there if you're in the Las Vegas area. Maybe go check it out, but also stay socially distanced from people, just stay safe. I'm Wavepunk here alongside Scriv. Scriv, thoughts about the game so far? You just got to cast for an hour.
Yeah, it was great fun. It was great fun. I think we're seeing some of the teams start to get away from others, right? Stash Squadron looking really, really good. Twin Suns, Eckhart and the boys looking really, really good. We did see kind of Bombastic there. Don't want to point any fingers, but they were starting to look a little panicked in places and not quite as comfortable on the map and, getting caught off, things like that. There's a lot of different approaches, I think, that we're starting to see from these teams.
Well, let's get into gameplay. I believe we have two teams facing off again. Stash and Twin Suns going to be in it. The Stash Daddies taking on Twin Suns, one of the teams we've seen play very well. I think we have yet to see either of these teams. No, we saw Stash versus Bombastic earlier, and Bombastic won, I believe. So, but Twin Suns definitely playing super clean so far today.
I want to say as well, where we last checked in with kind of the Baron scoreline and everything, Stash Daddy was up towards the top, and then Eckhart's overtaken, even though he was back in second by like 10 eliminations. So really heating up. I think these two teams, for me, are probably the strongest two that we've seen so far, whether things start to change. Obviously, now we've got the Ace Squadron, which is what it's all about at this point, and it's awfully close. It is awfully close.
Yeah, it's been Banana now going to have to fall back and defend. You see our leaderboard for Ace Squadron. This is ultimately what will win you the day, is being the Ace Squadron. Stash and Shio tied at 4 apiece. So this one, a big game. Stash going to try and get a 5th win. As we are starting to get into the back half of our broadcast, these teams are going to be running out of time to get their wins, so every single one is going to count. And 2:48 on the clock. Turn around trying to destroy these enemy ships, trying to take out their frigates. Get off!
I think a nice loud shout might help. But
just scare them away.
Yeah, I think if you shout loud enough, right? We've talked about the A-wings and the open canopies. You never know.
Yeah, it just goes through. It's not there's actually no glass there.
Yeah, it's a bit cracked, so there's got to be a few gaps in there. But once again, interesting to see the Stash Squadron on the Rebel side of things. No change up again. 2 interceptors, 2 bombers, and a support. Rendar has been the unsung hero, I think. We Hunted and I caught these guys 2 games in a row, and he had I think 3 deaths in both games, which again we've talked about an awful lot, the importance of staying alive, and particularly on support, right? He's always there to help out, always going back, getting the resupply, making sure that the rest of the team stay alive a little while longer as well. So I honestly think the unsung hero, and may well go towards the top end for that assist commendation, the wingman commendation. Not 100% sure if the resupplies count towards that, but all the same.
Let's possibly go forward towards Survivalist. True. Playing on the back lines. Be a little bit... Gonna be staying out of the action as much as you possibly can. Right now, chasing down this bomber. Gonna be Stash Daddy, the leader, one of our frag leaders. Stash Daddy, Alex Damon on YouTube. All the Stash boys memeing it up a little bit. And here, one of the fun things, fun little Easter egg. I don't know if you guys have noticed this playing on this map. You can go inside the station, try to chase ships around. He's gonna go up high, and I think he's actually gonna bail on that engagement. This is something we've noticed a lot, Scriv. is players not being too tunnel visioned in on one thing. Assaulting the cruisers is up. You're on offense. Don't take the time just to chase one support when you could be doing a little bit of damage or maybe attacking someone who's just more already in your crosshairs.
Yeah, I think it gets to a certain point, doesn't it, where you tunnel someone down and you're in enemy territory. Either you're too far in, right, and you get taken down. If you're on defense, you go too far, you get taken down. The cruisers and whatnot, frigates, depending on which side you're on, right, become incredibly strong at eliminating you, so you can't just, I guess, spawn camp people. But also, you could end up too far forwards and you're surrounded by 4 enemies. You target some guy behind you and say, yo, I need some help, and everybody's like, you're on the other side of the map. You're kind of on your own. We can't really abandon our posts here defending the cruisers and everything because you've just gone a bit too far. So I think smart engagements, definitely the name of the game. There's that maneuverability, right, to stay alive, to stay on someone that's an important target, and to make sure that you're hard to track. And then there is also not just taking every single fight and focusing fully in on that. You have to take those smart engagements.
A waste of space right now. Beat up, only 29 HP. Hunt down Stash Squatch here. Take him out. Hitting the Star Destroyer well, but maybe wants to get underneath and get back in. Some respawn actually gets a support help there, but actually chooses to dock anyways, just reset all his cooldowns. We'll hop over to Corey. Currently circling, looking for a target, I think. Seeming to have trouble finding anybody. On Joyride, I'd say this is my favorite map. I believe this is Sasubo. This is having the large objects installations to fly around. It to me is much more fun than the chaotic, like, asteroid fields or exploded planets maps.
Yeah, it also feels kind of avoidable. Like, you can go in it and have a good time, but then you can also just go around it if you don't fancy it. There are some of the maps where the central part you kind of have to go through. They do a really good job, actually, on the Bombastic side, noticing from last game, of sticking in and around the middle. It's what Daddy was doing. He was just basically living up to the name of the Interceptor, right? I'm going to see a couple players go down here, I think, on the Imperial side. They've got to be careful. They are just about able to edge things over. Maybe an AI kill to come in here to make sure that they can get on that attack side soon. Charlie looking worse for wear, but somehow able to make it away, I suppose, by the looks of things. I'm going to go for the resupply here. Back at the mother base.
Now, Empire on offense. Trying to get over. Currently running 3 interceptors, 1 support, 1 bomber. Going to pave the way for the bomber to get in close, do the damage. Take a look at the Baron leaderboard. Something interesting to know here. Alex Damon on one side of this battle. Eckhart on the other side. Our 2 leaders for the Baron commendation going head-to-head right now. Any dogfight between the 2 of them. Got a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, I wonder if that affects the approach as well, the play style, whether they will change things up. Whether maybe they do start to tunnel purely for the frags. I'd hope they'd be able to keep it cool. So far, evening up pretty quickly. Another frag coming in as well. The Rebels actually doing a really, really good job. So that would be the Stash Squadron making sure to just keep Eckhart and the boys away, to be honest with you. Really not looking too good. You need to pull things back, and there you go. An important one picked up to take down frigate, I believe, that gives them a nice bit of morale boost.
Oh, and that does swing it back. Just as the Empire was, the Rebels were starting to swing back in. Back to neutral. Now Captain Shaq, the only bomber player for Team Twin Suns here, Twin Sun Squadron. He's making his way over to the other frigate. He can take out both in 1 life. Now Stash money. Giving him the run around. He's getting so many runs in on this ship. But struggling to get through the shields.
Yeah, he's getting those hard resupplies as well. 2 proton bomb runs, I believe, coming in from him. So really doing well. There you go. I think they just get through it. If I'm not mistaken. Unless things have shifted here. It's a little hard to tell. I think that morale bar just about stayed in favor of the defense of the Star Destroyer coming in now. So yeah, it must have shifted over just as they kind of destroyed things. Pretty good timing from the Rebels to make sure that they can't get any damage on the main flagship. So really well done in that sense. But yeah, Shaq has been someone I've seen some people in the chat as well that may well be up there for the wreck damage. I think the capital ship recommendation. He's really been playing well and kind of focused the resupply in his direction an awful lot.
Captain Shaq has been putting those numbers up all day. Let's see, where is he right now? He's currently, if we can fly the objective leaderboard, the wrecker leaderboard, it's pretty substantial. Is his lead right now? We've got back on board with Captain Shaq, and like you said, OBJ master. You always gotta have a good OBJ player. Right now, Captain Shaq over 50K ahead of second place. Everybody else in the 200K, the only player to have broken 300 right now.
And ultimately, that's what the game's all about. I mean, if you can keep him alive, right, and keep him covered, at the moment he is being tracked down, so maybe needs a bit of assistance. Down to what, 10 HP here, not looking too good. Just going for the old spin around in a circle, but it doesn't really work out for him. He will get taken down, and a pretty big scalp as we're seeing to drop. Maybe not quite as important for Twin Suns on the defensive side, but all the same, it has been looking pretty solid. We're now going to swap across to Stash, seeing the offense from the Rebels, what they're able to achieve. Again, that same setup, not changing anything up. The difference comes between them and Twin Suns for sure, running 2 bombers instead of just 1. It's still only the 1 support. We're yet to see a squad today opt to try and make 2 work. Here we go, though, looking good. We'll end up going down, but Money doing some real good damage there.
He was doing some good damage. He was chasing a ship and then got caught in the laser fire with his shields completely off. Like he just decided, you know what? I know there's no way I'm getting out of this alive. Let's just do some ram damage, get that done. I do want to watch some Stash Daddy action because we've seen Eckert get taken out twice when we've been on him, and neither time have we gotten to see exactly who it was that killed him. I'm suspecting it's our ace, our Baron pilot, Stash Daddy right now, Mr. Alex Damon. On board with Stash Rendar, the support player, staying on those back lines. Was talking with some people in chat during the break. Oh no, Rendar, no! Oh, just when you thought things were going okay.
Clipped his wing. That's unlucky.
He did. Literally clipped his wing. Well, we were talking. We were talking about
so
the
well surviving. Honestly, it's a little crazy to see him go down like that.
Yeah, he's got to stay out of the way. Don't. You got to look out for those poles shooting up out of the ground. They'll come and get you. Now onto the support player for the other side. Stash Daddy actually taken down. We have been spectator cursing our ace pilots. Raider dropping very quickly through the shields and down to half health. Squash doing as much as he can. All power into the weapons. Let them recharge for a bit. Boost away. Turn back around for another run.
Trying their absolute damnedest to just melt the Raider. Want to say someone's managed to take it down off the back of that damage? No, it's still alive at the backside here, 28. But surely not for much longer, right? Surely not. The Y-Wing's still up.
Here it goes.
Yeah, and there you go. So that's going to give them a big swing. 1 or 2 more pilot eliminations, and they should be able to find themselves that sway once again. Get on the offensive side.
Find 1. We have seen a precious lack of TIE Fighter and X-Wing flight pilots. Seen everybody going for either full intercept or full bomber. You're going to be doing some damage. Do one or the other. They're not seeing anybody kind of going for that split mid-roll of the basic all-arounders. But a nice wipe on some AI. I think 1 pilot swings things back in the Republic's favor here. You can start to mount the attack on the Star Destroyer. A little bit above half health.
Stash Daddy down again, though. It's all good because it's early into the attacking phase, right? So they still have a fair amount of morale, a fair amount of ability to swing it back in their favor, but it just is not quite as clean a game from him. Maybe he's getting more focus because they recognize how strong he is. But all the same, having a fantastic time. Where we caught him on the previous game, he was alive for a long time, just flying in and around, being a nuisance. Big damage coming in here. Takes them a while to deal weird stash squatch there. He has done an awful lot of damage, I believe, onto the targeting system, so pretty solid stuff.
Brown's going in for the shields now. Targeted up, shields gonna be dropping. He's gonna have them down to half health already. His shields are holding on. He should be able to get the elimination on this one. No! But some torpedoes come in and finish him off in style. Now they're onto the Corvette as well. Empire fighting back here.
Definitely seems like they're focusing more on the Corvette, though. We did have 2 bombers. If they were in at the same time, then maybe a lot more damage gets done to either one. But we've seen this in the past as well. Sometimes the stash attacking movements are not as coordinated as you'd like sometimes, right? Like a guy just zooms in, takes his opportunity, and actually there were a couple of interceptors lying low and waiting for them to do that. That's not a very long attacking phase for me, I would say, from the Empire. So really not ideal, and gives a good from the Rebels, sorry, and gives a good chance across now to the Twin Sun Squadron.
They did flip that back pretty quickly, but they did at least finish off one of the shield generators. Might have been both. I couldn't quite see. I could spell disaster moving forward. Those shields can really give they can give you so much time to get back on defense before lasting damage is done. Some solid player kills. Team Stash Daddy starts to swing things back. Republic's favor. Moves underneath. Where is he going? Durindar is boosting like his life depends on it, but what is he boosting to?
They're really just gliding around here at this point. He's got Sasquatch targeted, but whether he's close enough to deliver is another question. Brown's going to go down. Durindar's somehow still alive. It seems someone is on his tail. He's staying alive right now.
Successfully deploying the repair kits for his team. Keeping the bombers alive as they are tailing this raider. Trying to swing things back. They've done so much damage. That massive swing, that's got to be, the raider's got to be down by now as the bar has swung all the way the other way. A few more kills, it'll be the end of it. Raider is down. Now looking to take out the bomber. There we go. That was the kill they needed. They can go back on the attack. Are the shields up? As the shield generators were down after the last attack, or at least one of them was. And you can see, yeah, only half shield. So one of the shield generators on the Star Destroyer gone. If they take out that other one, this is going to be spelling a quick end, I think. We might see the Stash Daddies improving to another win. Currently tied for first. This would solidify them in the lead.
Yeah, after somewhat of a weak attacking phase previously, this one's been pretty damn solid. Really well done to turn things around. It could have been disastrous, but they put up a good defense. So really impressed with what we're seeing. Again, the adaptability, I would imagine, communicating really, really well here. Nice to see the Corvette's perspective. Maybe shooting at the wrong targets there, the AI. Needs to maybe focus on the Star Destroyer.
Shoot the big ship, it's almost dead! Come on, you can win the game!
There's this one guy on the left. He's
like, this dang TIE fighter. He called me mean. Oh, here comes the bomb run from the Y-Wing. So much damage done, and I think that actually might be it. Yep, that was it. That was all the damage they needed. Squatch and the gang here, Stash Daddies, gonna strike a pose and take a victory and improve to 5 wins on the day. They are the leaders for now.
Yes, indeed, for now. And of course, the coordinated shrug. I'm trying to think what sort of energy that's putting out, to be honest. But
what? We didn't do it. Leave us alone. Man, Stash Daddy does win the duel with Eckhart for kills 22-20. I love Stash Daddy. 0 AI kills. He's like, what's the point? I'm not going after that. I'm here to frag people. 18 also from Stash Money. Both players showing up in their own rights. We're going to go jump on board with Shio's team. Watching the Spooky Jedi. Well named for the month.
Definitely true. Definitely true. It's a shame. You know, we'll maybe see him dress up as a Jedi. That could be cool.
Spooky Jedi. A Jedi skeleton.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Just been absolutely melted, though.
Yeah, it's just absolutely gone. Now going to be going for power systems. Getting in close, just doing as much damage as he can before the inevitable. Power system currently at 9 health. They just need to get a little bit of damage. He's just got to get in close enough to be able to launch his bombs. Honestly, anything will finish it off at this point. We're going to get through the shields. He's got to get in close enough to where he doesn't have to worry about the shields. Come on. There's 1 health. Just pull the trigger.
No way.
I think it's still up.
I think it is. I think it is. He really... Oh, man. He just needed to boost in and then get the damage. He spent a bit too long just railing into those shields, doing nothing at all. Oh, this is so awkward. Yeah, and I think a call has come in to, right, let's not just keep suiciding and throwing our morale away. Maybe go for a bit more of a coordinated attack here, guys.
Yeah, let's not throw 3 ships into a power supply. Wings flying the other way. It is funny. You kind of know that if you see a TIE fighter and X-wing, you know it's AI because nobody's flying them.
That's very true. Those poor guys. They'll get the appreciation eventually, right? But I think.
Hey, listen. They got like 9 movies. Okay.
True.
Let the
This
A-wing
is
have
true.
its day.
Has anyone ever heard of a TIE Reaper in the movies? Probably not, right? Like,
Exactly. Finally, the 1 damage gets done. As a true will finish it off. The shield's taken down. This is a big deal. He's going to try and make a run on some turrets while he can, but they're finally, the New Republic will get the push they need. Prepare to fall back and defend. They're on the Empire. They still have 2 cruisers up. Shio making quick work of this game right now.
yeah, they really are. They really are. Goodness me. This is, again, what kind of Hunted and I touched on. These team ones, and I'm so happy that we are getting some of the teams come together in the matchmaking, because I think this is going to happen sometimes, even if they are of a similar or a decent rank on the enemy team. If there's only 2 of them together and then 3 guys solo queuing or whatever, the team coordination that we have from our squad's really going to make all the difference, as we saw towards the end there, right? A couple of them did kamikaze and kind of suicide in and throw their lives away and not find the objective, but then they took a second. Someone like a leading voice has said, okay, let's just relax, pull it back, not throw this opportunity away, and go in together. Whether that happens for their opponents is another thing. Not everyone, I guess, uses microphones. I personally have like in-game chat kind of muted because some people have it open and you can hear them just doing everything.
The worst is when they have it open and they clearly don't know that in-game chat's a thing. Oh dear, getting rammed by a blockade runner, not what you want to have happen. Try to just do the full swing here. I'm working around on the other side. As the Corvette continues to do its damage. So they got through it though, and now they can go back on the attack. There goes Monkey Face and the gang. Oh, just absolutely rinsing this team. They're not even trying. Like, oh, I gotta move. Nope, you're already dead.
Yep, they're on assault and they have full morale. This is in a really good position. I think we might see Monkey Face go down, maybe? It looks like he's just going for that charge in, somehow staying alive beyond what I expected, though. It does eventually go down, but all the same, we've got the shield generators being removed here as well. The left shield generator is down and just laying in right now on that bomber. That is an awful lot of damage. Seems to be relatively untouched as well. No one has got a lock on him. No one is tracking him down right now.
This is bad. This is bad if you're on the New Republic here. This guy is completely uncontested. He's found the weak spot where the turrets don't shoot at him. And look at how much he's absolutely melting the Star Destroyer. The MC-75 was at like full health just a moment ago. It's at half health now. And he's taking away the targeting system.
Wow, this is an awfully good run.
Ooh.
He is starting to take damage. I think someone does have a lock on him. He is going to go down eventually, but wow, as a true, of course, the captain putting in a good shift right there on that bomber, doing an awful lot of damage. I think we went from pretty much full integrity down to maybe a quarter here, so looking very, very good.
Man, Pog's in the chat. This team is absolutely wiping them off the board. And the thing, so they seem to have this format unlocked right now. Shield, by dodging having to play other teams, is getting to play against teams that aren't as skilled. They're already actually at 5 wins, so I think that they are tied for second right now with Stash, and this would put them up to 6. So Shio making that run for the end. We are coming into the back stretch of our time. My goodness. This assault ship is just gone. That's it. That's the game. GG's. You saw the Empire, the New Republic trying to push things back. And they're like, nope, you haven't gotten there yet. Cool, we're gonna keep going. Let's finish this one off. Oh, the pretty ships unlocked too. The red interceptors. Oh, where's the coordinated poses? Come on, you guys are gonna be winners.
On.
I mean, that's just bad manners right there.
Yeah, expect better at this point. Expect better. They've not. Three of them. The other two didn't quite get the memo, unfortunately. But all the same, really good showing there. Solid stuff. Again, that's the nature of the pub stomp. It's really good that we have gotten the competition between some of these squadrons. I'd like to see Shio and their squadron go up against one of the others if that can happen, but I think they might be on kind of a staggered timeline, as it were.
I believe this is Stash.
Straight back into Twin Sons.
This is Twin Sons versus Stash Daddies again.
Okay.
So man,
I guess this is kind of how it works, right? They're queuing up at the same time. It's easy for the matchmaking to find another 5-man squad, so makes a lot of sense.
Chat, you guys ready for the rematch? Chat, who do you think is going to win? Oh, is it over? No, this is just the scoreboard at the current time. Okay, cool. 7 kills there. On the top, I was about to be like, you're kidding. It came at the very end here. Give me votes in chat. Give me smorks in chat for Stash Daddy. Give me what faces for Twin Sons. Just light the chat up. You could type the whole name if you want, but like it's more fun if you put the emotes in.
Got polls going these days as well. I'm not sure if we
could run a poll.
That's out.
I want the emotes. Give me all the smorks, all the what faces. Close one.
There we go. There's your what faces, dude.
Oh, the imposter's gonna win? Oh no. Which one's sus? This Raider's pretty sus. Let's get rid of it. It's funny. You can't eject any of them into space. They're already all out in space. All right, they got through the defensive half. Now time to go on the attack here. Waste of space our A-Wing crack pilot here. We're trying to clear the way. Oh, he's got Stash Daddy on lock. Stash Daddy, one of our frag leaders. Got taken out. Oh, here he comes back around. A-Wing versus Interceptor. This is what you like to see. Hunting him down, getting on his tail, and lighting him up from behind. Doesn't hit him at all. But, you know, the thought that counts, and now he's getting lit up from himself. Got to turn back around. Jeez. Stash Daddy's just too good. Now walking on the Stash money. Coming up a little bit closer on this one. But such a tight roll we've got on him. He's actually going to disengage from this fight and get annihilated. Poor wasted space. Beaten by 2 interceptors.
And that's pretty big when they're on the assault as well, right? Like, taken down, again, that coordination, that helping hand that we see so very often from the Stash Squadron really coming to fruition. Let's see, Eckhart trying his best, of course. Another contender for our Baron commendation, looking good. I think taking out some AI there, just to try and give them some morale, but it looks like they've lost a few too many players. Little bit of room to work with, but can't really afford to lose anybody else at this point if they want to stay on the attack. One of these cruisers, relatively low. The other one's still pretty healthy. Oh, another few AI kills, though, should be able to pull it over the line here for the Empire.
Eckhart Balin. Full power into the engines. Comes back around looking for a close target, just cycling through the targets available to him. He'll walk on to Rendar, the support player. Not going to be able to heal himself up. His shield's going to get melted, but now the target coming in from the supporting players, the interceptors, locking on Eckhart, and he's got to find a way out of this. All of his power back into his shields. Or his shields move fully to the rear. Now back to the front, now equalizing. He's going to put all of his power into the shields, try and overcharge them once more. Now back to weapons, looking for Money. Money close by. Money driving a default TIE fighter. How about it? Someone giving some love. The original classes, and starting to light up our frag leader, Eckhart's Ladder. Down to 74 health. Has to put his hips into the back. Walking onto another target, but getting hit from behind. The ion cannon's going to neutralize him.
Interesting.
Absolutely battering ram him into the side. He's going to hit the astromech droid and heal him up, but the shield's starting to charge as well. He goes into full defensive recovery mode. And look at that. He will stabilize. Well done.
I feel that's one of the first ion cannons we've seen all day, actually.
Yeah,
At least from what I've seen. I don't know if you caught any earlier.
No,
but
yeah. Agreed. So let's try to
definitely an
restart.
interesting approach.
Yeah, well, and I'm surprised that an A-wing getting ioned and then full speed slamming into the side of a cruiser didn't actually take it all the way out. Well done hitting the astromech droid as fast as he could.
I think his timing was definitely a big part of it, right? And just breaking out, just mashing quick enough to get out. He's going to get another repair off here, but hot on his tail. Hot on his tail for sure.
The
On
boost
defense,
drift.
it's looking good, though. The rest of the team definitely, while he's being chased down and maybe focused a bit too hard, seem to be finding a good number of frags themselves.
I was going to turn and try and get the frags the other way. I mean, Eckhart's showing off why he's one of the frag leaders. It's not just about getting the kills. It's about like, staying alive. 2 different times, it looked like he was on the ropes, and he gets back off, and now chasing down a support. Turn on him. Chasing him down, lights him up, takes him out. I believe that was an AI. I didn't actually watch the morale bar to see how it adjusted. It looks like they should be about to be going back on the attack. The support coming in and help him out, heal him up. But he is getting beat up now. He's going to try and make it all the way back, but not going to happen. Finally taken out. And the Stash Daddy's had a response.
Okay, here we go. Shift coming in. Pretty big. I think they can be happy with that on the Empire side of things, though. They managed to lock down both of the frigates, where they still have their 2 remaining. So the Eckhart's ladder team really gonna have to turn this one around and make sure that they eliminate both of these cruisers. To be honest, even things up as quickly as they possibly can, because I believe when we watched earlier, it was Stash Squadron to come away with the victory as well. So the head-to-head's going pretty well. The Y-wing gonna get absolutely melted. We've got an X-wing in play as well. So these default classes, as we say, getting a bit of love in this game.
Default classes are playing well. Yeah, we got the X-wing here too. Yeah, right. Corey. They are, man, a full wipe. We'll get the Corvette POV of shame. The team is dead. Only left with the one ship. At least this time he's attacking the correct target.
Yeah, thankfully. Doing his job well.
Man, the Empire's pushed this all the way back. That full team wipe was disastrous. They might be about to go back on the offense. Just melted again. Captain Shack has been our lead OBJ player for multiple maps. Right now, he's just getting the way to make sure he's not doing damage to the capital ship. Just make sure he's dead.
Okay. They actually managed to take down both the cruisers, though. I was going to say that run that they went on, although they all got wiped, they dropped one of the cruisers and then did massive damage to the other. So there's only a small kind of momentum advantage, I would say, across to the Empire side, across to the Stash side of things. Corey gonna go down here, though. That's not great, especially when you've just turned on to defense, right? He's out for 18, 19 seconds. That's solid 15 seconds for sure, so they might have a chance at eliminating some of these subsystems, or at the very least dishing out some big damage.
So Charlie McShane's been the support player for Twin Suns. Support pilot, rather. Good job finding multiple of his teammates. Checking everybody's health. Just cycling through his players. Corey, the lowest. He's the next target on the list. Waste of space also getting lit up on his return out. Those A-wings, man, they just get eaten up so quickly. Fills him up. Eckert looking just fine. Just playing this back line, keeping him alive. One thing I was talking about with some of the chat members during the last casting segment, one of the ways, a key way a support player can stay involved in the actual win condition is when you're not healing, when you've checked through everybody and everybody looks good, don't go targeting the other players. Target the AI. AI, pretty easy work for anybody to take out. They're worth not as much as a player, but they do add up. You do not want to count out the creep score. Easy way for the support players to stay involved on simple cannon fodder level targets.
Yeah, it can really sway things, particularly towards the end of the morale meter, right? When you need to shift things across. player kill might be a bit harder. A situation like this, right? They could eliminate some AI, but a big pickup actually coming in from the Empire to keep giving them room to attack. Will, however, lose the advantage. So things going to turn back around. It'd be interesting to see how much damage they manage to get done. Support on support action here.
Supportal combat.
just
just
tickling. Nothing really coming through, to be honest. And Charlie's now got to be careful, actually, is there on his tail.
Shields to the back. Shields to the back. Oh, is it enough? Oh, he's still got the overcharge there. It might hold him on. He's surviving for now. The shield's staying over to 9 HP. He escapes, I think. Can he find the entrance? I'm not going to lie. The MC-75, I've gotten turned around a number of times just trying to find this hangar door. He'll be just fine. Well done getting away.
It's definitely harder, right? With it being rounded as opposed to just flat. A little more difficult to find the entrance.
I think the first game, the first fleet battle I played on the Republic, I spent at one point like 2 minutes circling the ship. Like being like, what am I looking at the top or the bottom right now? I was just too close. I needed to back away and look at it from a far distance, and that was just fine. But it was funny. I straight up couldn't find the entrance. Rendar in the sights. Another player. This time it's under wasted space. This is a significantly more formidable threat than the U-Wing. Now getting hunted. Able to lose the lock. Survive for now, but now Stash Daddy onto wasted space. Gonna try and hunt him down from behind. Full weapons. All the power in the lasers and takes him out. Now onto Stash Brown. Wasted space, absolutely rinsing the entire Empire lineup. This guy's so close to dead. This is why you put your weapons, why you put your power in your weapons when you choose to fire. Can he escape? Does he escape here? Oh, I think he got him.
And that turns the tide as well, actually.
Oh.
So some big ones coming in. He does go down, but he puts his squad onto assault. I think is pretty massive. They're going to have to dish out some big damage. I can't quite tell off of the HUD. I think the shields might be down here, actually, for the Star Destroyer. So this could be interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure if the color's just a little desaturated or whether they've actually been taken out. So I suppose we'll find out. It looks like a good amount of damage is coming in already. So to me, it looks like it. However, look at all these frags. What's happening?
Going back the other way. They're nearly back on offense. Do not underestimate Stash Squadron. Or he's going to try. They got some more, but no. He's got to fall back on the defense. Enough damage was done. And I think the shields are already down on the MC-75. You saw the power has been popped. And there are so many juicy targets on that ship. Going to try and roast them as they come on in for the attack. We're going to have to deal with the Raider that's going to spawn as well.
Yeah, I want to say their shields are all good. I guess on one of the attacking phases, maybe the shield generators have actually been taken down for the Star Destroyer, which is pretty big. But Stash definitely doing a better job of finding the eliminations, keeping the morale in their favor, or even swaying it back in their favor. That attacking phase was quite short, although must admit it was quite damaging, right? Captain Shaq probably the main proponent of that. Yeah. Targeting going down here on the MC-75, a bit of a bounce off the hull. Seems to be something that some interceptor players are trying to do, right? Like bouncing off of hulls to turn around quickly, or walls to turn around quickly. You have to be careful not to take too much damage, of course.
Yeah, just getting as close as you can. I believe the frigate is still alive, or the Raider still is alive, which is going to be getting through these shields super quickly. MC-75 at half health. They pop these shields. That's going to be a problem. Raider at about 20 health and dropping. Will help swing things back the other way, but they're going to have to find the frags on the other players to finish this off. One more should do it. That'll do it. All right, now back on the offense. Raider destroyed, as well as a few of those players. We'll see the Republic moving forward. They've got to get the shields down on the Star Destroyer. They respawned during the attacking phase from the Empire.
Okay, so I guess it was just a quick elimination. May well have been a bug on the HUD, not quite sure, but all the same. It's about even here, it really is. One decent attacking phase really could sway things in this game. Always exciting between these two teams, and we might keep seeing it for the rest of the day. We'll see. We'll see if they keep queuing up against each other. It's a lot of fun, so I'm not going to complain. Shaq's gone down pretty early here, wait, so Not
Yeah.
ideal.
That is a key. A key on their offensive stage is keeping Captain Shack alive. The OBJ specialist. The Destroyer's Bane. Eckert now on the money. Try and take this player out. Moves back into speed. Turns back on him. Hasn't put his power into lasers just yet. He's going to have to get a couple more hits here. Down to 5 HP. So close. And there we go. Finish him off. Public staying on offense.
Just for now. Need to be careful here. They've lost another player. Eckhart trying to make his way out relatively low. Drops his shields. His hull now taking an awful lot of damage. The repair coming in though. The Astromech doing what it does, and it looks like he has just about broken away, which is, like I say, pretty important. Their morale awfully low on the attacking side right now.
He goes, puts his pips into shields, overcharges them a bit. Now back into weapons, looking for players. Finds just a few AI to take out. Keep the points on their side. No. Full swing came through. The Empire now pushing back up on offense. Lucky for them. No shield generators down just yet. A bit of full shields. They start their defense.
Oof. And everyone's been eliminated by the looks of things. Certainly not ideal, and a really good opportunity here for big damage to come in. As you can see, the hull integrity is awfully low on this MC-75. So we need a big turnaround from the Twin Sun Squadron at this point. The shield's starting to melt. I think the Empire's made really good use of the fact that the respawns were big timers here. Rory hunting out, though. I think he just about managed to take down a support ship there, if I'm catching that correctly, and really looking quite good, actually, doing an awful lot of damage across the board.
Yep, assisting, taking out Stash Daddy. Now targeting Browns. Browns also eliminated. Back to midfield, the morale line goes. They're going to need a few more to be able to take on the Star Destroyer themselves. Choosing to go for the players, so the AI. Leave the AI for Charlie to take out. They're turning this around. This has been a very efficient run. But so far, their ship is destroyed, though. I believe that is the end of the game. And, man, what a performance. The Stash Daddies, Stash Squadron, unstoppable. I think one bomber slipped through the end there, putting all the damage. Fists in the air. My goodness, 22 frags from Eckert was not enough. Stash Daddy, 2 players, no frags. Brown's Daddy and Money doing all the work, but not even coming close to matching the kills. Yet 44 AI kills from Browns and 30 from Squash. I think going to be the ones that swings it back in their favor. And then the 100 damage, 100k damage to the capital ship from Stash Squash. That's insane.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane, to be honest with you. Like, I'm so impressed across the board here. 44 AI kills. Like, there's so much going on and going right there for the Stash Squadron. I hope to see more of them, to be honest. Really impressive.
I hope we do get to see more of them. We're going to go jump on board with our boys from the Senate. Currently at the bottom of the scoreboard, we've got just a few more hours left to go. We're going to go to a quick break here before we continue the action.
Taking fire. Raider destroyed. damage. Good aim.
Operation Ace is brought to you by Razor Gold.
All right, here we are. We are at Operation Ace. Man, this has been so much fun to watch. I've been watching since this morning, and man, and I got to hand it to all the crew here. It's just executed so wonderfully. If with any luck, Sons of Solo could look just as good. I am Sly Guy from Sons of Solo. We got Moose 1032 right here, and yeah, what have you thought so far about Operation H? Ain't there some competitive playing and fighting and all that good stuff?
That's outstanding, man. It's Star Wars pew pew bang bang. I mean, I don't know what else you could want on a Saturday afternoon, bro. I mean, let's get it on and throw it down. That's all I want to see. I want to see some fighting.
I want to see some fighting too. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of tactics, a lot of. I mean, there's been a lot of growth over the last week, and we're still seeing growth. And we've been watching it since the beginning. I've been watching all of the squads, kind of what tactics they're using. I've been seeing things that work, some things that don't work. I'm learning a whole lot, and hopefully everybody watching is learning a whole lot. So I say,
I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum. I just want to see head-to-heads and ships smashing into each other and things blowing up. See that?
Oh, you're going to see a good bit of that.
Amazing.
I can tell you that. Yeah, and it's just such a pleasure to be here, and I just want to thank everybody for asking us to be on. It was a little late notice, but I got showered. I look pretty polished up. I've got my Star Wars officer's glasses right here, so I feel nice and official.
I'm still just as scruffy as always, so it doesn't matter.
You got your razors on, looking fly.
Oh no, always.
All right.
Yeah, love my razors.
All right, well, we're off to the game, so let's check out the
man.
action. What's happening? I want to see some stuff. See where we're at now. See who's queuing up. We've had some direct queues as well, which has been really nice. I know at the beginning it wasn't obvious how that was going to happen, but yeah, it's been looking pretty good. We got an A-wing right here, cracked windshield. That looks like mine, cracked windshield all the time.
Non-stop with you. All right, man. Look, they're pushed back on the defense right now. Who are we on board with? Nice. We're on board with Spooky Jedi and his A-wing. Yeah, cracked shield would always be Sly. But I can't say I'm too far off from that myself.
Yep.
So he looks like he's chasing down some AI right there.
Yep.
You know, we've gone back and forth talking about what we thought would be a more effective tactic, whether it be focusing on the simple AIs to boost that morale up as fast as possible, to then get us onto the capital ships and the port ships as soon as we can as well. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, this tug of war staying in the middle here, and we got about 15 minutes left. This is Shivo Squad right here. So, yeah, and Eckhart is he still in the running for Baron? Where's he at with that?
I don't have any idea actually, because I was too far behind the ball. So you can't go to me for statistics like that, because that's just not my forte. Eckhart is currently leading. There we go. We got the Baron up on the board. Beautiful.
Yep, 135. Look at that.
Oh! I love it. Ramming speed right into the shield generators.
All right, well, they're getting the push. They need like maybe 3 or 4 kills or so to get that.
Yeah, they're almost at the top.
Morale back up.
I love this map. I don't know about anybody else, but I
was just about to say this is maybe my favorite map. I love it. I love all the space junk. I love this. This is where I go mad with boosting.
This is the ultimate map for drifting. You can weave in and out of all these obstacles so easily with the drift and be able to block your opponent's angle of attack so easily. Yeah, that's what he needs to be doing right now. See, that ties on him, but boy, you know, that New Republic ship needs to be getting in and out of that debris to get itself some cover. You leave yourself open like that, and that's what's got to happen, is Eckhart's going to hunt you down and he's going to nail you.
Yep. Yeah, pushing back. They're starting to lose it a little bit. Heading back on defense now.
No, he's picking up. Go for it.
I was going to say it's been interesting watching the swaps happen back on defense and offense. And you know, you and I have had a lot of tech issues. We don't have a lot of stick time. We were up really late last night trying to get, you know, finally I got the box work in, and it's nice seeing this. And really going back to the very first Game Changers footage that we had watched, and kind of seeing the growth process from then to now. We're actually like, you know, guys like Eckhart, Slatter, Bombastics, and the stuff that we were watching, we're actually looking into our future right now, because they've had a little more stick time than everybody else. They were, you know, got used to it a little more. So we're kind of seeing our future. So maybe we can turn 8-minute abs into 6-minute abs. Let's just get a shortcut. You know what I'm saying?
Eckhart's doing really good right here. Look, he's not getting too target fixated, right? So look at him. He's rolling around. He's trying to pick that target that he wants to hit, that he thinks can make the most difference. So I'm liking his gameplay right now for sure.
Yeah, you have to do that. You know, I mean, target fixation is going to get you dead, and we know that. So yeah, swapping targets, not getting fixated. And when you're in an interceptor, that's really kind of what you want to do. That's what I've learned flying a lot of the A-Wing is if you get hung up on a target, you're just, you're just.
Don't chase. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Don't chase. You get fixated on that target and you chase him all over the map, and you probably skipped up 2 or 3 different opportunities to take down an enemy in the same amount of time you did trying to chase that target across the map. And Eckhart's been really good about that. And he's sweeping around, trying to find the targets that are within that gun range.
Yep.
You can immediately get guns on target and start making a difference. And if he needs to break off, again, you're in that interceptor, so cause that extra damage, cause that chaos, put somebody out of their comfort zone, and then let one of your teammates pick them up and finish the kill.
They're on the, they were on the, we've still got an offensive here. And he's moving in close to that.
Yeah, he's getting really, really, really close to the 75.
Yep. Oh, and
maybe a little too close. Found himself pinned against the hull, and that was the end of that right there, boy.
Yeah.
I can't. I giggle and I smile only because it's happened to me.
Oh man, yeah. I remember, but pre-launch when we were doing our shows, they're like, okay, you can't be crashing into, you can't be crashing into stationary objects. And then here I go, boom, boom, boom. I'm playing pinball and everything.
Yep.
It's just...
Yeah.
And watching what I've been seeing a lot of the flight too, I'm just kind of going into analysis on kind of how maneuverability is going. When you see these noses kind of bobbing up and down, it's almost like a boat, and we're just kind of seeing. Nobody's muscle memory has really responded exactly perfectly yet. I mean, and evolved the way it's going to. We're seeing a lot of over movements, a lot of overcompensation on pretty much every direction, whether it's yaw or X or Y, pitch and roll. But those will start to be smaller movements, tighter movements, and then once that happens, you're going to see this game move into a whole new level of competitiveness and excellence. When we start watching the matches and the noses stop bobbing around like a boat is when things start getting tightened up.
Yeah, the overcorrection is going to be your biggest enemy in this game, as it is in any flight sim game or any game where you're having to keep guns on target. Especially here, where you're having to lead a little bit, it's super important to have that minute and that small amount of control. Quiet hands is what I'm going to tell you, everybody. Quiet hands, whether you're on a throttle, whether you're on a HOTUS or you're on a stick. Or a controller. I've got everything backwards, I'm saying it so far. I'm mixing everything together. But no, I don't care what service you're playing on or what type of controller. Quiet hands. The harder you move things around, the faster you move things around, the more input you put in, the less accurate you're going to be, the harder it is going to be to stay on target. Quiet hands. Small, gentle movements to stay behind your target and get on their 6 and not back off from that.
Yeah, we had to Velcro La Bomba's stick to the table last night. It was all over the place. Yeah, but she got it down, though. She simmered down now. She got it.
That's getting excited. Monkey Face trying to roll in on that, and that bomber just got himself torn apart, man. You got to be careful. Make sure you go in there together. Don't go in there solo. Make sure that support ship's behind you, feeding those shields and feeding you that hull as you're making the run in those capital ships.
Yeah, we've been seeing a good bit of backing off and getting the shields preloaded before going into, face first into that destroyer like right now. And a lot of kamikazes. And Hunted was talking about this earlier when I was watching the cast about the kamikazes. I think I'm with him on this, where he's really not buying the effectiveness of the kamikaze, which he was saying, it does damage, but his point about when you take yourself out of the match...
He's going back in for another run with his health already compromised. And look at him circle around. He's working. Sorry to tell you, but he's working it so well. Look at him just come around that ship and up and down, moving around. Then he extends, comes back in. He's doing a great job here.
In an A-wing too. This is good.
And working those shields. Look at it. Got himself in trouble. What's the first thing he did? Slam on that boost. Get out. Extend. Get away. Re-engage at your own convenience.
Shoot the sunfish. Shoot the sunfish. That Reaper looks like a sunfish. I can't resist. Every time I see it, I'm like, I have to shoot the sunfish.
Look at there, all
get out, and there you go. Get out.
Not letting him get away.
That's why I like the A-wing right there. Get in there and get out.
They chased him way past half court, boys. They were there. Nice. Flying in sideways. I love it. All right, it's a full push back. We got them on the defensive now. They're defending the MC-75. Let's see what happens here. Yep. See what Eckhart and the boys bring.
7 minutes left. All right, we got this Raider.
Yeah, here comes Greedo and the bomber boy. Lay down some hurt, buddy.
Yep.
Lay down some hurt. No, this thing's just deal out the damage, boy.
Greedo
He's
shot
just
first
sitting
in
on
his
that
face.
thing. Look at him. He's just
He
camping
is.
it. He's back
Yeah,
there
he
all
just-
by himself, just hammering away on it. Nobody coming after him. He is just. Look at this. He's just sitting there. Nobody's doing anything to go after him or stop him from just laying down damage. This is unbelievable.
He's on island time right here, man. He's like,
He's yeah, he's completely
this.
on his. I mean,
This
nobody's
is what-
gonna touch him.
this is what Luke should have done in Star Wars. Just hover over the vent hole and just pew,
There
pew,
you
pew. Just sit there and
go.
hover. There you go. It's all down.
I cannot believe he got to sit there that long, just completely unabated. I mean, nobody was challenging him, slamming away on that thing. Crazy. And he's back to doing damage, doing excellent damage again. This is a great defense put up by the Rebels
This is good
here.
defense.
But
Yep.
I'm only going to say it's great defense right now because of the failure of the opposing team. I mean, just letting a bomber sit there and pound on that. That was
Yeah,
just
you can't do that. Somebody
No.
has to be there to do something about that.
you just gave him free points all day long right there.
As a true here, he's got his lucky crystal here that's going to give him positive vibes. He's got
See how he
stage.
does with
He's,
his bomber on bomber.
he's probably burning sage in there in the cockpit. Purify the cockpit.
You gotta get evil spirits be
Get
going.
rid of the negative energy.
There he goes. There he goes.
Nice.
All right, they're getting ready
Good
to
in the
switch it
alien
and
here.
start
Yep.
pushing on that.
Get him.
Uh-oh. That was close. He had to
Yep.
burn down right,
All right,
there.
push.
They would have been on the push.
Yep. Yeah. Well, they're on the push here. Get after that Star Destroyer. 5 minutes
Yeah.
left. We should be getting pretty close here.
Boy, the
We're running 2 interceptors, 3 interceptors on a assault.
that's
Y-wing
interesting.
to
I wanna
where
see
we
how
at?
that
Are we
turns
gonna have
out.
another Y-wing? Well, as long as we got another Y-wing, I like that. Now, see, what you could do here is when you've got these Y-wings, if you got 3 interceptors, I would be really tempted to run at least 2 of them with ion cannon full ion, because one of the things that I've noticed is when you have the bombers going in there and you're going to have fighters on defense trying to attack those bombers, well, while they're shooting at the bombers, I mean, you can be trying to shoot the fighters, trying to shoot the bombers, but they can still shoot and kill while you're trying to shoot and kill them. So if you zap them, if you stun them, that could give the bombers the time they need to get through without them being able to continue to attack. You want to disable their ability to attack completely, and I think possibly on this offensive is where those might be the most viable.
They
so far.
all pretty much just went through a squad wipe right there. So they're
They
all
did.
coming back together here to make another
on the
run.
defense.
Or actually now they're back on the D. But boy, did you see? Did you see? Is they're just sitting on the hull of the Star Destroyer, spinning around with the laser cannons blasting before he got detonated. That was pretty awesome.
Need a quick pushback here.
Yeah, I mean, look at them. They went with the double bomber, double interceptor with the support.
Yep. Yeah, that's.
I'd like
that's
to
a good
see how
call.
much damage this is going to put down. But again, look at Monkey Face all over that ship, and he's not really taking much damage whatsoever.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
That's not cool.
Well,
Let's get him back in there. Oh, that's the thing that I'm always.
and you
But
can't
I'm
even
always
call
scared.
it the blue screen of death because we didn't even get the blue screen.
No, at least they decorated for you. They give you some nice graphics to.
No, that's for sure.
Enjoy.
Hey, I like seeing these setups that are coming in. They're launching these dual ship setups. Twin interceptors with the twin bombers. I like it.
Yep.
Looking at scoreboard real quick, break it down. We're not seeing a tremendous amount of player kills so far right at that point in time, but we are now riding along with
We are in Bomb
Bombastic's
Squad.
crew.
Yep,
Now
in
we're
Bomb
rolling with
Squad
them.
now.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So we just lateraled matches, huh? I like it. Now we're going to have to get caught up.
On the defense.
Yep.
We're taking a ride with his interceptor here.
Yep, going after him some X-Wing. Looks like he's working some of the basic AI, trying to build up that morale.
There's a nice drift. You know what? I haven't seen a whole ton of drifting since I've been watching, which is surprising. We just saw a nice one there.
Actually, now you just say that, I hadn't even thought about it until you just said it, and I haven't seen as much as actually I thought I would.
Yep. And this is weird because this was one of our big topics leading up to launch was about drift. And it's been the exact opposite of what I thought. I thought everyone else was going to be drifting all the time and I wouldn't utilize it that much. And it's the exact opposite. I'm on it constantly and I haven't been seeing it that much.
Come on, Bombastic. Get around on him.
Oh.
Ran out of time. Boy, ran out of time on that one. Look, I don't think the 180 Poe Dameron, drift, in my opinion, is I don't use it very often whatsoever. But definitely using the lateral drifts by every means necessary. I love it. I mean, that's how I can stay behind the TIE fighters. I can slide around those turns where they can make that really sharp turn. So, he's trying to get back to base there to fix up his beat-up toy. All right, we're riding with Uplink. Let's see what he's got here. Rolling in the bomber. He can bring some damage down.
I like watching these TIE bombers. I've been really enjoying it. They're real tanky. Well, and I know that trying to bring them down in an A-wing, it's just like, wow, they're really tough.
I would say the same thing in the X-wing. They will definitely take some damage. Well, you could pump lasers into them for a while.
Yeah, they definitely take a beating. Yeah, and I've just with them, and just from my point of view, from an A-wing, when we were watching the A-wings earlier in the day, the ions are really effective. I think I'm going to start using those more.
I enjoy the ions a great deal. Actually, in the bomber, I fly nothing but with the forward ion cannons.
Now, granted, in the interceptor, I like
here.
to chase other interceptor classes, but yeah, going against the bombers, yeah, it's been really interesting watching this.
I tend to see them hitting a lot more of the AI than I see them actually hitting the other squadron currently in this defensive mode.
Yeah, I think they've got him pushed back pretty good. I think they're not really making it in very close. It seems pretty clean out here, and this map is just to get this far in the tournament and have this map. I'm sorry, this is hard. It's just wide open combat. It's rough. This is a rough map. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to go. Wow.
Look at Eckhart.
Yeah, Eckhart's ladder
dominating the Baron leaderboard. Just dominating.
He could take this. He's on pace for it. I mean, how much time is left? About another hour and 30 minutes or so. And I mean, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, I'm excited for him. I mean, good for him. If you can lay down that level of play, then lay it down.
Yep, Stash is up 7-6. If they just keep doing what they're doing, they've been just solid. They've been really solid. I mean, pretty much every match that we've had been able to watch up to now, they're just getting it done. The kids have got talent.
Yeah, so far they're showing it off. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. All right, here they go.
Yeah, they're about to. Yep, if they can clean a little bit more up, they can get off the defense and.
Yeah, they just got to keep. They got to keep pushing here. They got to keep.
Well, it would be really nice to get a good offensive with 20 minutes to get another one. Right about now would be good.
Yeah, but see, they just lost their Star Destroyer shields, so you're gonna see that other squad hopefully pushing in hard to try to pick up some of that damage they can get with the shields down. You can see the ion cannons making a difference out there for sure. You're catching those icons letting you know that those ships are disabled. All right, only what you got for us? He's just sitting right on top of the ISD, kind of doing some Overwatch.
That red paint job. How slick is that?
That's pretty sexy.
That's evil looking.
Nice. Dropped another one. Look at that. Getting ready to roll in for the
Oh,
attack
there we go.
now.
Yep, move it.
All right, so what do we got? We got bomber, TIE fighter.
Ooh, yeah.
So let's see what kind of damage they can bring here with a 4-bomber run. Blocks are only flying cover for them. There they go. There they go. See what they can get done here.
Yep.
There they
Only
are.
here needs to be a busy boy.
Yeah, boy, he's got 4 bombers to take care of all by himself. That's a lot of responsibility.
Oh.
But, I mean, I don't realistically
that's a moment.
think. Go.
Oh, I was just going to say that's a moment right there where you really don't want to be respawning, and that's staying alive and being around when you got a bunch of bombers, and which, I mean, those TIE bombers can take a good bit of care of themselves, but yeah, and that's the point that I just wanted to get back to that Hunted was talking about on dying in the kamikazes and what it does when you have that late spawn time, and you're a good ways from the battle, and that's timing. And timing is everything, because if everybody's spawning and they're off sync, you constantly don't have your whole squad over there, so you're undermanned, and you see that a lot in dogfight mode, but particularly on an offensive, you need all of that coordination.
Beyond having, your squad mates next to you to bring more damage, when you piecemeal out there, you have a much greater opportunity to be getting tag team, getting 2-on-1, 3-on-1,
Yep.
and then you don't stand a chance. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you have, support ship or not. You're going to get popped. That's just, you can't, the DPS is going to overwhelm you. And it looks like they're sticking with this 4-bomber squadron, boy. Now they're kind of coming in staggered, as we were just talking about. So they're going to have a harder time putting down a coordinated, massive damage run.
Well, they are looking better. I mean, they did put a hurting on that over there, and they are back on defense, but they did get the hurting in. So I think they did make some good use out of that offensive.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, boy. My hat's off to you, only. Leaving you out there is the sole fighters with 4 bombers. And, the bombers are tough. They put out a ton of damage. I got it. That's for sure. But I think that, and they're still in it. Look at it. They're still in the 4-bomber formation with the single TIE fighter. I'm just going to sit along for the ride and watch. I'm very curious how this is going to play for him. Saw him do it on the offensive push, of course, but, now they're on defense and they're still all running the bombers.
Yeah, right now is where I would really want to be close to another offensive at the 15-minute mark. I got about 1:34 left for that.
Yeah, I'm questioning the 4-bomber run. I mean,
right,
you're definitely
there it is.
bringing
They
in.
got
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I was questioning that. I was questioning that 4-bomber continued formation there. I mean, when you're on defense, I mean, I'm going to call fighter all day long compared to running bombers. Yeah, you got, cluster missiles and all sorts of really cool tricks and toys that the fighters don't have, but
yeah, not a lot of fighter action there. There was the kill stats really reflected what was being flown out there. There was a lot of damage being dealt, not a lot of fighter kills, and that was a pretty quick match. A lot of damage being dealt. So we're at Senate Squadron now.
Elliot's in that bomber.
Yeah, the bomber's been real popular. Real popular.
Well, we got him running 2 ties. We got the support. We got Elliot in a bomber. Let's see what Skeg pops back in. And looks like he's going back in TIE fighter. All right, Elliot. Let's see you pull some of that pilot stuff, man. Coming in.
Oh.
Taking fire. Get that ordnance off. Yeah, goodbye. Skeg coming in behind him, though, but, boy, Elliott kind of really looked like he was on his own in that run, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like, they really did some focused fire on him. They ripped him down quick. All right, Skeg. Get in there.
Still on the assault.
Oh, they're doing good. They're doing good right here. They just need to keep pushing. Now, Elliott's back in that bomber. That's Seb and a TIE fighter. Danger in the Reaper. I like that Reaper, boy. And then Jump and a TIE fighter as well. I like this. I like the 3 TIE fighter bomber. I like this.
Yeah, for this stage, that's a pretty nice setup. And then we've got Skeg here is just kind of patrolling the middle. His interceptor, stay fast, stay nimble, harass, cause problems.
Yeah, he's doing what he needs to do. Got himself all supplied, got his pit stop done. All right, man. Green, green, green. Go, go, go. Go get him, Skeg.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Look at that. Look at him. Being very measured. Look how slow he is. He's taking his time. He's just creeping around the edges. I like it. Making himself skinny, making himself small.
Well, this is an effective tactic right here because, you know, to get across to the other, you know, fleet, you're going to have to meet him in the middle. And if you found your rhythm, because it takes a little while to kind of see how the other team is going to play and what they're going to give up, what they're not going to give up. You need to find out what they're afraid of, and then once you figure that out, then you know, I think he's doing a real good job right here. Because
he's eating AIs up left and right. He's keeping the morale pumped all the way up, and they're keeping the assault going on the MC-75. You can't ask for better play right now.
No, this is great. You know, stay on the assault, keep that morale up, and he's being real punishing in the middle.
Yeah, they are dominating this match right now. I mean, they are in full control.
Yeah, right now he's like that hard-hitting safety in the secondary, just kind of roaming.
Yeah, he is. He's basically your free safety over the middle. You know, anything that comes near him, what is he going to do? He's going to eat it up, and then he's going to get right back to where he's supposed to be. Yep, look at him, getting out of there, getting right back over the station, holding his middle ground, or if you want to say kind of holding that middle cap. Very smart. He's not overextending himself. He's not getting in too deep. He's not getting drawn in. He's playing really, really smart.
Yes, you're right. He's not getting drawn in, and that's what's important. Not getting drawn in. He's keeping everybody in a distance.
Oh, run. See, got to know when to run, and he is getting out of there.
That speed and acceleration is the best weapon in that interceptor class. Get in and get out, and that's when I like to use the drift, really, is to get out quickly, and then I can do a 180 drift, get a real quick sit rep assessment of who's following me, who's not following me, and where everybody is. The drift is best for SA.
That hurt. A little head-on action. You know what, and look, I'm going to tell you this. Skeg is actually playing so smart right here, he's not having to use the drift.
No, he's not.
He's keeping himself low, he's keeping himself slow, he's making measured movements. And then he's going in, picking off some targets, coming back, resupplying, repairing, getting right back out there. I'm sorry, but this is textbook play right now from an interceptor. This is exactly how
he's not doing any.
Played.
Yeah, he's not doing busy work. He's just kind of doing a bunch of busy work. You know, he's not doing anything that he doesn't need to do and that's unnecessary, and that's leaving him available to accomplish the task when it arises.
They have just absolutely had a hold of this, and they're not letting go.
Yep. Yeah, keeping that morale up. This has been one of the most consistent morale advantages that I've seen for a while.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely one-sided right now. I mean, look at Skeg. He's just sitting there. I mean, he's just chilling. No big deal. We've got everything well in control. The rest of my squad mates are hammering down. I'm going to pick off an AI here, picking off an AI there. Yep. This is crazy. This is like a stroll in the park for these guys right now.
And he's going to do what they're going to let him get away with.
Look
and they're letting him get away with it right now.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah,
665,
Yeah, that's about-
523. That's crazy.
170,000 lead.
That's outstanding. Yeah, my hat is off to you, Captain. You earn a salute from me. Serious damage doing right there.
All 5 of those.
All right,
That's-
Danger, move. Get out of there. Still stuck, and then you're done. All right, cool. We're getting right along with jumping right here. Maybe I shouldn't say who we're riding along with. That's just bad luck, because as soon as I do...
They're like, Moose, shut up, please. Please just shut up.
Do not call my name out. Yeah.
Bad
All right.
mojo you are.
I am. And Elliot, again, kind of look at him trying to sneak around the side of the station. Creeping around. Look at him. Trying to stay out of sight. See? Oh, nothing to see here, boys and girls. Nothing to see.
This is where I like the VR. This is where I like the VR in a New Republic, because as I'm flying out in the outskirts, I can turn my head to the
All
right
right,
and look and see what's going on.
somebody got him. They found him.
Yep.
He's eating it now.
And with VR, that wouldn't have happened, because you would
Come
have seen
on.
off to your right and all of that.
Oh, the ion. Yeah, they
Yep.
caught him that time. Yeah, it looks like they're beating back, boy. They're out, putting up a fight. They're about to knock him back. There you go.
Yep.
They finally did it. They finally broke that huge offensive push.
Yeah, let's see these interceptors, see how they do on the defense when their back's against the wall.
Well, I mean, right now they're running all line fighters
Yep.
with the Reaper.
Well, we got no. Skeg is in an interceptor. One interceptor, and then line
Yes.
fighters, and then the Reaper. Yeah. I mean, one
Seb, yeah, Seb's in an interceptor too, because we're with Seb right now. Right? Or am I
We're with. Oh well, yeah. Well, now we are. Yeah, we're in an interceptor again.
with Seb?
Seb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Skeg's in a line fighter.
I'm impressed.
Yep. Getting back to middle in the tug of war.
This is so much fun. This is just absolutely a blast. Everybody putting this on. Everybody works so hard. This is outstanding. Thank you very much.
This is just a treat. And I'm just loving that we got this organized so fast and right after launch, just to kind of set the tone for what this game needs to be. Competitive, tournament style play, and all of that's just going to be so fun. There goes the Corvette. Got our morale pushing again. Yeah, this Senate's doing great with their morale, man. Seriously, I think they had it full red, I think, so far once since we've been in. They're heading 15-minute mark, about to push full white again.
Yeah, they have managed the morale so
Yep.
well this game. It's like unlike any other game I've seen by far. And they're still defending the cruisers, boy, but it's only going to take. Just lost that one. Look at him, completely untouched, completely unchallenged. He's just sitting there, just dealing damage.
Island time, baby.
It's crazy. Yeah, Danger, keep throwing it. Yeah, yeah.
You overstayed
Could not-
yourself, yes,
could-
by a
yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, could not get out of that hot LZ fast enough. No RTB for you.
Jumping
Yeah.
Cleric in a interceptor here. Seeing some good interceptor action. There you go.
And look at him do it. Yeah,
All in a row.
he's working the. And I have other names for these AIs, but he's working these AIs right here, just popping it, and then boom. All right, they're already switched over. Now they're back on the side. And he's just, look, they don't need him. Why not? If your support ship has got time to pop a few AI to add to your morale, absolutely, by all means.
Oh yeah. It all goes towards it, and then here you are already full morale again. So we're on the
Yeah,
assault.
and Cat literally sitting dead stopped above the station because he's like,
Yep.
well, there's nothing for me to do right now. I mean, he's doing he's not going to go push a bad situation in the interceptor and get popped. He's going to sit back and do his job, which is the discipline to play like that is the difference between winning and losing. Look, he doesn't feel the need to push a bad situation just to pick up a quick kill.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what can get you into it's busy work, you know, unnecessary things.
Now he should be doing some busy work. Pick up some. Pick
There
up
we
some
go. We got a
X-Wing
bomber
AIs.
coming in.
Oh, see, shouldn't have done that. Turned in, pushed a bad situation. Then he got caught by overwhelming firepower, and that was the end of that.
But I love overwhelming firepower.
I like overwhelming
there it is.
firepower
Oh.
when I'm firing it, boy. Yeah, you just eat that ion. Almost made it out of
That
it.
is sweet.
The MC-75 is being destroyed.
That's it, boys.
There they go.
They dump it down.
And it takes it.
Unbelievable. They were in such control that entire game right there. I mean,
Very efficient.
I can't believe it.
Who's your MVP of that one? Mine is Skegmaster. That is my MVP.
He would have been mine even if he didn't have the most kills. I still would have called it. He played amazing. But again, so did the whole team because you're not going to have such dominance like that without a just insane team effort. All right, back with Ed Hart's team. We got Captain Shaq.
When Sun's at it, we're already
Just
right in their
hammer. Look at
face.
it again. Just sitting on top of the Star Destroyer, hammering away, untouched. That's crazy. Like, I don't know how people can sit
Look at
there and
this.
he's got like no health left. He's got
Someone's
barely.
coming.
He's
You know it.
how.
There
look
we
at it.
go.
Done. Boom. That's
Boom. When Suns. We're seeing some quicker matches here. Well, we've seen a variety of them. We've seen fast matches. We've seen, like these nail biters. There was a couple that just went right to the end. And and they look different. A lot of them are, if you look at the statistics at the end of the matches, they don't all look the same. And I like to see this out of this game. This is one of the things that sometimes, in a game you'll see that it just played the same way every time. And it just starts to get into that rhythm where it's just like, just goes same all the time. But when you
it's
start
almost
to
like
see
a
different
meta
results,
at that point.
it is. You get the meta,
Yeah.
everyone's doing the meta, and then it's just that all the time. But I think one of the things that we heard the developers talk about with Star Wars Squadrons is from the beginning, they wanted to create a balance and maintain that balance to where you can work that balance in a number of ways. And when people were whenever people were asking about, the TIE Defender or the B-Wing, and they're like, no, it's going to throw the balance out.
I don't know. We'll have to see, but I do have to say, we are definitely seeing a wide variety of strategies here being played out and tested, and I think that's really awesome for the community to get to watch and they can learn from. Look at that, boy. 7 wins, just riding on top of the leaderboard.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I really like that. I'm really enjoying learning as well as everybody else is and seeing the cool setups. But this unchallenged starfighter in a key position on a ship, just sitting there firing away, boy, that stuff, that stuff's got to end. It can't keep going on like that. You're gonna, situational awareness. That is just a huge epic fail. All right, here we go with Bombastic's team. One more time. Oh, we got Bomb and his interceptor. Or no, Tristan. Sorry, that's Tristan's interceptor. My bad. They're doing good managing the managing the morale right now. They've got this well in hand on the defense.
And it's the death map. Oh, the death map.
Yes, it is.
This
And
one
here
gives
they
me
go.
nightmares. I wake up in the middle of the night.
All right, here they go. We got Interceptor, Bomber, U-Wing, Interceptor as they push for their assault. Let's see what they go. Oh, quick rerun or quick pit stop there. Let's see what Only does. Nice. Beautiful. He's going in, zooming out. Trying to find his next target. If we could talk about gravity, I'd be like, that was a really nice, side yo-yo, but yeah. Not really calling it like that.
There we go. Oh,
would just knock
He's
on
like-
the front door, let me in.
He says, please blow up before I do.
Yeah. Man, he wanted to give everybody on the bridge there just a front row view of his laser cannons in their face.
Like, neener, neener, neener.
Yeah. I thought he was about to turn himself into a bug on the windshield. That's what I thought was about to happen. I'd only back in the interceptor.
This map is intense. It's just total swashbuckling action, man. Seriously, this is like no hiding, no running. Just boom, boom. Pew, pew, boom, boom. All right, yeah, look at this.
Yeah,
See-
this
see,
is
this
definitely
good. I
like
this.
arena
Good.
deathmatch style here. Everybody
Good
just head up.
trajectory here. We got two Y-wings heading in, interceptor, and here's one of your Ys. We got our
All
shields.
right, come on, bomber. Get off that ordnance. Oh boy, he's in deep trouble. Yeah.
Whoop.
You know what? I guess another thing that we need to really kind of point out to everybody how important it is managing your shields if you are going to fly Imperial or Rebels. I mean, if you're going to fly Rebels, man, you better know how to balance those shields and rebalance them and reinforce them, especially on in escape and evade. Going head on right there with that interceptor.
Yeah, New Republic, you'll often see a lot of sitting back, waiting for overcharge, working to the front, just like this interceptor's doing right now. This is good, but unfortunately for an interceptor, it's usually not enough. But that's why you kind of get in, boom in. If I can dummy from a distance, I'll just dummy from a distance. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but boom in. I use a drift to get out of there and boost right back out. I try not to get anywhere near the capital ships in an interceptor usually. Until I get way better.
And that hangar bay
That's
for the
even
Rebels
possible.
is such a pain in the you-know-what. You really got to get up inside of the thing and hit it just right. It's not like diving into the ISD. ISD's got that giant hangar you can just go cruising into. You see everybody slapping on the walls and back and forth, and then we see Uplink once again. Now he's taking some damage, boy, but there for a moment, once again, he was just unchallenged, pounding away, dealing damage. And it's,
Yeah, there we go. Get some
and
good.
so he's got a nice weapon. He's right in the hull. He's, he's not making himself a big target. He's making himself skinny. And he's right there to do some damage. Look at it, right there to defend. Yeah, kill that Reaper. Come on. Angle that thing. Put all your power in your weapons and blast it. Come on.
Get the
It's right there.
sunfish.
Come on.
There it is.
Uplink, switch your power. He's going to hold on to that shield. I mean, I can't blame him all that much, but
Yeah, I can't.
if
I'd have
if
those
it was
shields
me, I would have switched all my power into my weapons, and I would have laid down the most damage as I could on that Reaper sitting on top of me. So, boy, they are they're getting a little spanky right here. Looks
Yeah,
like
if they
they
get
did
that-
some
that
real
push.
serious damage on the 75.
We got two interceptors up. We could see this morale push back pretty quick here. They're pretty close.
The Rebels need to turn this around fast. Bombastic and his crew really need to turn this around fast. Here they go.
They got a good chance to do it now.
They need to lay
And
down
here
some
we go.
serious whooping here, man. They're
Yep.
going to turn this around. Come on, up.
Yeah, get that whooping stick going right here. This is
Yeah.
yep, there we go. There we go.
Come on. You're outside of range.
This is
Get
good
that
work.
ordnance off.
There you go.
Nope, he's going to eat it. I mean, he definitely got a lot. I mean, he got a lot of shots on target, but,
Yeah, he got a nice long stream.
Ow.
Oh yeah, ouch.
Yeah, that was over fast, wasn't it? Nice
Oh.
job.
We got Stash Squadron with 8 wins now.
Look
We've
at
got
him. I was about to say,
two
they just-
2-win lead.
He, what do we own? I don't know how many. I don't know how many matches we have left, but I'll take a 2-point lead any day.
Yeah, Stash has been looking solid. They're getting it done. You know, when someone's starting to look like the real deal, they get in and put the work in every day.
And that's what it. Yeah, I mean, and you and I both know that's absolutely what it takes. You know, you got to have that squad working together smoothly, communicating, knowing what each other's going to do before they do it, knowing who your aggressive, stupid, headlong, stubborn players are like me, and then your patient ones like you, and how to utilize them best. Yeah. Oh. They just, like, that did not last. They got slapped, they got turned around, and they are back on defense.
There is just no way to sneak up on anything in this map, man. It's
No, it's put your shields forward and pray.
Exactly. Just put them forward and go to it. Oh, man. Oh, they're on major defensive now. Still plenty of time.
You know, I mean, you look at it. I mean, Up's running a bomber. We got Wolf in the U-wing. We got Tristan a bomber. You know, on defense. I mean, I don't know if everybody's thinking that that's kind of the route they want to go because the bomber is tanky and it's got, you know, the cluster missiles as well as I like the ion cannons. And maybe that's the thought behind running bombers on defense. Yeah. That's pretty awesome.
Love that effect. Love it. Yeah, and it's been mixed results too. You know, it's
Well, yeah, because, you know, just a couple matches ago, we saw them trying that with the 4 bomber defense, and they got run over.
That's right.
I mean, they absolutely just got smashed in the face, run over. There was, you know, there it is.
Empire takes it.
Yeah, it couldn't.
That was some fierce fighting, though, from Bomb Squad. That was some really fierce fighting. Yeah, and moving on to another round. We're going to have to take a break here. This has been fun, man. I appreciate everyone for having us on. This has just been terrific.
Oh, no, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'd stay here all day. You kidding me? I do this for free. Wait a minute.
You are?
We are doing it for free, but I don't care. I'd still do it for free.
We're doing it for the joy.
Oh, nice. Here we go. Back with my boy, Spooky Jedi, in the Interceptor.
All right. We're going to head to break, and we'll be right back with more Operation Ace.
here for you.
Operation Ace is brought to you by Razor Gold. Thank you so much to Razor for helping make this event possible. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Scriv. Thank you so much to Sly Guy and Moose, the Sons of Solo Squadrons podcasters on YouTube. You can go find them at Sons of Solo on Twitter. They were wonderful to listen to, Scriv, but it's time to bring this show home.
Yes, sir. We are in that home stretch, as you were saying. Like, things are looking so good right now. We've got the Stash Squadron edging ahead, but not super far ahead, right? Still runnings in there, Shio, and maybe even Eckhart and the boys in the Twin Suns squadron could pull things back. We just saw them pick up a win before the break.
Now, we'll get to see those games here in just a moment. Let's get you caught up on the format. If you're just joining us for the first time and don't understand how this tournament works, we've got 5 teams of 5, led by some of the best content creators we could find, and they've been playing for about 4 hours now, 4 of the 5 hours as we're heading into this final hour stretch, where they're just trying to get wins in the Public Fleet Battles playlist. They're trying to become that ace squadron over there and be the top commendation of the day. That'll be awarded to the team that gets the most total wins. They will be the winners for the day and earn themselves a Razor prize pack. But also got some commendations for individuals. The player that gets the most eliminations, the player that gets the most assists, the most capital damage, which at this point we can just already give to Captain Shaq. No one's going to stop that guy. And survivalist, the player with the fewest amount of deaths. Those are the commendations these players are trying to earn. And yeah, we are excited to be getting into some gameplay here soon, but we want to give you an update on who's in the lead. Just if you haven't seen this one already, Stash Squadron up by 2, 8 wins over Shio's 6. But Twin Suns there at 5, going to try and chase them down for second place. And, you know, in this last hour, all it takes is getting 1 win and then maybe facing off against Stash Squadron and taking a win away from them to vault themselves into first place here. This could be anyone in the top 3 here.
Yeah, as you allude to, right, we have seen some of these teams matching up and whatnot, so hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that, and maybe the head-to-head matchups that we saw earlier, and if we get a couple more towards the end, are actually going to make a huge difference to the standings.
For sure. Be sure to follow at SW Operation Ace on Twitter for more tournaments that are going to be coming up in the future. Love getting to run these events in this wonderful game. Chat! Shout out to you guys. You guys have been awesome. We've had a lot of fun hearing about y'all, the way y'all are playing the game, hearing some tips from the experienced players in chat. I think we're ready to get into some gameplay and see where these guys are going, what maps we're on. Yeah, we're going to be jumping back in with Monkey Face, Metal Magic, as a trio, Official Greedo, and Spooky Jedi here. Team Shio currently chasing first place, behind by 2.
Yeah, so an interesting one to jump in with for sure, an exciting one to jump in with. Looks like things kind of even. I guess they're on the defensive, but it does appear they have managed to drop the frigates on the other side of things as well, the cruisers rather, with being on the Rebellion side here. But all the same, so a really important one to be taking, probably in their position. Can't afford to drop a game from here on out. I feel like we're seeing the dichotomy of the day where Shio and this squadron have been looking really, really strong in terms of, I want to say, like, the strategic element, the way that they've been approaching the game and the score basing and all that kind of stuff, where Stash Squadron seem to have some of our stronger individual players, and that's what's been carrying them.
As they get the Raider taken down, they are 1 kill away, and they'll find it there. Now time to go on the attack for the Republic. See Greedo right now playing with his power evenly distributed across shields, engines, and weapons. That was one of the things that the podcasters talked about a lot, power distribution. We've seen many players basically ignore it. Here's Spooky Jedi going to put everything into weapons as he goes on the attack, and now puts it into the boost to try and get away, disengage quickly. Definitely the right way to play. Trying to escape in his A-wing. Get back in and heal up. Steal away a kill. Being able to disengage like that, get back in the hangar and redeploy, not only does that cut down on your respawn timer, you also you take away the morale change that would have come for your enemies by getting the kill on you.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. It's always, I think it's what Moose and Sly were mentioning as well. Playing safe, playing smart is always the move rather than hunting down kills and whatnot. They will come. An opportunity will arise. You don't have to force it necessarily, like we're seeing here, perhaps from, I believe, Greedo. Could have been Monkey Face. They both go down at the same time. I didn't quite catch, but just rushing in, trying to do damage. They've lost 4, I believe, like fighters all in the same breath there. So a lot of morale going down. Metal Magic going to fall as well, and attacking phase is cut short, you have to say.
One thing we've seen a lot from the players we've been watching today right now on board with Azza and his A-Wing. He's got all the power into speed, doesn't have any into shields despite being out of combat right now. Oh, is he going to go to try and hide? Nah, he's just going to take a short, slow pace through the middle. Switches over to power. I've seen a lot of Rebellion players not overcharging their shields, and it's something that if you just played the prologue tutorial at the beginning and maybe completely skipped the campaign, you might not even know this is a thing that you can do. But if you put all of your energy into shields, it will give you a little like an overshield from Halo. And it's something you should always be doing when out of combat if you can. Right now at 2% health, this Y-Wing on the brink. Monkey Face is going to have to hope his shields hold. They will be taken down and playing some defense here. Just dock, bud. You're so close to death. This is terrifying.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's a little lost, to be honest.
Ooh.
Stash around here.
Stash Squadron extending their lead. 9 wins now. We are getting into the final moments. These guys are incredible. Can we give a timer update, if possible, production? Know exactly how much time is left for these teams. 51 minutes. You guys have maybe time for one normal game and a fast game. You got to get those games in.
I think so. So it's really, really starting, and honestly, I feel Shio going to have to clean this one up quickly if they want to be in with that chance and hope that Stash maybe can drop a game or two to bring it close. But it is going to be close. It certainly is between these teams. I think this game particularly, awfully close. So maybe no more mistakes to be afforded. I kind of like this from Greedo. Needs to be a little careful not to get burned, but he's hiding in behind that Corvette. Shields of the Corvette, I would imagine, going to absorb a lot of the damage that would come his way. Most of the shield of the Star Destroyer is melted away, but again, going down, there's no real support. They've lost all once again so very quickly here, getting absolutely melted. I think we do indeed have Spooky Jedi on the support class on that U-Wing, but like not quite in position to help out the bombers when they're going for those runs.
We'll get back in just in time. Well, they will lose the morale. Now here come the Empire. Fall back, defend. MC-75. All of the frontline defensive NPC ships taken out. You know a Raider's coming in. Here comes bombers. This one, Goat. I'm used to looking down and be like, which of the players is coming at them? Goat, just a rando in the playlist. Try and take out the Raider while covered from behind. He's going to chew through a lot of the shields. One thing I've been waiting for Script today is to see a team coordinated enough on the Raider/Corvette to finish it off before it gets any damage onto the capital ship.
Yeah, I mean, you can melt them really quickly, right? And particularly when you are struggling in your dogfights, as it were. I think it's probably a good move to get rid of it early. Seems to be the difference in this game was we're seeing Shio just lose out some of these fights, man, particularly when they're on attack. It's 2 phases in a row now that have ended pretty quickly. However, at the same time, I suppose, okay, things are looking up. They take down the Corvette, right, and that obviously gives a big swing. They've also eliminated like 2 or 3 players in a row there. They are taking quite a bit of damage onto the main flagship is kind of the issue here. And when their attacking phases have been coming through, although frigates and cruisers went down pretty fast, they've not really found much damage onto that Star Destroyer, honestly.
Yeah, they're already down to like 40% hull. The shield's starting to recharge a bit, giving them a little bit of breathing room, but man, they've got to get out there. They got to take out at least one more ship here. No, they got it there. Good job. Prepare to attack. See them try to go back out. But Greedo getting lit up, could not shake. The enemy's on his tail. Now over to Spooky Jedi. The support getting in, lighting up the bombers. Bill finish this guy off. He's down to 1 health, and there he goes. Enemy's coming back strong already before the team can even get down and attack the Star Destroyer. The shields are barely weakened, and already the bar's starting to move back the other way. Spooky Jedi decides, you know what? It's time just to move in. Let's go on the attack. Who cares if I'm a support? And maybe thinks better of it, lol.
Yeah, smacks of desperation a little bit, you have to say, and now he's being hunted. Shields to the back, looking relatively good, but certainly going to need some assistance. A crash, but it diverts his course. I don't know, is it worked? I think he... No, okay, he's still being tracked. I was going to say, I think he might just have eluded the hunter, but not going to be the case. Support surely coming in. Okay, he's actually able to dock there, so that's all good, but it leaves the rest of the team without the support. You know, the interceptor doing the interceptor's job and being a nuisance, throwing that pilot away, and meaning that the rest of the team has no assistance. And as you can see, we get Monkey Face trying his damnedest, but doesn't even get a chance to go for a run, to be honest. Eliminated real fast there on the attack.
Yeah, that one was very rough, and now they have to play defense again. Their ship very beat up. The one silver lining of the situation, the MC-75's shield generators still up. That'll stall out the defense just long enough, hopefully, for Metal Magic to get onto these bombers and eliminate them. But again, that Raider going to be a key. Going to have to take out the Raider as quickly as possible. Get that swing back to the direction, because Raiders like to eat shields for breakfast. Shields already down to half health.
Yeah, they are mowing through it right now. They need to find some eliminations back. I think before these shields go down, at the very least, it needs to be evened up in terms of the morale. Things are really not looking too good for Shio here. I like this, though, coordinating onto the Raider. This is what we wanted to see, right?
Yeah, this is, he's dying very, very quickly. Full weapons power. Should be able to finish it off here quickly. There we go. Morale starting to swing back the other way. Now take out the bombers that are coming to do the real damage. Bombers are always going to be targeting the subsystems. With the power unit already down, power is destroyed. That opens up so many weak spots. All the debris above the ship. Bomber trying to get in. Attacking the targeting unit. Over there. Oh, so. Dear.
Oh.
Targeting destroyed.
Oh, no. Disaster. Absolute disaster. This is really not looking too good.
Yeah, this might be it. Shield generator destroyed as well. Good job. Prepare to attack. No way. They get on the attack. But can they stay there? This team has been so strong. Someone might try and backdoor, swing back around. But their ship's still at half health and full shields. There was so little damage needed left to be done on the MC-75.
Yeah, this needs to be a massive attacking phase here from Shio Squadron. We'll have to see. They've already, once again, same kind of issues. Metal Magic, Greedo going down so fast. Their setup, their routes, it's clearly not working, or the enemy team has a very, very strong defensive setup. That is for sure. We might be losing another one here in the form of Azatru, the captain of this squadron. His shield's barely staying up. He's going to try and get rid of a generator while he can, but just not going to happen. Not on an interceptor. Morale swaying in favor of the Empire here. Not quite all the way down towards the bottom, of course, but the shield's barely broken. They've just gone down, and so much hull integrity compared to their opposition. Things are really looking good for the Empire. They can't be losing anyone. Greedo with the spin to win strat, I suppose. Able to stay alive.
I'm glad to see some few people playing with their role. Seen too many yaw masters today. And they are actually getting a lot of damage in here. They have managed to stay on offense, but no, it finally drops as the Corvette gets destroyed. If they can finish off the damage right now, they could win, but their ship is so weak. this might be the end. They've got to play a perfect defensive round here. It's going to start with that Raider, but also you got to, I don't know, split the attention maybe. 2 people on the bombers, 2 people, 3 people on the Corvette or something. You have no shields. You have like 10% health, and it's dropping rapidly. It's gone. It's over. Team Shio not going to be able to get another win. Oh, dear. Things starting to slip away from them. We've only got like 40 minutes left.
Yeah, that one really stings, man. Like, I just think on attack, they really could not break in. I don't quite know what to say. It just seemed like their opposition had a solid setup. I mean, Spooky Jedi on 30. B-Pop, shout out to that guy on 33 eliminations as well. Solid performance coming in from an individual sense. But I don't know, man. Like, every time they tried to go on that attack, they would go for a bombing run. They have 1 or 2 guys on the bombers, of course, right, as we've come to expect. But yes, they would get damage in, but they would die as well as part of the process. And sometimes they wouldn't get as much damage as they would like. So it's not the ideal way to be going about it. We've been talking about it all day. Staying alive, super important. Taking your opportunities at the right time, super important. Checking in with the Stash squad here. Of course, the stats up for the A Squadron for the leaders of the day, essentially. Still going to be Stash Squadron. Looking good for them here, I guess, as we tune in. I don't see any X's on their side of things, so I don't think they've lost any of their cruisers, and they're on full attack. So this is pretty solid, actually.
Oh, they're looking very good. Now hiding underneath in the resupply area. Oh, okay.
Okay. I was going to say, what was he doing here? But I guess he wasn't quite in the zone.
Please give me missiles. Thank you very much. Now advancing to assault. G75 still in perfect health. Try and sneak around the back here. As a bomber, this is perfect. Using the natural terrain to hide himself from the lasers.
I really think this is something that Stash Squadron have done much better than a lot of the other teams, is finding these sneaky spots, these sneaky routes. He is going to get melted here, but he's done an awful lot of damage, right? It is that kind of suicide run that we've been seeing an awful lot from these players. Will go down, but some pretty decent damage done, I would say, and obviously it sets up the rest of the team as well, that he was the initial distraction. These interceptors get in, get out. In theory, whether they actually get out is another question, but they've done a really good job of, finding, particularly on this map. We've watched them a couple times on this map. I want to say Stash Daddy controlled the center of this, playing the interceptor perfectly. And then we have seen some of their bombers wait for the right moment to strike. It's like, okay, I've got this guy on me, now's the time to go, rather than just going head first straight into it.
See Stash Daddy get resupplied by the cruiser. I think we haven't talked about too much. Mostly just see people flying all the way back and redocking. You're going to try and light up Reflex in this X-Wing. Use that interceptor. This is what he does best. Oh, he flew underneath the asteroid. Look out. Gotta fly away. Only at 24 HP as well. Stash Daddy, gotta be careful here. Again, ties. No shields on these ships. Go straight to the hull. There's not this rechargeable health bar. He's still waiting on his repair to come off cooldown, I believe.
Yeah, I think just chilling for the time being, or waiting for a support ship. There you go.
There he goes.
It's the resupply, and trying to turn back towards the ship, I would imagine. They're on the defense here. Just switched over, so I think they've got a bit of time to recoup, regroup, and wait for the ensuing attack to come their way. See what the strategy is. Again, we have seen an awful lot of success from these guys, particularly from the big man, Stash Daddy. Absolutely solid.
Ash taking his time here. Looking for these kills to get in range, I guess.
Yeah, they're setting up like a solid defensive line, I suppose, rather than, again, charging forwards. It seems that some other members up front, yeah, and this is what he was waiting for, right? Coming in behind, doing a lot of damage, forcing the X-Wing to turn tail and go back from whence he came. And as you can see, again, not hunting, so really smart play from Daddy.
I'm Not gonna lie, I think it's very easy to think that you can't even go up here, but gotta test the limits of the map, and it's so easy. You're so used to, as just a normal gamer, to think about the edges of the map horizontally, but you don't think about how far down can I go? How far under the ship can I go? How far over this map can I go? And that reflex X-Wing pilot going over the top, as Stash Daddy knew he was gonna think about it. He sat back and waited for him, fends him off. But their shield is getting destroyed. So somebody's still slipping through. Stash Daddy's trying to be as careful as possible.
Yeah, on the lookout. Someone definitely slipped through the defenses, like you say. But yeah, it's a really good point you raise, actually, because I don't think there's like hard outlines either. Obviously, a lot of other games you just can't get out, whereas in this, there's a bit of time for you to move back in. So maybe if you can cheese the boundaries somewhat, I suppose you take a bit of damage while you're out of bounds, but all the same. Once again, though, really well done. They do lose a little bit in terms of the defenses, not a massive amount. If they can stay on the attack for a decent portion of time, then their shields, I think, will still recharge. They only lost one of the generators. And then they push forwards once they deem things to be a bit safer, or once everybody's ready, and then all of a sudden, momentum shifts back in their favor. So, again, really smart moves. Daddy is being hunted here, though. Someone hot on his tail. He's got to get out of here. Moving energy across to the engines, able to get out, able to break back in, take a dock, take a little pit stop, just to make sure that he's fully repaired.
Yeah, getting back into the hangar, definitely the play, especially when on defense. But you're on assault right now. Somehow, Stash Squatch getting to sit this one for free, gets so much damage in. He's got all of his pips over into guns. He's going to be roasting this MC-75. Dodges another missile, too, just while sitting still. What was that missile doing?
Sure, line fire, maybe?
Going for targeting system now. Oh, but crashes into the ship. Now the weak spots, the power supply's down. Right there,
Losing
the
a bit of
Barons.
morale, though, to be fair. I'm not sure that the damage that's being done is not massive. I suppose the power being down is pretty big. Yeah, the Baron.
Yeah. Look at that.
Wow, okay, neck and neck.
Alex Damon, who is Stash Daddy in the game we're watching right now, and Eckert's tied at 187. We've seen them go back and forth. And Eckert's had to put that one up, going up against the squads in our games. We were talking about this in chat a little bit ago. Twin Suns Squadron has faced off so many times against one of the other teams in the tournament. And while that's a great way to take away points from the other teams, it is very difficult to rack up kills against good pilots. So, Eckert arguably getting to 187 with a much more difficult road. It'd be pretty cool if he was able to take that commendation. There we got.
I think you're kind of going to sit up a little bit more as well, aren't you, right? When you know that someone, that perhaps you're in the same scene, perhaps you even know outside of the game quite well.
Yeah.
There's that extra level of energy, level of rivalry, I suppose, between them. And we have had some of our best games have come from the squads playing off against each other, which has been an awful lot of fun. And games like this, though, in a sense, I suppose, can be much more unpredictable, I guess, as you might know how some of those other squads that you've been playing against, how they approach the game. You might have watched some of their streams to learn things from them, that kind of thing, ahead of this tournament. Meanwhile, up against these kind of guys, can be a little hard to follow.
The Star Destroyer struggling a little bit. We've gotten a number of good kills to swing morale back that way and try to get back on offense, but still slowly but surely it's been taking damage. We're gonna find some X-Wings. Just get the free points while he can. Swing them back. It might seem inconsequential, but they add up really fast. Power's back up here. Stash Daddy's got to hide right now, getting roasted. Start to heal.
Oh, gonna take a resupply. Okay, interesting. I guess he feels he's broken away this Y-Wing that is tracking him right now. Definitely seems to have lost him, or at the very least not hunting massively. He's just chilling. They are gonna lose that other generator, though. I believe both of them, yeah, both of them are down. You can see, so troublesome, because the shield's just not going to regenerate at all now, and it's generally a big part of you break into the attack, and then you play for time. And even if you maybe don't do as much damage to their ship as you would like, you've got your shields back, so you have a bit more time to play with on your own. But it's not quite the case. They've also just lost their targeting just before the shift comes over, so their subsystems looking a little worse for wear. I think the hull integrity is still not too bad. Better than the MC-75, if I'm remembering correctly, but in terms of the subsystems, they don't have a lot going on.
All right. Time to mount an attack. Here comes Stash Daddy looking to maybe keep the Y-Wings at bay, keep them away from his ship. And let his teammates in the bombers, there's 3 of them, Sasquatch, Stash Brown, and Money, all bombing it up. They've got the shields down, they've got the ship to half health. They finish it off on this run. Control's starting to slip away from them as well. The morale going the other direction. Try and target subsystems here. Look for weak spots. Found one. He's got a support on his tail. The support's going to take him out. The U-Wing doing the damage. Over to Stash Rendar.
One of the more impressive players for me across the course of the day. Not necessarily the flashiest, the biggest in terms of the frags, but his role and his movement, honestly, I think he's somewhat of a master, at least in the context of this tournament. He has been playing very, very well in terms of that movement and evading people, as you can see, able to get back the repair, move on like nothing happened. So pretty solid stuff. The drift play from him has been really nice to watch in places. But once again, our squadron struggling to break in and dish out some big damage. They never like to force it. They're always patient. Maybe I'll eat my words in just a second, as we are seeing Money break in and just going to sit here and try and dish out the damage with all the maximum power into the weapons. He's being taken down by another player now. I was going to say the ship is onto him, but another player able to eliminate him in the end.
They took it from the back, but pepper spray. Browns doing as much as he can before being eliminated as well. This is one of those ones, I don't know, like they're choosing to allow themselves to get shot down, and it's not one of those things of like, well, it's worth it because I got the damage done. Like, you're turning over morale points as well, and now you have to fall back and defend in a situation where maybe if you just fall, like, broken away, hit the boosters, disengaged, giving yourself a little bit of time for the support to come in and heal you up, Rendar to do his thing, and then maybe keep that drive going. Now you have to defend this Star Destroyer that has less than 10% health left. This is going to be a tough task. Stash might be in trouble.
I really thought they had more than this, to be honest, but I guess the final few seconds of that previous defense that we kind of missed really made the difference. This is honestly in a spot where someone could just suicide run in, and particularly a bomber, right, and just mow down the final few hit points. So really not looking too good. They are kind of capitalizing on the fact that players are getting a little giddy. If you can get to them before they are in position to hit the ships and everything. They've just taken down Corvette as well, I believe, but it's not enough in the end. So there's just too much damage taken. That's pretty big. That is pretty big. We've got Twin Suns and Shio kind of battling out for second, but the fact that they've just lost one actually creates a bit of room to maybe even snatch away the top spot.
Yeah, we'll see here. How many kills did Stash Daddy get? He only got 15, which will help. It does 15 to push him ahead of his competition, Eckert, here. But how many kills is Eckert getting over in his game? The kills at this point may be actually a bigger deal, as that one is so tightly contended between two teams, as we're seeing we're seeing the Stash team here kind of run away with the win. They're 3 wins up. They don't really need another win. There's not really time for anybody to beat them on that one. A squadron most likely going to be Stash here, barring a miracle. What really comes down to is these commendations. We go jump over. I believe this is Senate.
Yeah, I believe so. They've had a tough day, of course. Player dropped out in the beginning for a little while. Is back, but I think unfortunately for them, the damage kind of done, to be honest with you. And I know Moose and Sly were watching these guys and were quite impressed with Skegmaster and the way that he was playing. So hopefully we can run some more tournaments of the same vein and have these guys back and see what they're truly capable of with the 5-man roster from the get-go.
More with Skeg as they try to roast this ship. They got to fall back and defend, but substantial damage done, and it'll be enough, actually. They're just going to take the win right there. Well done. Another win in the books. That's a good improvement for them. How many points do they get? Let's see. Are any of these players actually in the run for any of these titles? I don't see any of them on the lists that I have just been sent over. It's a tight battle for Wingman. Right now, Charlie McShane, the support player, in the lead, followed by Monkey Face, Metal Magic, and 3 are tied. Few support players on this list. The Survivalist commendation pretty much tied up by Ashton Hollingsworth, who has, believe it or not, 0 kills. Not a single kill to Ashton's name, but only 32 deaths. He's gotten 76 assists. He's actually very close on that leaderboard for that one, but I think at this point he's tied up, staying alive. Well done. His teammate Metal Magic and Monkey Face both in the running there for assists. That's a 77. So they have a Metal Magic at 78. 3 are tied at 76. And also Ashton at 76. So a 3-way tie for that run there. Right now, Charlie McShane definitely on the lead at 90.
Yeah, for sure. That might be one of our more closely contested ones. It all depends on how Eckhart ends up doing. The 15, I guess, added to Alex Damon to Stash Daddy. In the end, I would imagine Eckhart's still in a game, perhaps. So I suppose we'll try and keep you updated with that one. Captain Shaq is probably the only one for me that feels like there's definitely a clear winner and a deserved winner.
Well,
at this point, he has just been smashing it. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. For that record, just for the people who've been keeping track at home, up to 800,000 objective damage for Captain Shaq. Nobody else even close. Someone in chat was talking about how Ashton's like the true support player. Like, you're not kidding. The guy has so many assists, so few deaths, 0 kills. The only player in the tournament to have 0 kills right now, and also he has 2,300 objective damage. The next closest, I'm looking on this board, I think is 19,000 from Jumping Cleric on Senate Squadron. He's the only player that's only at 4 digits, and he's not even at like 5K. He's not even halfway to 10K. The guy has not targeted a ship on purpose. I feel like that 2,000 damage is just on accident from his like spare lasers like slipping by and hitting the enemy ships at this point. The guy clearly only cares about healing his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna assume, is that Rendar, I think? I'm gonna assume from what we've seen across the course of the day in terms of in-game names. I think Stash Squadron gave their full names as well for our documents and statistics and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, really good stuff. We've got about 25 minutes left here as well, Wave, so really getting into the nitty-gritty. Maybe time for finishing your current game and one more after that.
You gotta be
we're gonna let
expeditious.
them keep playing, right?
Yes, that is also
a
key word. If they are in a game when the timer concludes, they are allowed to try and finish that game. They're allowed to finish the game. So the timer is to the end of time. You're allowed to queue. If you're in a game, you'll be allowed to continue. And also, I've been told that Team Senate will be able to play an additional game at the end because of the issues they have been having. Just to see if they can possibly climb the leaderboard just a little bit on some of these commendations. Down there are 2 wins. It's not going to change the results for them on the ace, though.
Yeah, that gap a little too big, unfortunately. But like you say, it would be cool to have a member of their squad, find something like I was saying, Skegmaster has been really, really solid. Saw him on the survivalist list. Now, obviously, again, that's kind of a tough one to come out on top of. But being an interceptor player and on that list, for me, is a relatively decent achievement. Whether you win it or not, I think the fact that he's going to be in a good number of fights and he's either getting away or winning them is a really, really good sign. And like I say, it's a shame because I think we could have seen some really good stuff from them. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, as they say.
Yeah, and if he has a good game in that last game, it genuinely could change things. He's one of 6 players that's broken into 100 kills He's at 151 behind the other. Well, he's ahead of Spooky Jedi. He's the only player who's broken 100 kills he's ahead of. So he's technically in 5th place right now. One really solid game could vault him up. If he's playing a game behind everybody right now, his numbers are a little bit skewed. There's a chance we have a last-minute comeback for the Baron commendation.
That would be really cool, actually. That would be really, really cool.
Lasers from
Okay.
Greedo.
Apparently, sorry to interrupt, but apparently we're being told as well, Jumping Cleric and Danger Cat, who I believe are both on the same Senate Squadron, could climb up to the Wingman commendation.
They're both at 62 and 51 right now. No, 62 and 59, excuse me. There's a chance, yeah, with that extra game, especially with how close. Assist is easily the closest leaderboard right now, with the leader at 86. Last place, I believe, is 30. So like 50 assists different between the entire field. That's pretty narrow. Right now, our team Shio up on assault. Got the ship down to 60% health. See this A-Wing chasing down some bombers, trying to keep themselves on assault. Oh, hello. Overlapping with an X-Wing. They're so eager.
And this poor bomber, there's 3 guys on him right now. He will eventually go down. There's the trade that comes back in, actually. Greedo's kind of low, also going to fall. It seems maybe all 3 of those players being tunneled in onto one guy, not quite the move, as they have lost an awful lot of momentum. If their Corvette goes down here, could be a big problem. They need to find a few frags back in their favor before falling again, I think.
Target the power system. Put your pips into power. Or into weapons, excuse me. They're in power right now. He gets the power system down and now looks for the weak points on the ship. That's actually there's one. And do as much damage as he can. He's got him down to half health. Oh, there's a turret looking right at you, bud. It's unfortunate.
Not a bad run, I'd say, though. That was pretty decent, to be honest with you. Dropping power is a pretty big one, I think. One of the core subsystems for me that a lot of teams seem to be focusing, because, like you say, those weak points come up that are going to give you a boost in damage. So I think they can definitely be happy with that. And they've still got morale and a decent chunk. It's what, maybe 2 or 3 eliminations here would sway things, few AI kills maybe. So going on the hunt themselves to find some AI, pretty decent. If they can get some player kills in there as well, could end up being a really solid attack here for Shio's squad.
Reminder of how things are going for our 8th Squadron competition here. The team with the most wins. Right now, Stash basically has it all but locked up. Shio and Twin Suns chasing that 2nd place spot, but the rest of the moment's going to be a formality as far as this leaderboard goes. The other commendations, a very different story. The eliminations right now in favor of Alex Damon, but that's only because Eckhart hasn't actually reported another game or hasn't finished a game since we last showed you this board. Alex is on top with 202. A few other players chase him down. Skegmaster, you can see him down there in 5th place right now. He's going to get an extra game at the end. Could possibly jump up with an excellent standout performance. 30-plus kills or something on top of the game he's in right now. Could elevate him there. You check in with the assists as well. This leaderboard so tight. We've got, where is it? Looks like 2 players. Right now, Charlie McShane on top at 90, but then 2 players at 86. 4 assists behind him, and assists are so easy to come by these days. This one could go in literally any direction. Ashton Hollingsworth, currently the leader for deaths as well. The survivor list is going to be possibly taking home 2 different combinations. What's he going to do with 2 different headsets? I don't know. They're at 39, though. I think he's probably got that one locked up. It's going to be hard to... this is a weird one to measure because, like, it's hard to, like, go and rack up non-deaths. Like, you could, as far as you could just go for a game and just not die. You just need Ashton to start dying a lot. The only way to snipe this one is to get in a game with Ashton and kill him a bunch of times.
Yeah, and I feel like although we have said that dying seems to be quite bad and costs your team quite a bit in a lot of different ways, I think if you're going to go into a game with the mindset of, right, let me avoid all the action, you're probably going to end up being a detriment to your team as well. So it's kind of a hard one to try and catch up with, so to speak. Because it relies on him making mistakes and then you having a weird playstyle.
Yeah, exactly. Ashton done what he needs to do as a support, a very pure player. I don't know if we want to just for the fun of it, show everybody the objective damage leaderboard and just how much further ahead Captain Shaq is from everybody. 802,000 damage. 200K ahead of second place. You know, no big deal. This is the Shaq house.
Just saw a massive crash. Spooky Jedi face first. I think he was on like 50 HP as well, so he hit that at some speed. But it's really interesting though, isn't it? Because, you know, credit to Captain Shaq, it's cool that he does have such high numbers. But yet they're not winning in terms of, you know, the A squadron, right? Like kind of main goal of the day to be winning the most games possible. So it seems that objective damage, not necessarily everything, or at the very least from an individual perspective. Do we have some of these other guys who are like 200k below him, but do they have more assistance from the rest of their team, and therefore not as many deaths are coming in for that damage that Shaq is doing? It's kind of interesting to note that actually it's not won them as many games as maybe at the top of the day some of us would have expected.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but it has won them 6 games, which has been pretty solid today. Like it's the 9 wins from Stash is unprecedented. Obviously, this entire event is unprecedented, but the 6 wins seems pretty solid. And I think honestly they would have had so many fewer wins if it wasn't for Shaq being so focused on the prime objective and what actually gets them that win. So this Star Destroyer getting close to dropped. Monkey Face is beat up. Maybe put your power over into shields, bud, or just dock. That works too.
Yeah, he wants to get out of there. He wants to get out of there real fast. So I think it's lucky in the sense that he was quite close to home when he took all that damage. Sneaky as a true here. Hiding behind a meteorite, looking for the perfect time to strike, and well, he might just have got it. You can see off in the corner there's a couple bombers going towards that Corvette, trying to drop that. Not quite close enough just yet to these shield generators. I want to say they've already dropped 1 or 2, I'm not quite sure. Again, seeing him rail into things. Yes, he's using the auxiliary. He finally puts power into weapons. I don't think it was overcharged before he went for that. He is just face tanking it, not even able to take it down, Wave. So a complete null and void sacrifice. There's big damage done, but I feel like for that and the amount of time he was hitting it, perhaps should have dropped the shield generation. Then the rest of the squad trying to pick up the pieces. That's not quite gone to plan.
I didn't actually see if he had his power diverted to weapons. That's a mistake we've seen a lot of players make today.
The end of him spraying into... Seemed at the start he was in engines, and then he was like, oh, maybe I should shift this. 1 sec.
Imagine the difference in damage if you were to get there. But right now we've got the cap cam of shame. The entire squad's wiped. He's got a watch from the capital ship as it gets taken out. Right now, they're just trying to get back to their ship or something. Like they're supposed to be on offense right now, and they're all heading the other direction. Jedi gonna turn back around. Got all of his shields forward. Looks for a target. As long as you keep him in front of you, never have anything to worry about. Love the Naboo starfighter he's got as the ship charm. I hadn't seen that one.
Pretty good ones. I really do enjoy the customization in this game, to be honest. I think it's done really well, and there's some fun stuff. Spooky Jedi going to go down, though. That's not ideal. They are losing morale here. Need to find a player kill or 2. This bomber is so tanky. They cannot lock him up at all. And now they themselves are going to get caught off guard. Yeah, tunneling a bit too hard, as we always say. We'll be back on the defense. Oh, good. Not good for Shio here.
Luckily for them, their ship is quite healthy. Barely at 80%. They got some TIE fighters. Just swing the morale back a little bit. He waits for the rest of the enemy teams to catch up. And oh my goodness, Twin Suns, Bomb Squadron, Shio. Bomb Squadron finally catching up to the leaders. We got a 3-way tie for second place. Hey, Senate also starting to get some wins here at the end of the day. We'll find a demolition. Rocket League slipping in. Find the kill onto the support player. And it's also going to take it out. Now ready to go back on attack. Well done. Fending off the pressure from the offense. And now switch on offense themselves. They'll switch this one back around and go on a ship that's got half shields and only like 15% hull left. So it's starting to look pretty good for Shio.
Yeah, this time I think they're pretty solid. And if they just take their time, the victory should come. Rebuilding some of that morale as well. I think they lost an early player, but taking down some AI nice and easy. Well done by Azatru here to just give them, like I say, that swing back in favor. The interceptor going in for the damage. Finally, are they going to drop the shield generator? He just goes face first and it's still standing.
It's so close.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I think the patience, maybe not needed everywhere. As you can see, they're still dropping the shields. The hull integrity is super low. As long as they don't play too aggressive, they should be okay, but they are losing a couple here.
Entirely certain what Spooky Jedi was doing there, but there's Metal Magic to try. They're almost getting all wiped. Gonna be up to Greedo. It looks like Greedo probably got the damage done over there. They get another win, and that will separate them from the pack, put them solidly into second place. Team Shio looking to take that A Squadron away, but I think the time is not on their side. They've got to find 2 wins, and what I'm guessing is like 15 minutes left on the clock. They would have to get a win in record pace, get into another game, win that one as the clock expires, and then hope that Stash Daddy doesn't take a win during that time.
Yeah. There's a lot of caveats there, isn't there? So
yeah. A lot of things got to go right. But, you know, I mean, hey, crazier things have happened. We'll see. We jump over with Eckert and the boys. Eckert chasing down that top frags, the Baron commendation. Right now, Eckert currently at, if we want to give an update to the Baron leaderboard, show the chat how that one's evolved. Eckert did report his last game. He's going to be leapfrogging over Alex Damon, over Stash Daddy. Take first place back. 212 frags to 202. We're just going to be trying to expand that one here. At this point, they're leaving everybody else in the dust. Skegmaster's going to be trying to come from behind with that extra game. He's the only one I'm maybe giving a chance here. They're up by 40 kills. We're third place.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. It'll be interesting to see kind of how this game goes. I think you will need to have a decent game and a less than decent game Stash Daddy, right? So, again, a few caveats into things, because I just think with the way that the timing is working out, the Stash Squadron have got a little more time maybe to finish the game they're in currently and then queue up for another. Whereas, as you can see, this particular game is very early on. We're literally in the first attacking phase. It's good that they are on attack early on. If they can do big damage and keep the morale, you never know. They might finish this game up before said 30 minutes that's available. But it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough. And the pressure is now on. And once again, this is an environment that we've talked about these players. Competition's always good, and I'm sure they're used to it and whatnot, but not to the same kind of level as dealing with that mental side of esports, in a sense, that some of the professional players that you and I cast quite regularly will be used to.
Now it's the first time for this. I mean, hey, most of these guys were probably just going to be playing Star Wars Squadron all day Saturday anyways. This way, you're getting possibly some cool swag out of it, getting some cool gear. I hope everyone's just having a great time. As much fun as I know I've been having during this event. That Raider pushing forward. Maybe want to be dealing with it shortly. Going to be closing in on another player. Take out this bomber and making the attempt. Look around on the drift. Micro drifting.
I'm here for you.
All this tips back into shields. Get that overshield charge back up.
Yeah, you can see as well, it's Wise, right? He's being hunted, absorbing a lot of the damage there. Doing really, really well here to keep moving his power from different areas back into shields, get that overcharge back in, and then he'll probably go back to engines. Maybe not immediately, maybe wait until he starts getting hit. So really well done by Eckhart to just really use his resources well, I have to say. And now he's on the hunt, puts it into weapons. This is something that I definitely think some of our better Interceptor players have been doing across the course of the day. Of course, does take a little crash. That's all good. He's only human.
Whew. As weaving through the space debris. And the team have made it through the other team's frontline defense yet. Cruiser's taking a bit of damage, especially Cruiser D there, getting low. And the Zawig again in a dogfight. It looks like he's attacking an X-Wing? Yeah, I think he realized he was attacking a friend. And he'll move now on to the cruisers and do what damage he can.
Okay. Huh. That's kind of the thing, right? He stays strong, he stays alive, looking really good, and then you get near a cruiser on that interceptor, and maybe if there's one other guy on you, you just get absolutely melted. Once again, picking those engagements, very, very important. And although they've done decent enough damage, they are losing morale and not really gaining very much. So I think a decision has to be made. Do they want to try and regroup, gain some morale back, take some fights, or do they want to just focus onto that E-cruiser, I believe, and drop it quickly?
I thought they've managed to stay on offense as long as they have was pretty impressive. But now the morale swinging back the other way with a few key kills. You can see most of the squad wiped there. At least it was McShane, Captain Shack, and Corey, I believe, all had gotten taken out at the same time. That was a big swing the other way. Gotta defend the frigates as they get some return kills to try and push the morale immediately back the other way. But definitely not enough. I'm going to be looking to fight here in no man's land, the neutral zone between the ships. See full power into the weapons there, melting this ship down. They'll finish him off with maybe just one more there. Gets him before he can get the ram damage. Waste of space, getting attacked. He'll put his power into the back of his shields, or push his shields to the backside. Not quite able to survive the onslaught from the Empire.
I mean, this is okay, though. I think their frigates are fairly healthy. They have a really good strategy where they do indeed just focus this raider down pretty quickly. A few bombers in there. They seem to have, I think, stuck with things, right? The 3 interceptors. I believe we've noticed it's a little different. Moose and Sly came in, said it's a little different, particularly when on the attack and everything. But they do have big man Shaq doing all the damage, so I suppose it makes sense.
Just let Shaq do his thing. So the guy has put up another 80,000 damage since the last time we checked in with his leaderboard. You can see up there, oh, both Shale and Bomb Squadron able to get another win. Pull it up to 7. My goodness. Twin Suns here trying to get their 7th win with only 6 minutes remaining. This is going to be their last game. The clock will expire before they have time to finish this one off. And they tie everyone else for 7. We'll see. We'll keep checking in on the leaderboards as they evolve.
I think a lot of it might just end up coming down to the commendations at this point. Seemingly where we have our closest races. Always good to keep checking in and just catch how these teams approach things differently. Is it down to the individuals? Is it down to the play style that the Stash Squadrons come in? Or is it simply down to the comp and the builds that they're running, right? There's a lot of questions surrounding their success, I would say, at this point.
And now on defense, Frigate A looking low, and it will drop now over to B. See Captain Shack play some defense. Now Y-Wing has got a bomber in his sights, takes him out. These bombers do hit like freight trains. They're loadouts, even by default. There's the beam laser we've seen through so much of today's meta. Gonna take down the bomber before he can get a second run in. Nice efficient play, and they'll go back on the attack here, only losing 1 frigate.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff. Pretty solid stuff, I would say. Looking really, really good. As you can see, there's only the 1 cruiser available here for the Empire. It's already just about half, we could say. 2/3 maybe if you want to be pedantic about it, but looking pretty good. Big man Slack in here early. Shaq even in here early and looking to dish out some more damage. Able to stay alive as well. So backed up by the support, I would imagine at that point getting the resupply. He goes in for another turn. Brilliant stuff, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah, I would say that probably
another resupply. Yeah, this is magical to watch.
Yeah, his biggest strength definitely is going to be staying alive. Like, there's so many players that we've seen be able to just go in and make these runs. It's the getting away afterwards and being able to go in for a second run, I think, is setting him up so far apart from everybody else. As 1 the other cruiser destroyed, and now the Star Destroyer exposed. And the Rebellion here for Eckart's team, still with lots of morale on their side. They can try to press this attack.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they've just done, right? Like, they go on the attack, and it's kind of a seamless transition from the defensive stance that they take, moving into the attack with Shaq and Charlie McShane backing each other up, looking solid. We do see Shaq go down, but not before the damage is done, right? And I feel just do that again. Get the interceptors to clear the way, take up the front, maybe catch some eyes and get people to chase after you, and then get the bomber support duo in there to dish out some damage and maybe even drop a subsystem super early on into this attack.
Ori chasing down a bomber. As we take a look at the wingman leaderboard, it's been changing. Charlie McShane still sitting up on top at 102, but look at how closely people are closing in on a monkey face. Only 3 assists behind, and the Spooky Jedi 13 assists behind the leader. Little Magic at 87, and Ashton Hollingsworth and at least one other player tied at 86 right now. It's wasted space from Twin Suns Squadron. Currently at 86 as well. So that leaderboard continues to evolve with 3 minutes left. Upper right corner, that's the timer that matters. When it hits 0, you got to finish. You only can finish the game you are in. If you're not in the game, your tournament is over.
Indeed. So pretty intense stuff. Probably the final game for most of these teams, I would say. I think for the most part, we've been on pretty similar timers, you know, games taking about the same amount of time, particularly because we had some of them playing off against each other, sometimes even 2 or 3 games in a row. So definitely going to make a difference if a team has maybe a game in hand, or if a team is just about to wrap up and able to queue for another one. This one looking pretty good, though. I don't think they're going to finish premature. They're not going to finish at 2.5 minutes, right? But it's still going to be a solid game coming through from Twin Suns, to be honest. I think they should, at the moment, it looks like, take a fairly clean victory if things continue, although slightly quieter attacking phase this time around, where their first 2 are pretty solid, dropped the frigates, moved into the Star Destroyer quite quickly. This one's not seen as much action, but we are going to see that bombing run come through here. Shaq not quite able to get it done. He lost his support early on, I think, unfortunately. So a bit of damage, but they lose the morale in the end, and now they'll be back on to defense. But they still have a frigate standing.
We see our A-Wing pilot Eckert trying to take down the support, gets roasted by the cannons as the defense phase begins for our team. Those cannons become so much more powerful. You got to defend this frigate. Center your screen. And look out for the Raider coming in. There it is. And the Hyde right now just getting absolutely roasted again. A-Wings struggling a little bit when under fire.
Yeah, definitely true. Definitely true. I don't know. We see Eckhart's with some really good resource management on this Rebellion side, as we said, but I'm not quite sure what the deal is for Wasted Space and for Corey. Obviously, for clear reasons, we've spent less time watching them in a sense, so it would be good to know maybe if we see them in future tournaments and whatnot, they too have that same kind of resource management to stay alive for as long as possible.
Charlie still hunting more assists to try and distance himself out a little bit further. Both Charlie and Wasted Space on the same team here in the running for the Wingman commendation, but Charlie definitely with that largest lead now going to be looking for, there's Captain Shaq looking to take out the Raider as fast as he can. He's got his shields overcharged there, going to turn back around, puts all of his energy into weapons and lets her rip. Down to 78. Raider dropping steadily. Takes out switches to the bomber here, understanding the bomber is going to be a more moving target, more deadly threat overall. Now switches back to the floating behemoth down to 30. As his front shields are taken out, he can switch the shield to the front and just keep going, but let his weapons recharge a little bit, goes to the underside, try to finish it off there, and that'll be another Raider down. Nearly back on offense here for the Rebellion. Time is up in the corner. You can see this is the last game for Team Twin Suns.
Hot damn. Hot damn. So a victory going to go a long way. Charlie McShane with his assists going to go a long way as well. Really needs to put the shift in here and keep Shaq, which seems to be the name of the game for him and for the squad, of course.
Yeah, and we can congratulate Team Stash on their win of Ace Squadron for sure. There is no way for anybody to get 2 wins now that we are into 0-second time, stoppage time, whatever you want to call it, overtime. But those other commendations, still a few of them on the line. Remember, Senate Squadron down there at the bottom are at 3 wins, so they don't have a run towards Ace, but they can play one more game after this if they want to try bring themselves up the leaderboards and possibly take one of those commendations away from another squadron.
We'll give them a watch, we'll give them some stream time and everything, and perhaps assists, we've been told, can come in thick and fast, and then Skegmaster is the one that we've said maybe keep an eye on. There is a miracle chance, perhaps, that he's able to pull things out. As you can see, the assist really, really, really tight here, really close.
Yeah.
Between Charlie McShane and Monkey Face at this point. So this game is going to define things for Charlie McShane. It's his last chance to put up the numbers.
I do wonder if Monkey Face is still in the game. How many assists he's going to get in that game. Charlie's just got to go all out. Put as many tags on as he can. Captain Shaq definitely going to have locked up Wrecker here. I don't think there's any chance anyone's passing him there. Ryan McCorkle did his best. 200,000 damage is just insane. That guy is nuts. Survivalist right now. Ashton on top by 30 kills as well. I think Ashton's probably getting that headset.
Yeah, I think so for sure. He's pretty solid across the course of the day. Like I say, I'm sure it's Rendar who has been really impressive on the supportive role in some of the earlier games for sure, and the impact that he's given to Stash cannot be understated. I feel like. Well, it's interesting in this game. I feel like Shaq has had some weaker runs at the Star Destroyer, to be honest, to be nice about it. I think sometimes getting a little ahead of himself, a little greedy in places, and not quite getting the perfect moments, as it were, that we're used to seeing from him.
Yeah, the timing of this also might end up putting Eckert out of a chance here. Eckert, as he's coming into the end of his game, it's a matter of how many kills he got in this game. I think there's a chance that the Stash Daddies got into another game right as time expires, which gives them a chance to solidify that lead. It's been leapfrogging. Alex Damon and Eckert going back and forth. He's only 9 behind right now, and you know he's got 9 frags in this game. He's going to have gotten quite the number. He's going to put it out of reach of the Stash Daddies if they are in another lobby right now. Staff Squadron been so strong all day. They're going to be our Ace Squadron.
So as we've said, definitely coming down to the commendations at this point. See how it goes. But this game, it's actually gotten a bit more interesting. I think the last attacking phase for Twin Suns not massively successful in terms of the damage. So they lose a subsystem here. They take a decent chunk of hull damage now that their shields have dropped. And the morale's against them as well. They might end up slipping things here. They're going to lose the power, which is always the biggest one. Like we always say, it leaves a lot of weak points. They will drop the Raider, so that's a good sign, but they have to clean up. They have to eliminate any Empire starfighters that are in the area at this point. And I think, I could be wrong, but looking at the damage that's coming in, there's someone who's slipped through the cracks that's above the ship right now. Might be doing some damage. Bomber perhaps towards the back end.
Oh, and A-Wing chasing down the support player here. Corey Luz is going to try and reel him in, finish him off. They're going on attack. Can they finish off this Star Destroyer and end the game? Not gotten a lot of damage in just yet. Now, Captain Shaq's time to shine. Go show us how it's done. Show us how you've racked up that nearly 900,000 capital ship damage.
We got to get him breaking 1 million, surely.
Right?
After checking in through this game as well, actually. Thinking about it, because all the stats that we're getting don't include this game, right? So
exactly.
That would be pretty high.
Crazy. Gotta get like 120K, I believe, to make that happen. I'm trying to clear space. Give space for Charlie, for Shaq to do his thing. Shaq actually got destroyed on the way in. Morale starting to swing a little bit the other way. Corey. Well, the shield management to put the shields to the back was smart, but kept all of his power in engines. Moved him away from the field as fast as possible, but definitely not fast enough. Let's see, wasting space here, overcharging his shields. And leaving it there for now. He's only at 30 hit points here. This is definitely a scary situation. I understand why he wants to keep his shield strong, but it does kind of just make him a sitting duck that also can't even fight. Now his weapon's going to be undercharged very quickly here. Oh, and they hits the brakes on him! Oh, not going to quite matter, though. That was a cool move, except that the guy got ganged up on.
Yeah, I have that problem, like when playing interceptors. Sometimes you put the power into engines and you end up just being a bit too fast. You go zooming past, and by the time you turn around, they've managed to escape with the old break and switch, I guess. That's probably not the official term, but I'm coining it.
I like it, a break maneuver. They've gotten through the shields of the Star Destroyer. Shield's starting to come a little bit back, though.
They must not have attacked it for a while here. That's kind of interesting that the shields are regenerating as the phase is happening. But there you are. They will eventually lose that final player, and the momentum swinging back in favor. I think they're just ahead. It is, again, the fact that the power is down on this MC-75 really could sway things quickly if they're not careful. Full shields are back. They probably need an early kill before the attack comes in. As you can see, quite split actually here from the Empire. Not got all 5 members up at the moment, so going a bit early. 2 tracking away. And I would imagine a bomber trying to do what he can in on the ship itself. So a very, very broken attack coming in from the Empire to begin with. And it looks like they've dropped a couple players as well to shift that morale back towards the center. It's still pretty decent.
Targeting systems getting targeted here on the MC-75. It might be offline here in just a moment. That bomber is trying to put the whole run in. Didn't give us the alert that it was gone yet, but it was very weak when we were checking in with the map. Is that Raider dead yet? No, here it comes. That's going to take out those shields so quickly. Here comes some bombers, too. Waste of Space has got to get fast work. He cannot afford multiple runs on these ships. He's got to be accurate the first time around. Targeting system does finally fall. Shields also down. This MC-75 suddenly a sitting duck. And the Raider, no, I don't see any ships on the Raider. It's only the MC-75 doing work against the large NPC vessel.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Maybe they feel going for the Raider at the right time, right? If you end up focusing everybody onto it while there's still players up on the opposition, can cost you in a sense. We're seeing a lot of coordination here, though. A lot of these ships are going down awfully quickly because I think 2 or 3, obviously they're AI, but even the player ships are going down really fast because there's 2 or 3 people on them at any one time. Shields are going to drop, though, and an awful lot of hull damage taken. Again, those weak spots really, really swaying things here. They will manage to pull it back, though, and get an attack in. Probably need to end the game here and now, though, Wave. This is really not looking good. Oh, yeah. Look how healthy it is.
Now they've got to get through shields. They've got a Corvette coming with them. We'll see how it does. One thing we haven't seen teams doing much is escorting the Corvettes and Raiders around. That's one of the key weaknesses that you can go for here. Is go and try and attack that Corvette before it gets within range of the other ships. Take it down before it can do any damage. Interesting to see one of these teams rally around it, pilot fish around a shark, guide it in so it can do its max damage. These bombers constantly just sitting there. Waste of Space has done a good job taking care of them, but there has been so much damage done. I agree with you. I think they have to get it done on this run. It's going to start, I don't know, with those shield generators being up, it just makes this so difficult. If the shield generators are up a second time around, it basically guarantees, I feel like, that you're going to lose. Because if they get through the shields here and then start to attack the hull, and then have to go back on defense and spend more time getting through shields again the next time around. That's just so much time wasted. And we're starting to get down to time here as well. Only 6 minutes left in this lobby. They're making the full run of it.
Yeah, the final game of the day for these guys, and they...
Come on, Shaq.
Oh, okay, here we go. He needs to do work. He really needs that support. We've seen so many good bombing runs from him. You know, we talked about it earlier on against the cruisers and everything, solid. But once it's come onto this Star Destroyer, the same amount of success has just not been found. Wow, and I think they're going to lose morale here. They need some kind of a miracle to pull this back. 3 pilots down. Need to wait for that. Need to make sure they don't lose anyone else in the process. And the AI kills, another player kill actually coming in. The AI kills now can sway the momentum. So this is really not looking good.
Waste of Space just trying to blow up anything he can find that looks Imperial. Just keep the morale from swinging, but they keep on dropping more players down. And there it goes. Fall back to defend. The morale swings for the Empire. And their shields are back up. The MC-75 has shields back online, but only at 20%. This is dangerous and scary. He's going to be chasing down this player. Squirrel and this bomber. Can he finish him off? Full power into the weapons. Got him down to 60, 50, 30. He's dropping slowly and steadily, but he's probably running the default bomber loadout super shields, the super armor. Able to survive for a while. And the hull is just absolutely beat up. They're just getting underneath the shield and doing as much damage as they can, and that's it. The game's over. GG. Twin Suns not going to take another victory. The important thing for me, how many kills did Eckert get? Right now, he's 9 behind. This final scoreboard will tell us. Only 1 thumbs up from Squirrel there. Eckert, 21. It's a substantial number. That only puts him... Why is math so hard to do? 12 ahead of Captain Daddy. Alex Damon's going to have a pretty rough last game to not secure that top spot.
Yeah, pretty much right. Like a fairly inconsistent performance from him would be required, which is generally not what we expect. We're going to be checking in with them here, though. So I would say let's hide the scoreboard until the end, right? Keep the suspense going at this point.
Yes.
There is also that other commendation on the other side of things, the Charlie McShane assists. Hopefully going to be enough for him to take things over the line for the wingman commendation, but time will tell. I feel like, although, yes, it's great, you know, golf claps all around for something like that, we want to see the guy who gets the most kills, right? That's the big one at this point. The big boy on campus, I suppose.
Right here on the defense. Now the Empire with both of the frigates destroyed. So we're going to clean up some extra morale here, see if they can get back on offense, finish this game off quickly. It's also one of those interesting moments where, like, if you're Stash Daddy and you know that there is a kill race that's this close, there's even the thought of stretching the game longer to try and get more kills. This is a meta way to win the tournament. See how things are going for him here. So we're back on board with him. Running the bomber. Now going to take out this frigate. Which I thought, it says they have 2 X's above their morale bar up there. I thought that meant that they had both frigates out. Maybe I'm confused.
I think that indicates what, like, the frigates they have destroyed. Which is a bit of a weird way of doing it, I think.
Well, yeah,
so
no, they've gotten 2
destroyed
kills, right?
2. Yeah,
but
so they've destroyed 2, and then there's none on the defense.
But we just saw, I'm pretty sure we just saw Stash Daddy attacking a frigate, so I don't know, it's confusing. Yeah, we'll see. Chat, if you understand what I just saw and how confused I am, please do straighten me out. But if we give an update to the elimination leaderboard, you'll see the stakes for this game and what Stash Daddy needs to do. Right there, yeah, you can see both the Rebel frigates up. So I saw, okay, the X's do mean what they have destroyed, right? The Empire, well, no, the Empire, no, it's what
for
has
some reason
been
it was
lost on your
backwards on
side.
the hood.
Yeah, that was strange. Okay,
that was weird. Okay, now it makes sense.
The Empire has lost both of their cruisers. That's what's happening here. where both the rebel frigates are still up.
I mean, certainly a little strange. What are we? Eight days in, we can, you know, give it a benefit of the doubt with certain spectator.
I don't even mind it here. It's just I thought it was one way and I was wrong. That was caster error. There's one other as a frigate finally is dropped, and here comes the push for the morale. That bar nearly all the way filled. One more player kill should do it. They get a few AI kills on the rebel side to push it back, and now a few more. Not able to go on the offense just yet. Right now, Stash Rendar just looking to keep his buddies alive, just doing the support loop. There's a player frag. These Rebellion players on the other side doing a good job finding AI TIE fighters, staving off the immediate attack, but their frigate gets destroyed in the meantime. This is actually almost bad news. While they've been holding off this defensive stage, as of now they're coming back in. Look at this. We're seeing Stash Squad up on offense, despite the morale saying they need to be back on defense.
This is kind of crazy. They just lost their power there as well, I believe. So the Rebels actually doing a really good job. These, whether they're a squad or a bunch of solo queuers, they are really giving Stash Squadron a run for their money. Here we go. Finally, the shift comes in. Somehow managing to hold on for so long there, but and immediately the morale starts going back the other way.
I thought I was seeing them attack the Star Destroyer, and it was like, it says defense Star Destroyer. I was like, wow, how counterintuitive. No, they're just attacking around their ship. Chat, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Assault the MC-75. That's the name of the game for this team now, and they're going to try and win it. Obviously, this looks like maybe this is the first time they've been on attack. We just got through the frontline defense. But what do they attack first? Watching a bomber going low. The most exposed part of the ship. I believe targeting the power systems here. There's the power destroyed.
Okay. That's pretty big and really early on, right? Like, I like that. They're going to have to hit some of these soft spots, though, I think, these weak points, because they have also, like I was saying, lost their power, took a bit of damage towards the end. I want to say 3/4 full integrity on their side, and they are losing morale here. I don't know. I'd like to see a little more damage coming in at this point. I think they're going to lose their raider soon, if not already. It looks pretty beaten up, and yeah, well, Stash Money is chilling, seeing if anyone comes his way. Actually going to get taken down. So although they get the power, that's about all they get on that attacking phase.
Let's see Stash Daddy turn this one around. Gotta defend the Star Destroyer. Our crack squad ace pilot going for that Baron title. We can show the elimination leaderboard here, the Baron leaderboard. He is currently in second place, but this game, one where he's going to try and take that first spot, this time for good. As the rest of his competition going to be out of games. Eckert's ladder right there. 233 is going to be his final score. We're going to have to see a run of 12 or better for Alex Damon to take it away from him. I don't actually know what the tiebreaker is on that. Probably like most wins.
Yeah, maybe could look to their head-to-head game earlier on.
Oh, that would be really cool. Who got more in the head-to-head? That'd be fun. I bet that's not in the rules, but that'd be a really fun rule to add in there.
True. That is very true.
The Star Destroyer definitely getting this game. I don't know. Right now, the team they have run into is strong.
Mm-hmm.
Their shields are down. Their hull is at 10%, 15%-ish. Definitely in a rough straight. Stash Daddies, who have won 9 games today, and they're trying to be the only team to break into double digits and have to play some perfect defense. There they go. Get back onto the attack. They took down the Corvette. No more running this blockade. See Stash Daddy go in. He's changing out this interceptor. Is he getting into a bomber?
He's thinking about it. Oh, okay.
Oh,
just basic resupply.
Yeah, just resupply him.
We need some big damage here. We need some really, really big damage. I don't think they survive another attacking onslaught unless again, that kind of miracle play comes in. At the very least, they need to be in control of this attacking phase. If they lose the morale, then they need people on defense ready and waiting straight out of the gate. And my goodness, Wave, they've already dropped below that halfway mark. I think another frag going to come in here onto Daddy. Yeah, indeed, he can't survive that. Wow. And they barely touched the MC-75. That's crazy.
Yeah, they have run into an ace squadron on the other side. Our ace squadron going up against the best team we've seen on the stream, the best public team we've seen on stream today. Definitely have their hands full. Dash Money going for the secret attack from behind. They still are on the assault. Try and get in, just use the suicide run. It doesn't really work out for them. Turns over some morale, and now they've got to fall back and defend their ship that is so beat up. No shields alive. Looks like maybe 10% health and dropping. This might be the last game for this team. First tiebreaker is most wins. So were Stash Daddy to only tie with Eckert, he would still take the victory. We'll see how things go.
Okay. Looking good here. I think they've just lost it, though. By the looks of things, I think that is going to be it. Yeah, that's kind of unlucky. I think we were both in the same frame of mind that someone on that Rebel side, someone in a bomber, not even, just needs to go in and tap a weak spot. And it's
did he get more than 12? That's what matters here. And Stash Daddy, he only got 9! He only got 9!
No way.
Eckert's going to take it unless something incredible happens with Senate Squadron. The rough game from Stash Daddy and the exceptional game from Eckert might just secure him that commendation. What a way for this to finish.
That is pretty damn exciting. I mean, oh, dude, he's been hitting double digits consistently throughout the day.
Yeah.
If not above, like, just by the numbers, right? Just by the logic, he's been above 20 in a good number of those games. So only getting 9. That is rough, dude. That is so rough.
You saw Tuck on the other side, 28 frags from one of their opponents. The guys they were playing against, strong competitors there, but man, chat, let's go Eck, huh? Like, that was quite the performance from him. Way to come back from behind and win that duel. But I do want to point out, he's at 233, so that's okay. I think he's secured. I was going to point out, Senate Squadron still has one more game to play, right? Skegmaster has been on this hunt. He's only at 175 though right now, which means like 58 kills he needs to tie the lead, which would be an unprecedented game at this point. So I think we can say that Eckert's got this one, but still, I'm excited to watch that last game.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see how things are going to go down for them, and it is a shame, right? You have to think some of those games probably ended a bit prematurely because they were a man down early on and whatnot, and some of the games he might not have had a shoe in because just 5-on-4, it's very difficult getting teamed up and that kind of thing. I don't know. I think they're a decent enough side. It's such a shame. It is such a shame.
Yeah. Well, while we wait to see if we get to watch any of that Senate's last game, like, what has been some of the biggest takeaways you've had from the day? Obviously, we all come in with expectations of what we expect to see, and then there's the things that just jump out and surprise us. What's the thing that you're going to be taking into your gameplay as you move forward?
I think for me, like, as just a player and from watching and everything, the objective damage is maybe not what makes games as heavily as we thought, or having that one player who's super solid with the objective damage, right? Like, Shaq looking really, really good in that sense, and good for him, but only having the one bomber in places did let Twin Suns down, I think, when they were on the attack, and when we saw in their final game that we caught a few moments ago, when Shaq is maybe not quite hitting the mark, or someone's really got his number, or someone really has Charlie McShane's number and there's no support for him, his effectiveness does drop off, and then there's no one to pick up that mantle, where we've seen a lot of the teams today running at least 2 bombers, sometimes trying to go for more if they're spicing things up. I think that's kind of the big takeaway for me, that it's more about maybe the quality of your attack rather than the quantity, if that makes sense.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I think we saw very few teams really able to create a sustained offensive pressure. There was so much, let's just fly in, or just burning it out, like dribbling in one at a time as they kind of got staggered up. Like, like a bad Overwatch team or something. So maybe like the teams we saw really making coordinated attack and working together as a team, not just with supporting the front line, but the front line supporting each other. Those are the teams that were really able to separate themselves. Captain Shack in chat saying Y-Wing, best wing. Captain Shack, it looks like you were 20,000 damage away from 1,000,000 objective damage, which would have been pretty insane to see. But dude, absolutely runs away. You know he's securing himself one of those headsets. So let's take a look at some of the records here, some of the standings that we've seen throughout the course of the day, as I believe our gameplay is more or less concluded. There's the record standings. Captain Shack, 982,203. Second place, 741. Come on, Zach. You couldn't even break 900,000? Jeez. Nobody could. Captain Shack alone at the top here, Scriv.
Yeah, what a beast. What a beast, to be honest. Carrying a lot of that objective damage weight for, well, all of it, to be honest, for his team. Because, you know, I would imagine most of that is all the damage that Twin Suns were getting. Maybe 100, 200k more than that from the rest of the team combined. So, yeah, a lot of pressure. And we did see, particularly those early frigates, those early cruisers, the capital ships, as it were, dropping so quickly when this guy and Charlie McShane supporting him were able to keep on resupplying and keep on going for those bombing runs. Congratulations to Captain Shack. And these are the final scores. We've been told Senate Squadron's last game has concluded, so we're going to not be seeing any more gameplay. Congratulations, Captain Shack. You've earned yourself a headset. Let's take a look at the survivalist leaderboard, which has been ruled by one player and one player alone at the top. Ashton Hollingsworth is dead last place in almost every statistic except for deaths here. Well, actually, he's dead last in deaths, and it's the one that matters here. 46, the only player to stay below 50, and the only player to stay below 50 by a long shot there. 75 from Jumping Cleric. Ashton Hollingsworth was... I still can't believe somehow Ashton ended without getting a single kill. Like, it's like they don't have any guns. I mean, there's a chance that their loadout just straight up has no damage dealing, Scriv. Yeah, I know. It's pretty insane, right? We talked about across the course of the day. I think this really sums it up as well, right? Where we didn't see X-Wings or TIE Fighters because they don't dominate at something, and Ashton really took that and ran with that on the support class and dominated, focused on that role solely. Nothing else mattered but support.
Yeah, it was beautiful to see. Stats don't always tell the whole story. Ashton did an excellent job. And as we take a look at the wingman stats, you're going to see the only other stat that Ashton was near the top for, tied for second at 106, but Charlie McShane is going to take that top spot, 115 assists. Well done to the primo support of the day.
Yeah, he's in and out, touching everybody up, looking so good. Those resupplies coming in, like we've just mentioned. Shaq always needing those because he's dishing out the big damage onto the objectives, but clearly an awful lot of assists coming in for some of those interceptors as well to help out and make sure the frags come in thick and fast.
It was impressive. Charlie did his job, and the full setup there. Twin Sun Squadron getting the top spot in Wingman. Let's look at the Baron. It was a back-and-forth affair all day, but the support from Charlie going to help Eckert get the top spot by 3 kills. What a battle down to the end. Stash might be our ace squadron, but they're not going to have the best pilot in the galaxy.
My goodness. My goodness. Only by a little bit. Only by a little bit, but that is... Oh, man. The two of them as well, so far ahead of the rest of the pack. You know, 50 frags thereabouts in it. That is so heartbreaking, though, for Alex Damon, man. He played so well all the way through the day, and then that final game, for the whole squad, to be fair, not just him, was really tough. And because of that, Eckhart's is able to get away with it. Oh, man. That, for me, is the great storyline.
No, Captain Shack giving credit in chat that 100 of the assists for Charlie came reloading his bombs. 3 of our 4 commendations going over to Twin Sun Squadron. Well done to that squadron. And the aces of the day, though, the top squadron of them all and the ones taking home the Razor prize packs, it's going to be Stash Squadron with 9 wins, 8 from Shield and Bomb Squadron. Well done. Twin Suns down there at 6th. Not quite. They had a rough run of days, running into some really strong squads there. But hey, their teamwork was exemplary. Earned themselves some prize pools, and hey, Senate showed up and had a great time as well. It was such a fun day, such a cool experience. I had a blast. Chat, drop a poggers if you enjoyed it too. Man, Scriv, just give me your final thoughts, your overall reactions.
You know, an awful lot of fun, man. Like, it was so good. I am so happy as well that we managed to get those head-to-head matchups, that things worked out with the matchmaking and everything. We got to see some of these teams play against each other, and they were some of the best games and obviously made a difference to the standings in the end. But yeah, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to take away. There's a lot of improvements, I think, as well for these teams to go through, and I hope that we get to watch some more.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I learned a few things about loadouts. I learned a lot from reading chat and from the good conversations everybody was having there. It was so much fun. Like, this was such a great day. I can't, honestly, it's, you had a good tournament when you can't wait to get home and play yourself. So I'm hoping to get out there and apply some of the stuff I learned today and change up some loadouts. But folks, this is not the only thing we got going over here in Operation Ace. The Calrissian Cup coming up later on this year in December. If you want more details about that, follow at SW Operation Ace on Twitter. But the Public Squadrons tournament, you and your friends could possibly try and take on the likes of Stash Squad, Bomb Squad, the Twin Suns Squad. There's so many good squadrons that showed up today. But go to calrissiancup.com for more info if you want to know how to participate with your teams. Hope to see you guys out there on the battlefield, battle sky. I have to come up with a term for that one. I don't know. There's got to be someone there. I'm down to accept submissions in chat.
Yeah, there'll be someone that has it all, prepped, all the terminology that we need, right? I think there are a few areas that maybe myself, I don't know about you, but like I don't have everything available. What was it? Boom and Zoom, I think Hunt had mentioned earlier. He said he's played a few dogfight titles, so that's definitely one I'm going to have to keep for later.
Yeah, for sure. Well, guys, it's been a wonderful day. Thank you so much to Hunted, who casted earlier, and also the Sons of Solo. Go check them out. They make lots of Squadrons content. Scriv, where can people find you on social media, and what's coming up next for you?
At Scrivcasts, just below down here, so you can get the spelling right. Sometimes people get in there with a C, which, is always a little annoying, but what can you do? But for me, I mainly cast Counter-Strike, so if you're into that, definitely drop me a follow. But hopefully going to be on some more Squadron stuff. I really enjoyed today.
And today's been a lot of fun for me. I'm Wavepunk. You can find me at WavepunkRL on Twitter or Wavepunk here on Twitch. I'm going to be casting the OCE major for the RLCS this evening. Go find out who is the best over there in Oceania at that game. But you can also find me at twitch.tv/Twitch Rivals like 3 times a week in who knows what game. Maybe Squadrons soon. I'm going to be talking to them, trying to get them to do that with some Twitch streamers here. Chat, thank you so much for taking the time to watch today. I had a great time. Hope you guys did too. We'll see you guys in December for the Calrissian Cup.